Hello and welcome everyone to ZaranTech. Did you know that 70% of organizations use agile methodologies to enhance their business analytics? I'm excited to introduce you to our course on Agile Business Analytics. In today's fast-paced world, the ability to quickly adapt and make informed decisions is crucial. Agile Business Analytics is all about using agile practices to improve how businesses analyze and use data. Unlike traditional methods, Agile focuses on flexibility, iterative progress, and customer feedback to drive decisions. Agile methods can lead to faster insights, better alignment with business goals, and more responsive decision-making. According to recent studies, companies that adopt agile practices see a 30% increase in efficiency and a 25% boost in overall data accuracy. These improvements can give businesses a significant competitive edge. In this course, we'll explore the core principles of Agile Business Analytics, including Agile frameworks, key techniques, and practical applications. You'll learn how to apply these methods to real-world scenarios, helping you become more adept at navigating and leveraging business data. Before we begin, please make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon for regular updates from us. Now let us take a look at the agenda. 1. Introduction to Agile Business Analytics. 2. BABOK. 3. Roles and responsibilities. 4th, requirement analysis. 5. Business analysis techniques. Let's dive in.
Let's talk a little bit about the intro itself. What a business analyst is, how does the role fit in, and things like that, right? So we said we will talk about it at some point, so I think now's the time to actually discuss this topic and get into the details. So when a person asks, basic questions like, hey, what is business analysis? Like, who is a business analyst? What does it entail, or how does it work? The truth is, every organization today needs a business analyst. And if we had to pick a few examples, right? So let's take the most basic example. Now with, the pandemic going on, our life has changed, right? So many things have been evolving, where the things we were doing before is no longer in scope. The things we never thought of all of a sudden are happening and are in demand. So for example, I'll give you the most basic example. A friend of mine reached out to me maybe like a month or 2 months ago. And he said, I need some of your time. I need some guidance and advice. So let's have a meeting. So we did a virtual meeting. We did a Zoom call. And so I said, how can I help? And he said, well, see, the thing is, my family is in retail business, and we have a bunch of stores that sell various things across New York and New Jersey. So we have a ton of business. We have a ton of locations across the 2 states. Actually, it's tri-states. But with the recent pandemic, everything has changed, right? So people no longer want to come into the stores. They don't want to shop anymore. They don't want to do anything in person anymore, right? So now everyone's sitting at home, and these stores are saying, well, what are we doing paying such high rents with no business, right? So you need to have some sort of business if you want to be capable to pay those rents. So they started brainstorming. They started thinking of different ideas. And finally, he came to the conclusion where he wanted to convert his business model from physical stores to online, right? Not that it's a genius idea. A lot of people have already done that, but they said we never wanted to do it online because we have a ton of stores. We expect people to come on a daily basis, buy stuff and go. But since the last few months, everything has changed, right? So everyone's sitting home, everyone's working from home. There's no in-person training, classes, colleges are closed, schools are closed, daycare, everything is closed. So he said, now we want to shift that model to online so that people can start ordering the same stuff that we have in stores online, and we'll hire a couple of delivery guys, or we'll just convert our regular employees to delivery guys, and we'll start delivering services within the tri-state. So he said, can you help me? And I said, well, what kind of help do you need? And he was like, well, I want to build this online model. And we said, okay, the simple solution is to build a website. So whatever stuff you have in stores, convert it to online. And that's basically what e-commerce is all about, right? Categorizing products into different categories and listing it online, integrating payment system, add to cart system, point of sale system, the consumer, right? Profiles, registrations, databases, account creations, all these things will come into place. So he said, well, I need someone who can work with me. And I said, okay, I have contacts. and I connected him to a web developer. So what this web developer did is he sat with him, he understood his requirements, and he started building the site. And 2 months later, it turned out pretty well because he spent a lot of time with them. He understood the model, he understood the different categorization, the different types of products they sell. He put a plan together, he built the website for my friend, and he said, okay, here's your website ready, so you can start ordering, and then you can connect it to other platforms as well, eventually once it's successful. So that business worked out great. And now he's very happy. And just last week he called me and he said, thank you for the idea, thank you for the encouragement, because now we see some sort of orders coming in. People have started ordering. Like even our customers were calling us and they were saying, hey, we can't come into the store, or is there any way I can buy your stuff online? So now they're doing business. Now they're able to make all these transactions happen and they're happy. Now, if we change this, if we adapt the same business model into a big corporation, would it work the same way? And just think about it, right? So again, as business analysts, we should also be thinking, we should also be doing some sort of analysis. So if a huge corporation, like let's say, let's take Macy's as an example, and let's assume Macy's.com doesn't exist. And Macy's, the CEO of Macy's comes up to you and he says, okay, nobody's coming into our stores to shop nobody's coming into our stores to shop physically. So we want to convert our shopping into an online experience. Can you help me out? Do you think it's practical for the same web developer to sit with the CEO, build a business model and implement the Macy's.com site? How many of you think it's possible versus how many of you think it's not as simple as the first example? What do you think? I mean, if you think it's going to be a success, do share. And if you don't think it's a success, what do you think some of the challenges would be? Can this web developer work with the CEO directly? Do you think he's going to have enough information? Do you think he's going to be ready to build Macy's.com? What do you guys think? One of the first things we should think about as a business analyst. So that's an excellent answer. The answer is it is not impossible, but it's definitely going to be challenging because we don't know how many stakeholders are involved in that organization. So that's one of the first questions we should be asking when we start our projects at the work sites. The topic would be identify your stakeholders first. So as you're doing your analysis, as you sit in these workshops, trying to get requirements from these business people, just ask a question and say, well, can you tell me who the different stakeholders would be for this project? Give me a list. Let me identify this list and have them documented, because this way I want to make sure I identify all stakeholders responsible for this project, because at the end I need to get a sign off. So if I don't know who my stakeholders are, and if I only work with the CEO of Macy's and I spend 3 months working on a business model, 3 months later I go present it, people are going to be like, what the hell is this, right? Why did this not come across me? I'm not going to sign off on this because I was never involved, right? So that should be one of the very first questions as a business analyst. We should say, okay, let's identify the stakeholders and get a list of that so we know who the requirements should be coming from. So identifying stakeholders is one part of the challenge, and negotiating with the stakeholders is another part of the challenge, but that will come much later in the course. When we have multiple stakeholders, what are some challenges? How do we resolve conflicts? How do we negotiate? Those are all things that's going to come later. But the number one key thing is let's identify the stakeholders and let's make sure we get the requirements from those stakeholders. Let's be transparent on those requirements and let's make sure everyone is involved from day one to avoid any conflicts or disagreements later on. What are the challenges? What other challenges do you think we're going to come across? Can this web developer handle the whole project by himself? Right? Because being a web developer, he has a different perspective. The way developers and engineers and testers think is different from what a business analyst would think. Because his job is to build a site. In our first example, it was a very basic scenario where, it was a bunch of stores that sell similar products, get it together and build a site out of it. But versus Macy's, you can have different locations, different states, different products, different prices, different management, different stakeholders. By having so many components involved, the web developer is going to say, guys, this is not part of my job. I'm not going to sit here and analyze all those things because my job is to build a site. My job is to give a solution. So if so many people are coming and talking to me, I don't know what to do. I don't know how to process this. I don't know how to handle this. And this is really how the role started. This is how the business analyst role was introduced back in the 80s or 90s. And the demand for that only grew by the day. So when IT projects started, maybe back in the 80s, they said, you know what, the developers don't understand how business models work. They don't have the patience, they don't speak the same language. They're not someone who can sit with business stakeholders and work on these projects. And when we've tried it between those two, it became chaotic, right? It wasn't organized at all. So that's when they said, let's hire a project manager, and this project manager will be responsible to organize all these things and coordinate and make it happen. So when they hired a project manager, the project manager's role was to facilitate these meetings and these workshop sessions, and he connected the developers with the business teams, and he said, okay, let's make it happen. They started building these things, but the results didn't come out great. The results didn't match what the stakeholders were saying. And they realized later on that this is happening because they don't speak the same languages. People in sales, marketing, finance, business, operations, think and speak in one way versus testers, developers, engineers think and speak in a different way. So it never really aligned. It never matched. They were never on the same page. So this guy would say one thing, another guy would build something else, and it wasn't on the same page. So then they said, you know what, we need a dedicated person who can spend time with these stakeholders, who can dedicate themselves and have the patience and have that empathy, sit down with these business teams, spend some time trying to understand what is that they need. And this is part of our primary job as business analysts, where we identify the stakeholders, we sit with them, maybe spend months with them, trying to identify all the challenges they're facing today. So when we do our analysis, we're asking them questions like, hey, what are some of the challenges you're facing today? How is your business being impacted today? What's hindering for you to succeed, right? What is your vision? What is that you ultimately want? And take example one, take example two, they'll have different answers, right? I mean, in this case, maybe they might have similar answers because the ultimate goal is to build a website and have online shopping experience, but different organizations have different needs in terms of technology. Some people are building apps, some people are building websites. So in example one, he's going to say, okay, it's a very simple thing. Just build me a website, put all these products onto the website, and it's going to be all resolved. Versus number two scenario is going to say, okay, there's a lot of components involved. There's a lot of categorization involved. The business model is different. So a lot of those things are changing. As a dedicated business analyst, we're asking them questions. We're saying, okay, what are your challenges? And Macy's is going to say, well, you know what, no one's coming in stores, so we want to have an online experience. Okay, well, what kind of website do you want? What kind of e-commerce experience do you want the site to have? What kind of categorization do you want? What kind of products do you want? How do you want these pages to look like? And they start sitting and spending time with you, and you're gathering all this information. If they said the same thing to developers wouldn't listen, engineers wouldn't listen, and they'll just be like, okay, from what I understand, this is what I'm going to do. And there's going to be no proof that what people agreed on. So this dedicated business analyst serves as a liaison between business teams and information system teams. So the first half of the project heavily involves you as business analysts spending time with these teams, trying to understand what are they envisioning, right? What is your goal ultimately? Okay, you want to build a site. Where are we right now? Well, we only have physical stores and an in-person shopping experience. So the gap, the challenges is basically going from current state to future state. So for every project, those are some of the things we need to identify. What is the current state of the organization? What are some day-to-day operations looking like today? What is your goal? What is your future state? Where do you want the desired state to be? And then once we identify those two things, then we'll identify all the gaps in between, or what it's going to take us for us to get from current state to the desired future state. So all those gaps that we're filling in between is going to be fulfilled through requirements. So we're defining requirements. Well, how are we defining requirements? Well, we first need to gather the information from the stakeholders. We need to identify all the different components, right, from current state to future state, and fill all that gap in between and say, well, this is some of the things that business teams are looking for. And again, keep in mind, we're not always finding the solution. We're not always saying, well, the solution to this is a mobile app. Well, the solution to this is a website. We're just saying that based on what I understand from business stakeholders, we need some sort of an online experience where people can buy stuff on an online platform or somewhere over the internet. So we're just saying that this is what they're envisioning, and it's up to the architects to say, hey, should we build a website? Should we build a mobile app? And sometimes if the need is within the organization, right? If it's a huge financial firm and they have a need for employees, we're going to say we still need some sort of an online experience for employees to be able to check their, profile, or to check their pay stubs, or to check their benefits. So then the architects are going to say, okay, based on your requirements, it sounds like the intended audience for this is only employees of the organization. And if it's only internal employees, then we don't need like a website that goes over the internet. We'll keep it within intranet, right? So intranet is the network within the organization. So if you're not connected to that organization's network through VPN or through Office Internet, you're not going to access the site, right? Because if the intended audience is just within the organization, then they don't need to go over the internet, and that has a lot of benefits too, right? So the architects are saying, well, for safety precautions, to avoid getting hacked, or to be on a safer network, to avoid all these firewall issues, we're going to stay within the network and we're going to keep it intranet based. Or if the intended audience is all over the world, then we'll make it a website where people can access it from anywhere. So those are the architects making those decisions. But for them to make those decisions, you need to give them enough information. And the business teams will never write stuff, and think about it, right? It could be the CEO of Macy's. It could be the executive and managing director of Macy's. He's not going to sit there and write documents. He's not going to send emails and say, hey, this is what I want. This is what I want. He only wants to talk, right? He's a big guy there. He's going to be like, people need to come and ask me what they want, and I'm not going to write anything. So this is where our roles come in, where we sit with all the management teams, the leadership teams, the business teams, the marketing teams, the sales teams, and they're all saying, you know what, we could do this to generate revenue, or these are some of the challenges that's hindering our business. We're not able to be more productive because of this. So all that information they're giving has to be gathered somewhere, and we're gathering that information, we're putting it together, and the first stage is to write everything in plain English, not even a specific format. We're just putting it on paper and we're saying, these are all the challenges. This is what they are envisioning as a desired future state. And these are some of the gaps we need to fulfill. And those things will have different documentation eventually, called business requirement document, non-functional requirements. All those things are going to come later. But the very basic thing is we need to gain the trust of these business teams. We need to spend time with them. We want them to open up to us and say everything that's going on and what they want, so we can put it all together in a document. Then we analyze, we put some logic into it, and then we're basically saying to the information systems teams, we're saying, hey, here's the problem, here's what they want. Let's decide on how we can implement this. Let's decide on what to execute for this to happen. And this is where business analysts with developer background, like there's a lot of engineers, a lot of developers who want to become a BA, who want to become a PM. So people like that start putting solution into their documents, which is not what organizations want, which is not what architects want. Because they're saying your job as a business analyst is to gather all the information, do some analysis, and tell us what are problems, like summarize everything where you say these are all the challenges being faced today. And then this is the typical future state they want or they desire, and leave it up to us as architects to decide what that ultimate solution should be. But within your document, if you say, I want a website, I want a mobile app, I want this, that might be stepping on their toes, right? So they're saying, well, you're kind of doing our job. Your job is to do the analysis, put it in a document. You don't have to be technical on your document. Just tell us what is it that the stakeholders are looking for, and we'll decide together. And then you can start creating functional requirement document where you're saying, we want a specific mobile app that can do blah, 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 or we want to build a website that can do blah, 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 and here's the format, and here's the components involved, right? So that's where your functional requirement documents will come into place. So I hope I haven't lost anyone, but I'm just trying to explain how it could be as basic as a website. It could be a corporate structure where you have consumers as your intended audience, and you want to build like a platform over the website, over the internet, between consumers and businesses. And then there's internal projects within huge organizations where you build desktop applications, right? So if it's, for example, if it's a finance organization, they might need different instruments, they might need different tools that can integrate with the market. And every morning they get rates from market, the database gets updated, it's projecting the rates somewhere, right? Or you're building a dashboard, or you're building a portfolio UI to show all the clients, investments, or you're breaking it down per category, you're showing the ups and downs, the growth, the loss, the falls, right? All those things could be in finance. Hospitals also do have a lot of information technology embedded into their daily operations, right? So the medical staff uses a lot of desktop applications. There's basic applications that store patients' information, right? You have a patient portal. As basic as patient portal that a dentist or a doctor uses, they want an application that takes all the information of an applicant or of a patient, stores that information. Every time that person visits, we need to be able to open that electronic file, add updates to that, save it back. And then 2 years later, if I wanted to see an overview, that application will give me that option, right, where I click on that person and it'll show me the entire history, the different visits, the summary, the diagnosis, the medication, right? So I want to be able to see all that, right? So that's the basics in healthcare. And then you can also go further, right? I believe we have a student who works in hospitals, and there's different applications that you use in hospitals. You would need some sort of tech support, right? So when you're building it, you need a business analyst who can work with these medical professionals or medical stakeholders, and they're saying, well, I want an application that can, generate charts, so that can store this information, or that can show some of the EKG stats for every patient in their rooms. Or after the application is built, you might also need support, right? So for all these applications, like even, let's take Zoom as an example, right? So when Zoom started off, I think it was founded like 8 years ago, it became very popular since the pandemic because everyone's doing online learning, online teaching, online meetings, online conferences. Everything has become online, so they started using Zoom. Somebody decided to hack, and then recently they found out that any random person can actually get into a Zoom room, hack it, and pretty much get access to all the information that's going on in that chat. So then what did they do? They had a support team who basically built rooms with passwords now. So a lot of Zoom rooms need passwords. Just because you have the link, you can't click it, and it's not just going to open and say, here's the meeting. It's going to ask you for the password, and only the host can create that password. Without that password, you can't get into that room, right? So similarly in hospitals too, there's always support that applications need. There's enhancements and upgrades that every application needs, right? So even our mobiles today, almost every other day, iOS is saying, hey, there's an update available, download and install, right? So similarly, applications also need that updates, and those updates are coming from customer feedback. Customers who are using the applications every day are saying, hey, I wish this was fixed, or this is buggy, or this freezes, or this doesn't work, right? So we're taking all these feedback, we're intaking that, we're converting that to requirements or into tasks, and we're saying for the next version of the rollout, we want all these feedbacks to convert to tasks so we can make those improvements in the application and then deploy it across all machines. So one part of the project is the initial phase where you're building it, where you're giving requirements on how to build it and organize it. And then the second aspect of that application is the support model, where you're taking a lot of feedback, you're converting that to requirements, and you're improving the application depending on whatever frequency your organization wants, right? So every 2 months, have an update, or every 3 months, or every 6 months, roll out an update with all the improvements. So we have this same thing that happens on our mobile phones. The same thing happens on a lot of desktop applications. Every 6 months or every few months, we have new updates available. And this is all coming from the customer feedback, or sometimes even from testing, right? So there's constantly testing going on in every application, and whatever bugs they find. And when we say testing, what's really testing? Testing is basically saying the expectation, according to the business analyst / stakeholder, was that this is how this tab should work. But when we test it, it doesn't work the same way. So when the actual experience does not match the expected experience, that's when we're saying in testing that this has failed. Actual does not equal to expected, so the test case has failed. And that becomes a bug. You report the bug, and then you decide if you want that bug to be improved in the next upgrade, or can it wait for another time. So that's how the whole testing experience works. So constantly in different projects and different phases in every organization, in one way or the other, we've always had a need where we needed dedicated business analysts to put down information together, to work with these technology teams with developers, with engineers, with testers, and say, hey, this is what I want, build a solution based on this. And in some aspects, there's also a lot of business analysts who basically just give demos on the applications. So a lot of times what happens, even Zoom, for example, right? You could be a business analyst for Zoom, for the Zoom organization one day, and your job would be go to different companies or different clients and just say, hey, we've developed this product, video conferencing product. Zoom is very popular today because of COVID, but if it wasn't for COVID, maybe even 50% of the population wouldn't have even cared for what Zoom was. So when that's the situation, how would you promote your organization? These business analysts would basically give demos to different teams, to different clients, and say, hey, I've been working on this Zoom platform. It's basically a video conference platform where people can click a button, a link, and it's going to open a video chat or a video conference platform, and different people can talk, different people can share their screens, different people can show their faces, audio at the same time, interact at the same time, screen share, and even like work on projects together, right? As that person is typing, you can all see what he's doing. So I would basically be demoing this product to different clients. And in 10 clients, even if one client signs up, I have some sort of business, right? I'm generating some sort of business. So we also have some sales aspect to that in some of the organizations where there's product development, where you're basically giving demos. And, different people might say different things. They might be like, hey, can you open a private chat instead of a link? I don't want to send a link and then let people click whenever they want. Maybe you can time this link, or maybe you can put a password and it should only work for 24 hours. So different people have different requirements. So when that happens, what they do is they start customizing requirements. They're going to say, well, this Zoom is the basic application. On top of that, we're customizing requirements to different clients. So this way, tomorrow, if you sign up for a Zoom, they're going to say Zoom, period. They're going to put your company's name, .com, right? And that way, that entire project is going to be customized to the way you want your requirements. And we're going to say, this is what it costs us to build these requirements. This is the number of people we need. This is the total cost. Once you pay us, we're going to customize it and roll it out to you. And this is really how information system projects exist out there, where they cater the needs of stakeholders. Even within one single application, they can customize it for different people with different requirements, and they're basically going to build that person. This is another reason why business analysts also need to be team players, because this is not a role where we can do something ourselves end to end. We're going to need help from different people during different phases of the project. In the initial phase of the project, you would have to spend time with stakeholders, right? So you're kind of documenting what the requirements are, what the goals are, and things like that. But eventually, once you have the scope defined, you would need the project manager's help, where you're saying, okay, so this is the scope of the project. Can you figure out, based on the estimates, how much is this going to cost? So the project manager has to coordinate with you and say, okay, you're saying these are the requirements. Let me ask the architect how long it takes. The architect will give the estimates, and based on those estimates, they'll say, okay, we need 4 people for this in 4 months. So, the resource times the number of hours times the rate equals, $15,000 per resource times 4. So that's going to cost me $60,000. Okay, I need to dedicate $60,000 for this Zoom project with this client. That's how they start billing the projects. And that's how the organization is reaching out to the stakeholders, and they're saying, okay, for your requirements, it'll cost us $60,000. Okay, for you to build a website in example number 1, it might just cost them less than $5,000 to do all the analysis and build a website for them. But if we go to example number 2, we discussed Macy's, it might be, $50,000, $60,000, $70,000, $100,000 project, because we're saying it all depends on how complex you want your site to be. If it's as simple as Macy's.com, have 10 different categories, click on the different categories, come up with different product pages, it's a simple solution, but they might not be as simple as that, right? So the bigger the organization, the more complex it gets. And different stakeholders will have different views. Again, so you have to consolidate all of that as well. So Every organization has its own complications in that way, but we as business analysts are those enablers of the change. That's another biggest compliment we get as business analysts, that we're the enablers of changes. So if an organization wants to go through a change, we are the biggest drivers, we're the biggest enablers of that change, because we're the ones sitting with them, spending time with them, trying to understand what is that they want eventually. We put that in a document, we work with the IT teams, we build a solution, we're going to go back and demo it to them and say, hey, this is what we have. If you're happy, we'll roll it out. If you're not, give us your feedback. We'll incorporate that feedback into the project. I'm going to go back to the engineers and I'm going to say, hey, this is the feedback we're getting. Let's fix this. They're going to rebuild it. We demo it again. And that cycle is going to keep repeating until we reach the point of satisfaction with customers or stakeholders. Do I make sense so far? Now, all this is just plain English conversations. I've explained it. That has to be formalized now through proper definitions, through proper phrases, through proper acronyms, through proper documents, right? So we have different phases of documents. We start with a business requirement document that's plain English, then we convert it to functional requirement documents that talks about the application features, that talks about the application capabilities. That will then get converted to wireframes. So we're going to explore tools like Visio or Balsamic, where we're going to draw and say, well, this is what I want the UI draft to look like. I want the prototype to look like this. And then that'll then, and again, every document has to get signed off, by the way, otherwise you can't move on from stakeholders. So once you finish the wireframes, get a sign off on it, then you move to process flows. And you're going to say, okay, now let's think about how the process flow should work with your organization. So let me sit with a stakeholder, let me sit with an architect, let me sit with a project manager, or let me sit with whoever needs to help me in the process flows. Let me define some of these rules. So what's basically a process flow? It defines the rules of the organization, right? So how should the flow happen in the website or in the application? If I sign up, what do I get? If I register, what do I get? If I forgot my password, what happens, right? If I log in, do I see subscribed content? What does subscribed content look from unsubscribed content? Those are all the things you're distinguishing in the process flow, and you're saying this is what the flow of the website would look like. Once that's approved, then you go to functional requirement documents, and that functional requirement documents needs to explain the different capabilities your application needs to have. Once that gets a sign off, then you would send it to the architects and you're going to say, guys, do your thing. And they convert those into technical proposals, solution proposals, technical requirement document, design requirement document, the prototypes, the proof of concepts. All those things are going to be happening between developers and architects. And once those things get a sign off from stakeholder, then that goes into the build phase where they're actually developing, right? That's where you start using all the different programming languages, you know, whether it's backend, Java, C++, Visual Basics, or even the front end like UI technologies, JavaScript technologies. All that comes together. You then integrate with different databases. Then you roll it out. The testing team, the QA team will test it. They'll give their results. If it looks good or if it's acceptable, then you would show it to the product owner or the stakeholders. And once they give a sign off, you deploy it. Otherwise, if they don't, you take that feedback, send it back to developers. Developers will have to refix it, retest it, and then redeploy. So that's usually how the cycle works. But ultimately, your stakeholders or your business teams have to give you a sign off on every phase. So those are some of the things we're going to learn in this course. If I give you a simple course study and say, here's the business context, this is what we need to build an app, what would you do? That's where you would say, okay, let me create a wireframe. This is what it would look like. Well, I need to create a document. These are the questions I have for you. So those are all the things we're going to explore in this course over the next few weeks to understand what information do we need to write our documents. And based on the documents we have, what's the technology team's going to ask? A lot of role play happens here as well, because you need to ask stakeholders a few questions. Architects will ask you a few questions. You'll ask architects a few questions. You'll ask stakeholders a few questions. So it's always going back and forth. And then eventually all that consolidated feedback goes into one single document, which then gets converted into the build phase. All right, enough blabbering from my side. Let me hear what your thoughts are. Do those couple of examples give you an idea of what a typical organization need would look like, how would the business analyst play a role in helping or enabling that change? Or when I say you're the liaison between business teams and IT teams, does that make sense to you? I want to hear your thoughts and feedback on that. So again, please don't be shy. If you guys are going to be working as a business analyst, you need to be asking questions. If you don't ask questions, you're not doing your job right, because you need to do some analysis. It has to make sense to you. That's another thing I always tell business analysts. Our job is not, we're basically not slaves of business stakeholders. We're not doing whatever they say, but we need to understand, we need to accept, it needs to make sense to us if they say we want to build a website, because we also want to see how that adds value to the organization. We're not just blindly listening to them, writing in a document and sending it, because believe it or not, even if you don't care, the architects will ask you a question. They'll say, why do we need a website? What's the value that this is bringing? So you always need to think from an architect standpoint as well, by saying, hey, what kind of questions today are they going to ask me? Are they going to ask me to justify it? Do I have enough information to justify my proposal? If I don't, let me ask the business stakeholders. Let me take their help on how I can build my case stronger. How do I build a solid use case to convince other stakeholders, or to convince the budget teams, the HR teams? Or how can I justify to architects that this is something we need? Here's the context, here's the background, here's why we need help, or here's why this is going to add value and revenue to the organization. All those are something you're going to come across at some point. So you need to be justified as you're writing that document. It has to make sense to you on how that's adding value by creating that project. Otherwise, you ask them that question, and if you're not justified, you can always work it out before you move on to the architects and say, hey, this is what we need. Does that make sense? You would say, okay, well, why does it make sense to build an online platform for me? Again, you're going to be given a background and a context, and the CEO is going to tell you, hey, listen, we're going through a pandemic. People are not shopping in person. We're spending a lot of money in rents and employee salaries. But because we don't have business, we want to generate more money. So we want to build an online platform. Everyone is staying home these days, no schools, no work from home. Because of all these reasons, it kind of makes sense to build an online platform. Everyone's going to use it online. So that's your justification. So again, tomorrow, say, let's build an app. Again, you need to be asking those questions, and you're saying, I just want to understand, why do we need an app, right? Have we explored other options? What value is the app creating? Do you intend that this app is going to generate more revenue, or is it just an alternative to in-paper applications, right? So those are the questions we're asking, because like I said, the first thing is we need to be justified. It needs to make sense to us. Why do we need an app? Why do we need a website? And if that makes sense, then we can ask the next questions. But if we don't even know why we need that, then we don't know what the right questions to ask is. So this is another challenge, right? Because it's not always straightforward as, hey, I need to be justified why this makes sense.
Yeah.
When people are involved, you have a lot of attitude involved, you have a lot of ego, you have a lot of politics. So all these things is something we need to understand. We should be able to play along with them. We need to be able to adapt to their, bandwidth, or we need to level set their expectations that we're there to help them and not hurt them, or not, keep them insecure about the jobs. You need to build trust and faith between you and them. So those are all some of the things that need to work as business analysts to gain trust, to gain their faith. Because if they don't have that, if they're not comfortable with you, they're not going to open up. They might not even answer questions. So there's a personality involved there as well, where we need to build that friendship with them. And it's not like the stakeholder, I'm the BA, whatever questions I ask need to be answered. There's no such rule. They could just be like, I don't have time. Definitely not. A lot of people are involved in these discussions. But again, this is another reason why you need to befriend the project manager, because the project manager is the one facilitating all these meetings. So you have to build that friendship with the PM and always say, hey, PM, can you help me and make sure that you have as many people as I need to give me that information in each session, so we keep them productive? Because I don't want to sit only with one stakeholder if we know we have 4 other stakeholders, right? So that, or second, if we understand or conclude that there's only one stakeholder, we can even ask for additional help and say, hey, we know there's only one stakeholder, but can you find out and see if there's a SME, a subject matter expert, someone who's done operations or marketing or sales, who kind of understands all these things, who can help us be part of this conversation. Because keep in mind, we need to document the current process. To understand the current process, you need the right people from operations or from business teams to tell us, hey, this is how we operate today. So we gather all that information, put it in that document and say, tomorrow when we build an application, that application must be able to do all these manual responsibilities. So for that, the more people that can contribute and help, the better it is. Again, when we do the case studies, we're actually going to be using all these tools as well, because I just don't want a verbal communication here. I'm going to say, okay, I want business requirement documents. So for that, you're going to use Microsoft Word. I want user stories and acceptance criteria when we get to the Agile topic. Then you're going to use Excel. And once the Excel is signed off on, then I'm going to say, okay, let's use this online platform called Jira. And Jira is where you import all the stories, and you can basically play with the stories by moving it to different people, assigning it to different people, delegate it, close it, link it to other stories, show dependencies. So Jira does a lot of stuff. And almost every organization today is using Jira. So that's something we absolutely have to learn. And it's a big plus when you learn, because when you learn it here, you can put that on your resume and you can say familiar with Jira. You've used Jira for many projects like ours. And that's going to give recruiters the confidence to say, okay, this person knows how to use Jira. So we'll definitely consider interviewing that person. Versus another person who may not have Jira on the resume won't even get that consideration. So negotiating is one thing, estimation is one thing. They're two separate things. So when it comes to negotiating requirements, that's part of our job, because we have to align between all stakeholders. We have to bring everyone on the same page and say, hey, this is the general expectation. If anyone has a different view, let's try to resolve it. Versus anything related to estimation is something that a project manager has to coordinate with the architect. We're not giving any estimates. We're basically building requirements. And the architect is going to say, okay, for this requirement, I might need 2 days and 1 resource. For this requirement, I need like 3 months and 7 resources. So the architect is going to give that estimate. The project manager is going to propose that estimate to the stakeholder. So business analysts are not really involved in talking about the estimates, but anything related to the detail of that requirement for the estimate, then our role comes into play. So as an example, if the architect is saying, hey, this requirement would take us 3 months and 7 resources, the project manager is going to propose that to the stakeholder. And at that point, the stakeholder is going to be like, well, let's talk about this, because this doesn't make sense to me. Why is it taking 3 months, or why is it taking 7 people? So then they're going to say, okay, let's talk about the details of the requirement. What do we understand from that requirement? What is so complex about it that's taking us 3 months or 7 people? And then the BA will come into play and say, well, so the requirement is broken down to these different components, and the architect is saying these components need like special expertise or technical people who can resolve this. So again, this is where you need to have PMs with you. Try as much as possible for the PMs, project managers, to get involved during these processes, because you need to constantly update your project managers with how things are going. So after the first session, if you felt like the rapport is not great, they're not giving you enough information, you would discuss progress with the project manager and say, hey, listen, I'm not sure what's going on, but I don't get that vibe, or I'm not getting 100% confidence from this. I don't feel like these are as productive as it should be. So can you consider adding some SMEs, or can you talk to the stakeholder and see if we can have more people join these sessions? Or can you yourself make an assessment and say if we're 100% on the right track, or if we're distracted, or if we need more resources, or if we need the right analysis? So you should always be asking and updating your project manager for help on things like this. It's not our job as business analysts to go and hunt for other people and say, okay, let me find this person, let me find that person. That's what project managers are meant for. Facilitate that session, and they're there to enhance your analysis or your experience by giving you the right resource. Again, that depends on your stakeholders and your organizations, and also the complexity of the project, right? So if you're sitting with the stakeholder in our example number 1, he's going to say, okay, this is a simple website. I expect you to come back to me within 2 weeks, right? Macy's is going to be like, okay, you're dealing with like 4 different stakeholders in different time zones, and I feel like we're going to need a bunch of sessions, so I'll wait for like a month or 2 or 3, and then you can come back to me 3 months later and give me the proposal. So it really depends on the people involved, the time zones involved, the complexity of the project, and so on. And again, these are questions you should be asking your project manager, and you should be like, hey, can you find out when are they expecting to see this document? And if they say a very short time, then you express concern and say, listen, I don't think it's possible in 2 weeks. There's a lot going on. Or if they say, I expect this to come back in 1 month, you're going to say, hey, these are the challenges. Just analyzing and speaking to all these people will take me 3 weeks, and I need at least another 2 weeks to write this. So I need at least a month and a half. You go communicate. Again, all the things related to estimate, cost, timeline, and deadlines are all project managers' responsibilities. So as long as you keep them updated, if you're okay, if you're comfortable, if you're concerned, or if you don't think something is right, all these things should be delegated to the project manager, because that is their job. Their job is to make sure everything goes smooth. They connect you to the right resource. And if you have concerns, it's their responsibility to address that. It's not our job to say, hey, 1 month is not good, or let me try to hire somebody else, or let me, work all night to get this resolved. That's not our job. Our job is to communicate that concern to project managers and leave it up to them on how they want to resolve that. If it's in smaller organizations, it might be one project. Actually, you know what? You could have a mixed answer, because if you work for startups, it's possible they'll only have one project, and you'll only work on a single focus, versus if you're in bigger organizations, they're going to be like, okay, you're 30% BA in this project, you're 40% BA in that project, you're 10% BA in this project. So this is what happens in huge corporate companies, because they have so many projects going on at the same time, and they're all in different phases. They all have different statuses, right? So one organization can say, okay, we're done with all development, we just need support phase. So for that support phase, I'll dedicate 10% of you for support model. Another project is going to say, okay, I need someone who can sit with stakeholders and write these documents. So I need like 30% of their time, and I'm going to take 4 hours or 6 hours or 10 hours from their week each week and spend that much time with them, right? So again, it's really up to the organizations. The smaller the organization, the less the projects. The bigger the organization, the more sharing between projects. Really depends. Some have personal problems that projected at work. Some have insecurity, job insecurity, that they don't want to coordinate with others. Some people just have attitude problems. Some people just don't have time. And I've dealt with all kinds of people, right? I've had situations where stakeholders don't give me any time, but they expect me to write my documents. So I go to PM and I say, guys, listen, if I'm not getting hours and time from stakeholders, and if I'm not able to gather that information, what am I going to write? So I need someone, to either be their alternate person to go to, or I need them to make this a priority, because stakeholders have to give you time, because it's their project. They're the ones that's becoming a winner or loser at the end. So if they're not spending time, then that's not a priority for them. So again, you would take that concern to your PM. But if they don't like you, that's something that you can't really express to a PM, right? You can't just be like, hey, that person doesn't like me. I don't know what's wrong with me, right? Yeah. That doesn't have a solution. So we need to find ways on how we can make it work. So sometimes they don't like you because you don't understand the same vision that they have. You might disagree with them. So there's a lot of BAs who argue for everything. There's people who are like, no, I don't agree. This doesn't make sense to me. This doesn't add value. I don't think you're thinking the right way. There's a lot of people like that. And stakeholders just get pissed, right? Stakeholders are just like, okay, me and that person will never be on the same page, so it doesn't make sense to work with that person. That's where the gap and challenges are. Sometimes people don't think you're capable of doing it. So then in cases like that, you need to sit with them and say, hey, like we've had a couple of sessions. I haven't really found that we've been as productive as we should be, because 3 sessions later, I only have this much information. So what can you do, or what can I do to make this better, to make it more productive? You sit and talk to them. A lot of times when you do that, even if they don't like you, they will start liking you, because they'll be like, okay, this person is really concerned. This person actually cares, right? Because a lot of times stakeholders just think you're there just for the money. Even though we are, don't admit that. Don't ever admit that or say that. A lot of people, just think, oh, that person doesn't care about the job. They don't care about my projects. And keep in mind, these projects are their babies. It's really stakeholders' children at work. Because if that adds value, they get a promotion. If that doesn't add value, they get fired. So if you show care and concern towards that project, they will start liking you, they will start giving you time. But again, that's something that has to come with performance too, right? You need to show that care, you need to really work hard. A lot of times, once what happened, I tried a couple of times, that person just never clicked with me. I worked hard. A month later, 2 months later, 3 months later, that person started noticing that I've actually been doing good. And then he started spending more time with me. He initiated and he said, you know what, okay, let me give you time. Let me get more involved in this, because if he doesn't get involved, again, he's a loser, right? So they need to see that you work for it, that you're spending time, you're dedicating, that you actually want to help them build something, and you're not just there for the job. You're not just there to come in at 9 and leave at 5 and not care about anything else. So sometimes people want that wrap, but that's really why we have happy hours where they say, go have lunch with your colleagues, go have dinners with your colleagues, because we need to build that relationship. We need to show them that we're a person who has feelings too, that we care, that we're a nice person, that we're there to help everybody else too. We're not just there for the money, or we're not just there for the job. So this is where you would have to shine and show that person that it's cool to be friends with me. That's what you need to prove. Because again, keep in mind, this classroom training is only for you to understand, but the place where you actually shine during these training weeks is by doing case study projects. So you'll see that we give the same case study project to everybody in the class, but different people have different approaches. So this is where you would have to spend time to do your part in that project. And when you present it, other people are going to listen to you. When other people present it, you're going to listen to them. And a lot of times, it's just going to click to you, and you're going to be like, oh, wow, I didn't even think about that. Oh, wow, I find that effective approach. Or it could be as bad as, oh my God, this person's not productive at all because they're doing this much slower, or they're thinking backward. So either way, positive or negative, you're getting some sort of learning experience on how other people are approaching for the solution proposal to the same topic you're working on. So you'll see how different perspectives differ from person to person on the same project. So that's also part of the learning experience. But for that, you would have to do it. You would have to apply it. You would have to write these documents. You would have to create these stories. You would have to use these tools. Otherwise, none of it makes sense to you. Because just when they present it, it's still not going to go into you unless you've actually done it yourself. So there's 2 case study projects in this class. By doing both, you will be prepared to enter workforce. So the way the sign-offs work is when you work on your document, in order to get a sign-off, you would have to present it. So what you would do is you would schedule a meeting with the stakeholders, with the project manager, with the architect. They all come into one roof, like under one room. And you're going to present, and you're going to say, okay, over the last 2 months, this is what I've been working on. From what I understand from stakeholders, these are some of the topics to discuss. Here's what I have. Let's talk about it. So you would present the whole thing. Architects will have a million questions for you. Stakeholders will have a bunch of questions for you. If they're convinced finally with your proposal, then they would be like, okay, I'm comfortable versus I'm comfortable with this. Or they'll say, okay, can you consider topic 1, topic 2, topic 3? Incorporate that feedback into your document and send it to me again. Okay, so then you would go back, you would refine your document, you would incorporate that feedback, and then you would send them an email. Or again, it depends on how your organization wants the sign-offs. I've worked with organizations where they've said sign-offs need to be only on Microsoft SharePoint. So the way that SharePoint works is you would upload the document, you would send the link of the document to the stakeholder. If the stakeholder is okay with that, there's an option to sign off. So as soon as the person signs off, the document gets logged, you can't make any more changes to that. So that's a timestamp where the stakeholder is saying, yes, I approve this document. Whatever's in this document is what needs to go into development. Or, again, SharePoint is expensive, so not a lot of organizations can afford to have a monthly subscription to SharePoint. So then they're going to be like, well, just send them an email. And you send them an email, they'll respond back and they'll say, yes, I sign off on this. So you can either print it out and keep a copy of it or save it on your computer, or that email is going to be there too. And 3 months later, if someone says, hey, why did we build this way? This makes no sense. You'll go back to that email and you'll say, hey, I put this in the document, I reviewed it, I demoed it, I showed it to everybody, the stakeholder even signed off, here's the email with the timestamp. So I don't know what you're talking about. right? But again, the issue is if you don't get that sign off, a lot of people are lazy and they're going to be like, you know what, I'm not going to keep following up. I'm not going to keep begging stakeholders to sign off on this. I'll send them an email. If they respond, great. If they don't respond, I don't care. If you go with that attitude, what's going to happen is 3 months later, when they come back to you and somebody will say, why do we build this way? This makes no sense. The developer is going to be like, well, I don't know. The BA told me to do this. It was in his document or her document. And they'll come back to you and they'll be like, hey, what happened here? And you're going to say, hey, I reviewed it. Everyone said this was good to go. So we did it this way. And they're going to be like, okay, where's the proof? Oh, I don't have proof. I sent an email, but I didn't get a response. So guess who's at fault now? We're at fault. We get the blame. And that actually happens a lot. Business analysts get blamed for every wrong requirement. If anything doesn't look right, they're going to be like, it's the BA's fault. They didn't do the requirements correctly. So this is why it's so important to have sign-offs at every phase. Unless you have a timestamp from the stakeholder, from the business teams by saying, yes, we're comfortable with this, let's go ahead with this version, that's basically protecting you from any blame. If you're lazy there, if you don't get the sign-offs, then you will get the blame and you have nothing to defend against yourself. So I think the first topic of intro to business analysis has been covered, at least unofficially, right? So we haven't really got into the right terms, the terminologies, the right usage of the words that's needed for us as business analysts or for our resume building. But at least in English words, we've talked about what the role is about, us being enablers of those changes, right? Where are those driving change factors or where are those driving change enablers for the organizations to go through these changes? We're aiding the management and leadership teams to go through those transformations. And now if you think about it, everyone is going through digital transformation. In this digital transformation age, everyone wants to have some sort of an technology presence in their organizations because everyone is used to that convenience now. And if an organization doesn't have an app today, or if they don't have an online submission today, that's considered backward in a way in today's generation, right? Because that's really how fast, that's really how rapid technology has been adapted into everyone's lives. So the need for business analysis is going to keep growing. And again, kind of touched upon this before as well. So this role is something that can't really be outsourced. And the reason why is because we're spending time with our stakeholders. I mean, right now with the whole pandemic situation, I'm not sure how things are going to change because everything is becoming remote. You know, people are working from home for the most part for a while, right? Not just for a month or two. Like, you know, companies like Google, Amazon, they've all said like, we're good till like next summer to work from home. So a lot of companies are extending the work from home, and I'm not sure how the roles will evolve eventually, but if it wasn't for that, business analyst roles are usually expected to be in person. This person would work with the stakeholders. This person would spend time because we need to be in requirement workshops. We need to be in different sessions. We need to be able to introduce ourselves to different stakeholders, different clients, project managers, subject matter experts, operation experts. So we will be working with different people. Work from home can still be continued, I guess, eventually. You can work 3 days or 2 days, depending on your organization's policy, company's policy. But typically, they expect to have your presence closer to the business teams and stakeholders most of the times. And if you think about it, when you give a presentation to a client, you would want an in-person presence. Because if it's online, we're not sure how many people are paying attention, right? It becomes challenging to get the client's attention. It becomes challenging to win their confidence if things are online. That's why the role for business analyst will remain. And when Agile comes into the picture, the business analyst role will kind of like blend in, fade in a different way because we don't have a dedicated business analyst in Agile, but we'll talk about how that role plays in an Agile setting. But if it's a waterfall project, the business analyst has to be there in order to start that project charter. So without that project charter, you can't really proceed because you need to define the scope so that you can form a budget. And in order to justify the budget, project charter has to be defined better, right? So to build a project scope, it's really up to the business analyst to work with the project manager. And without a BA, PMs are going to be struggling. Because again, keep in mind, project managers are basically like glorified event planners. What they're really doing is they're helping coordinate or facilitate the different sessions, the different relationships, the different meetings, the different sign-offs, right? That's what they're doing. When it comes to the subject matter of the project itself or anything about the application itself, they don't have a clue, right? They'll only talk about deadlines. They'll only talk about projects. But if they need any details on the projects or on the applications, they're going to reach out to the business analyst. So that's why a lot of people sometimes ask me, they're like, hey, you know what? It's not just about getting a job, but even when you get a job, how do I retain myself? How do I add value to the organization where they don't want to get rid of me? Like, what can I do to retain my employment? And what I say is, for that, you need to have something that nobody else has. And the answer to that as business analyst is to become the encyclopedia of that application. The more you learn about the application, the more details you have about that application that you're building, the more wanted you would be in the organization. You have to create that situation where people should be like, go to this person. This person knows everything about that application. You have a question, go to that person. You want to know if something can be integrated, go to that person. You want to know if something exists in that application, go to that person. If you become that go-to person for that application, people don't want to lose you, right? Because that's value to the organization. They can't hire another person and expect that new person to know as much as you. So that's what I always say. If you want to be there long-term, if you want to create value, or if you even want to grow, you need to learn as much as possible, do more research, spend more time in diagnosing the application and documenting the application. And the more information you possess about that application, the more value you have there. So keep that in mind when you get hired in workplaces, that you want to create value by knowing as much as possible about the organization, about the application there.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the key principle of Agile methodology in business analytics? Option A, comprehensive documentation. Option B, following a strict plan. Option C, iterative and incremental approach. Option D, minimal customer involvement. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to master Agile Business Analytics? Our course is perfect for you. Learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you will explore Agile Business Analytics. It is like a guide for making data-driven decisions quickly and efficiently. We cover everything from the basics to advanced techniques. Our experts crafted this course to ensure you get top-notch knowledge. Your instructors are experienced pros, ready to help you learn and answer all your questions. And don't just take our word for it. Our students rave about the course. People just like you have found this course incredibly useful. Best part? It's affordable and offers great value. Ready to excel in Agile Business Analytics? Sign up now. For more info, visit ZaranTech's website.
Another important aspect to your job, I always identify what current state we're living in today, right? So how does the business operate today? What is the current process? Let's document all those steps. Let's understand how the day-to-day operation works today. Once we have all that defined, then we'll ask the stakeholders, what is your goal? What is your desired future state? How do you want us, to proceed? Or what do you envision in a few months from now? And once you identify the current state and future state, then it becomes a lot easier. That's like connecting the dots, basically, right? Because you have a place where you're starting and you have a destination, and now it's just a matter of filling those gaps. But if those two things are not clearly identified, then it doesn't make sense. Like, some of you asked me this question before, like, how do I know what's the right question to ask? How do I know what to ask? And for that, if your current state and your future state is defined clearly, if we understand that, if we get an acceptance on those two things, it becomes a lot easier for us to start asking questions at that point. So, because we're going to be like, okay, we need to fill these gaps. In order to fill these gaps, well, I need these details. In order for me to get these details, I need to be asking them questions like this. So please don't hesitate to ask questions, especially in case study projects. When we do that, we want to make sure you have enough information, because the more information you have, the better your documentation will be. Because a lot of times, like I said, if something fails in the application, if something is not built right into the application, the easiest blame goes to the business analyst. They'll be like, I don't know, the BA told me to do this and I did this. So if you're not able to defend your own requirements, if you're not able to justify your own requirements, then you become a weak candidate. You become vulnerable to get the blame. And if you get the blame, guess what's going to happen? See ya, right? They're going to be the first ones to be laid off. That's why I always say, make sure it makes sense to you. Anything, just like how we say when you're applying for a job, you're accountable for whatever is on your resume, right? So whatever you have on your resume, you need to be able to defend yourself. Because in an interview, someone's going to say, okay, tell me about this project. And if you say, well, I don't know, they're going to be like, okay, out the door, right? Similarly, even in requirements, any architect, any developer, any tester, or even a client, or even a prospective client can look at your document and ask you a question. And if you don't have information about it, if you can't discuss it, if you can't justify it, then you haven't done your job right. So don't ever give that opportunity, because as soon as that happens, you become the first target. All right, so in terms of the stakeholder, again, one of the very first things about stakeholder, which I think one of our students answered before, was, well, identify who the stakeholders are. Once you get that list, you're making sure you're covering all your bases, right? Because you don't want to work your ass off for 6 months, and then 6 months later, someone's going to say, hey, we have a stakeholder sitting in San Francisco, and you never reached out to this person in 6 months. So you don't have their sign off. And if you don't have their sign off, we're not proceeding with the project. So the project goes on hold. Right? All the money and time you've spent is on hold now. People are already hired. If they don't have things to do, you'll get the blame again. So make sure you cover your bases in the beginning itself and say, okay, you know, as part of defining the scope, I also want to identify the stakeholders. I want to publish their name somewhere and get a sign off from someone saying, yes, this is the final list of those stakeholders. And until I get that, I'm not comfortable getting a sign off, right? Because you want to do that in the early stages by knowing everyone who's needed for the project, because if they come in later on, then everything's going to change. Everything's going to get screwed up, because that person's going to be like, oh, I don't want that. I don't want this. I want this. And then you have a whole group of stakeholders who have no idea what that is, right? So make sure you identify them. You understand their needs. You're talking to them. And again, if you have multiple stakeholders, it's also hard a lot of times to coordinate, right? So not every stakeholder might join every session of yours. So you need to find a way. You need to find a way to make sure everyone's on the same page. So what you can always do is send meeting minutes at the end of meetings, or at the end of workshops, or even like a weekly summary update, and just say, hey, these are the requirements we've covered in the last few days, or this is where we're going. This is phase 1. This is phase 2. Keep sending those updates either through your documents, either through emails, so that you have a trail. This is almost like an investigation, right? If they come and investigate you 3 months or 6 months later and say, okay, you're the culprit here, you need to have all these proofs, right? You need all these timestamps and say, hey, I've been sending out emails every week, and this is my update. We've discussed this like 3 months ago. It's in everybody's inbox. Right? So you need to cover your base like that, because if you don't do that, if you don't actively participate, if you're not transparent on, you get the blame, because they'll be like, everything's in your head. You're imagining all these things and nobody has an idea. Even though people have an idea, they're going to say things like this if you don't have all these trails to show. If you don't have a sign off to show, if you don't have an email trail to show, this is what's going to come at you. So you want to make sure we cover our bases and say, we're being as transparent as possible. We're putting a Google Doc here. We're putting a SharePoint doc here. Everyone can collaborate. Everyone can see that. Anytime if I'm making changes, I don't mind if people are looking at it. I'm okay with that. I'm not hiding anything. I don't have any agendas hidden behind it. I'm basically doing whatever information I'm getting from stakeholders. So you want to make that clear. You want to make that transparent. Another reason why we've been getting good questions today. Sometimes the questions people are asking is, well, what makes a person not like me, and then how am I going to deal with that situation? This is another scenario that can lead to that if you're not transparent. Because some people, being insecure, they'll just think you're biased, and they'll just think you're only listening to a set of stakeholders and you're only working with them, and this person's not going to cooperate with you. So the more transparent you are, the more visible your work is, the more involved people will be. In terms of documentation, again, we'll go through the various documents. We'll start with the business requirement document. That's a generic description of what's needed. Then we'll get into the functional requirement document, right? So that talks about like functional and non-functional stuff. Wireframes, prototypes, all those things are some of the things we're going to be covering during our next few weeks of training, and also the case study projects. the various roles and responsibilities within technology teams. So actually, you know what? Let me give you like 2 to 3 minutes. I want you guys to read everything on this slide and at least like identify some of the words, some of the terminologies, and then we'll discuss those. So let's take either a break for 2 to 3 minutes or have everyone read the slide completely for the next couple of minutes, and then we'll get to this so that people are aware of what's coming. Slide. I just want to make sure we're all familiar with some of these terminologies. So after finishing the intro part, stakeholder part, we'll also talk about the technology teams. At some point, we'll also discuss the various roles because a lot of you are still unfamiliar with who the information system teams are. So within the information system teams, we're going to talk about the different roles, right? So we have a project manager, we have a UI developer, we have a backend developer, we have a tester, we have operations people. So the different roles on IT and the different roles on the stakeholder side. I wouldn't say within the stakeholder side or just on the business side. Stakeholders is one role. And then there's also other roles like SMEs and so on. So along with their roles, we'll talk about their responsibilities because a lot of people are like, well, so what's a UI developer? What's a database developer? So we'll talk about some of their responsibilities as well. And then all the documents that deal with the technology teams. So we're talking about the functional requirement documents that, they're the recipient of. The business requirement document is for clients, for stakeholders, consumers, prospective clients, and the functional requirement document is really for the technology team because that's basically translating the plain English in a business requirement document to something more functional and non-functional from an information systems perspective. Right? So how do we convert generic description into features, into capabilities, into functionalities, and so on? Then we'll talk about prototypes or wireframes, right? So the reason why we need wireframes is before actually building it out, we want to create these rough drafts of wireframes or process flows, right? It's similar to constructing a building, right? So before you want to build a building, we need a blueprint, right? We want to make sure we can put it on paper to organize that before we start building it. Because what happens if you start building it without a blueprint? You don't know what you're doing. Multiple people are following instructions, keep that in mind. And in IT, the bigger problem is these people could be in a different country. So if you don't have something well written on a paper, if you don't have something drawn properly through a process flow or through wireframes, everyone's going to be building it the way they think they understand. So you don't want that. Part of our job is to make sure we align everyone on the same idea. We align everyone to the same requirement. So for that, your documentation has to be clear. It has to be evident that this is what people need to follow. Demos is another thing that we often encounter where we have to explain some of these things. Sometimes it's to clients, sometimes it's to stakeholders, sometimes it's to architects, engineers, and sometimes it's just to prospective people who are just going to buy our products eventually. Change management, risk, and impact, right? All these things are, if we amend a few requirements, right? So meaning if something comes in for us to change. So let's talk about that. So when I worked at a financial organization, we had a content management system that would generate certain types of documents. So we, brought in requirements together. We built this content management based on those requirements. And we said every week we were going to generate certain documents and publish it and send it to a few clients, send it to a few groups, right? So some are internal groups, some are external groups to our customers, or even other partners. And then all of a sudden, this Dodd-Frank's was one of the regulations that came in, maybe like 7, 8 years ago, that everything had to change. And for one of our divisions, we had a new rule to comply with Dodd-Frank's. They wanted to make sure that our legal team was involved before every document goes out to the public. So they said they would have to go through certain processes or certain approvals before it reaches the general public, right? That includes our clients. So now the organization is saying, well, how's that going to happen? So initially what we did was every document that was generated from our content management system, we hired a person to print out these content management documents or the documents generated from the content management systems. And this person would be mailing out these documents every week to the legal teams, right? And if they're in different places, we had to mail it out. If not, they would just go to the legal office, submit it there, wait for their approval, and then distribute it. So the way it would happen manually was they would either mail it or they would go submit it in the legal office. They would fill out some information, give it to them, and they would give them like 3, 4, 5 days. And 5 days later or a week later, this person would, put a bunch of comments on the document, give a review of whether it passed or failed, and just give their final decision on the document. Then this person would get back that document. He would scan this document and send it back to our teams. And our teams would actually have to go through all the fixes. We would update those comments, send it back, and then the person did the same process every day. He would print it out, mail it, get the feedback, send it to us, and then the cycle would repeat. What would happen in a process like that? 2 months, 3 months pass by, and we got a bunch of complaints. Our customers are like, what the hell's going on here, right? I request one document and I get it 2 weeks later. I get it 3 weeks later. What's going on? So the management had to get involved here. And when they reviewed the whole process here, they said, well, it's taking a long time for somebody to physically print this document, to mail it, for that person to review it, for it to be mailed back, and this person to scan it, to send it to us, we fix it, we send it back. That's a whole long process, right? If a person asked for one document and it took him 2 weeks or 3 weeks to get it, by then the market would have changed. By then, his opinion would have changed. His decision could change. And that took forever. So we said, you know what? It can't wait 2 weeks, can't wait 3 weeks from the date of request. So we need to expedite this process. So that's when they started this whole new team. And that was one of my very first few projects. And I was added to that project where they said, we need to build like a compliance workflow tool. And this workflow tool would like filter all the documents. And it was part of the digital transformation projects where we had to convert all that manual process into a system, right, into an application. So that was one of our internal projects. It was not available over the internet. It was available only with an intranet. So they asked me to build that. And I said, well, I don't have a clue how this works. So I had to spend like months trying to gather all the information, putting it together, understanding how the current process works. So I worked with the different teams. I documented the current process. Then I understood that they needed this in like an electronic version into an application, and we finally built it, right? So I think that project was almost like 10 months, I think. But like, as far as I know, it's still being used, right? So I'm really proud of that. I kind of take pride when I hear people saying like, hey, we still use this application at this firm. I'm just like, yeah, I was part of it. I was, one of the original business analysts on that team. And so in order to do that, we did a similar process, right? So we had to sit with stakeholders. We had to understand the day-to-day process. We documented the whole thing. And then we said, okay, the system needs to be built in this way. And believe it or not, that's actually very rare to get projects where you're building applications from scratch. But it's the most valuable and knowledgeable experiences because you're building everything from the beginning. So you have a lot of challenges because you need to come up with like better logic or better functionalities, like the design, like everything has to be perfect. If it's not, you kind of get the blame for it. Unfortunately, it turned out really well. But we learned so much about it. And like 2 years later, when I was off that project, I was still getting calls from my stakeholders. And they were like, hey, how are you doing? I just had a quick question for you, right? And that's really how we maintained that rapport, even after I was out of that project. Because those stakeholders were so happy that we built that because they said something that took us 2 weeks, 3 weeks is now taking us 2 days or 3 days, sometimes even the same day, things are getting done. So we're so happy with the performance. We're able to do so much more work in such less time. We're so much more productive. And we were able to show that change, right? Even though we spent a lot of money and resources, we were able to show that value by saying we, went from 2 weeks to 1 to 3 business days. And that's one of the case study projects we're going to be doing as well. So that'll be project number 2, where you should be asking the right questions. We should be asking the right details so that we have that information to put it in a document and go to an architect and say, hey, can you guys build this? All right. So that's all part of the learning process that we're going to go through. When we do a small project, we're going to get that confidence. If we're able to do a small one, we can definitely do a bigger one. It's just a matter of taking time and absorbing all those things. And then we should also be working with the QA at some point. So there's a lot of projects that do even hybrids of BA QA, because the first half of the project focuses on requirements. Typically, the second half of the life cycle of a project involves testing, right? Testing, reviews, sign-off, defect management. So all those things is where QA is heavily involved. Again, within QA, there's two types of testing. One is manual testing, which people are physically defining use cases, and they're saying, okay, if I click on register button, it has to generate this form. When I when I enter all the information and I click submit, that should take all the info or details on that form, save it into a database, convert it to a confirmation, display a message on the screen, and send them an email that this has been successfully registered, right? So that would be one test case. So we physically had to define all this, and once we defined it, we would actually manually test it. We would go to the website, click on register, follow each step, and then finally say if this test case passed or failed. Again, testing results is basically saying expected equals actual. If expected behavior is not the same as, if the actual behavior is not the same as expected behavior based on your documents, then the test case has failed, right? So that was all part of manual testing, which was happening, maybe until 10 years ago, but now it's all automated testing. There's very, very few manual testing jobs left. The automated testing is basically, we're still defining these use cases, but it's only a one-time thing. Once we define this use case, we implement this into a tool, right? There's so many automation tools. You may have heard of some, right? I think the most popular automation tool is called Selenium. There's Selenium, there's HP has a bunch actually, and then Cucumber is another automation tool. There's a bunch. I'm not heavily into testing these days, but these automated tools basically take these use cases the first time, and after that, they're basically saying, once you've entered all the use cases into the system, we no longer need an individual to test these things. So we're going to automate this every single morning, or once in 3 days, or once a week, depending on however you want to set the frequency. It's going to automate that testing. And that tool is going to say, let's go to this homepage, let's click on register, let's make sure all this information is entered. So you'll create a script there where you'll say, okay, in username, enter this, in password, enter this, in email address, enter this. The script is going to put all that information into that page. It's going to click the submit button by itself, and it's going to test if that entry went into the database, and then if a confirmation is being sent. So if all those steps passed, then it would say pass to that use case. So like that use case, you could have 50, 60, 100 use cases. And every time that runs, it's going to send you a report and say, here's the 50 use cases, here's pass, fail, pass, fail, pass, fail. So if it passed, we don't care, right? So every morning there's somebody like a stakeholder or a project manager or a director or someone within management who's looking at these testing reports. So they don't care anything about the green lights. They only care about the amber and red lights. So they're going to be like, okay, this failed, this failed, this failed. Okay, 3 test cases failed this morning. What's the impact of this? Why did it fail, right? So that's when they start getting into it. They don't care about the things that have passed. They'll just be like, okay, because these things failed, we want to make sure we identify what caused this. So that's where RCA comes out, right? Root cause analysis. And they just try to figure out and fix those automation test cases. And then if everything passed, they just delete that email right away, right? So what that has done is all the testing is now automated through these various tools. And they expect the QA testers now to be proficient with these tools. So they're no longer sitting in front of their computer and testing these things manually each time, but they're just feeding all this data into this tool. So if a test case failed, they would look into the tool again, they would manually run that case, they would see where it failed, they would see why it failed, right? So that's become the automation jobs now. You're constantly automating all the jobs, reducing the manual labor, but you need to be proficient with those automation tools as a quality assurance analyst, as a tester. Now, if there's not a lot of automation going, or meaning if the automation is a one-time thing and it just becomes a recurring thing and they don't need a dedicated person, they might ask the BA to be trained in that, right? They might expect the BA to be looking at these reports every now and then. Not many organizations do this, but some organizations, to save money, kind of merge these roles and expect the BA to do like multi-roles, right? So that's called the BA QA hybrid or BA Scrum Master hybrid, BA PM hybrid. There's a lot of hybrid roles out there today. So in that QA team, test cases, test scenarios, test execution, these are all part of the life cycle of a tester. And defect management is basically another life cycle where they're saying we've identified these as bugs or these as defects in the application during testing, whether it's manual or automation. And then these defects will go through their own life cycle of being prioritized. So if the stakeholders and business analysts think, hey, it's an important bug and we need to fix it and it's going to add value to the application, we're going to give it a high priority and we're going to send it to get fixed with an engineer or developer. If we think it's a low priority, we'll just add it to the backlog or we'll just add it to the queue and say, when we have time, we'll look into it. Which is usually rare because we never have time, right? No matter how much you work, work never ends. That's really how things are these days. And then we're going to get into the software development life cycles. So this is where we talk about the whole framework itself. How does an SDLC work? What is an SDLC? It's basically divided into different phases of the project. The cycle that you see here on the right side is basically what a SDLC is. So it starts with the inception of the project, what happens in the analysis, what happens in the design, what happens in the implementation or build phase, what happens in the testing or verification phase. And then after testing, it gets rolled out, deployed to all devices. And then that's the whole production support or evolution of the application where people are using it, customers are giving feedback, and then that goes into like the improvement or enhancements or upgrade phases. So those are all the leading phases in the production or evolution. So we'll talk about what each phase is, what's the purpose of that phase. Within that phase, what are the responsibilities or output of that phase, like documents-wise, and then what is the role of the business analyst in each of those phases, and who we work with in each of those phases. So those are some of the things we'll cover eventually when we get to the SDLC topic. And then we'll talk about the major methodologies. So the traditional methodology that SDLC follows is the waterfall. And again, waterfall is basically a replica of how SDLC is defined, but that's one of the oldest and the first methodology that was introduced in software development lifecycle. So we'll talk about how linear that model is, what the dependencies is, what are the advantages, what are the different roles, what are the disadvantages, what are the challenges, the downsides, all those things we're going to talk about is waterfall. And then what's evolved from waterfall is agile. So based on all the deficiencies that waterfall has, agile has addressed a lot of those gaps. So we'll talk about the agile methodology, how are the roles different in agile methodology, and how do those roles lead to different responsibilities? Where does the BA fit in an agile project? What are the expectations of agile? What's the duration in agile? What are the deliverables like in agile? So we'll differentiate between waterfall and agile once we understand each of those methodologies. We'll compare it. We'll talk about the pros and cons of each methodology. We'll also talk about a hybrid approach that kind of has an implementation of both methodologies. So those are all some of the things we'll eventually get into discussion-wise of the different methodologies. How do the documentation differ from each? How do the tools differ from each of those methodologies? And the end goal is I want to make sure all my students are familiar with both methodologies because we don't know which company uses what methodology. Ideally, every company knows how waterfall works because it's been there for like, I don't know, a few decades. So everybody understands that versus agile is a new trending thing. So for the last 10 years, maybe that transformation has been happening slowly from every organization to every organization where people are going into agile from waterfall. So they're in that, kind of middle approach where they're kind of taking best of both worlds and implementing a hybrid approach versus some projects are completely agile. So we don't know who's going to use what. And by having knowledge of both, by understanding both, by having an open mind towards the hybrid approach, we're kind of opening ourselves to a lot more questions in interviews as well. Because a lot of times as BAs, they'll ask you a basic question in interviews and they'll say, okay, if you were given an option, would you pick waterfall or agile? What do you think is better? What do you think works better? Or is there one solution that fits for all, right? So for all these things to be answered and justified, we need to understand how each of the methodology works. And one of the things I would also request you to start doing is go through some of the job descriptions of a typical business analyst. Look at some of the responsibilities of a business analyst. What are they expecting a business analyst to do? Look at the general descriptions of their responsibilities, and maybe let's bring it up every now and then into the classrooms so everyone has an idea as well on what those responsibilities mean, or what does it translate to, how do we apply those skills, and so on. Also, what's happening is that as you learn these things, a lot of these things have to be applied towards your resumes as well, because they start doing all these keyword search counts, right? So where they match your resume into the job description, they'll see how many words match between the two. The more number of words that match, the better your probability is to get a call from a recruiter. So a lot of times people say, you know what, I've been applying for jobs for like months. I don't even get a single call. And I say, okay, how's your resume looking? Right? Because again, it's a competitive labor market. I definitely agree. I understand it's not easy to get calls these days, but you have to make sure you cover all your bases from your side first, right? So your resume has to look solid. Your resume has to look up to date. It has to have the most relevant experience. It needs to have all the recent trends that's going on in today's market, either through a workshop or internship or work experience or a course, right? But you need to have those terminology, those phrases, those tools mentioned on your portfolio. And if you don't, why would recruiters call you? Keep in mind, they're spending less than a minute on your resume. So if they don't find the right words and keywords on your resume, they don't want to talk to you. So we have to be putting the right things on our resume to get that kind of attention. So documentation and tools, we'll definitely get to that at some point. Defect review stage is very similar to what we talked about defect management under QA, right? So that talks about its own life cycle of having a bug fix, prioritization, high priorities have to get fixed, and so on. And then the maintenance and closure, again, is something that's equally important. So this is the production support phase, where once it's rolled out and deployed to users and devices and machines, we also need to have a support model, because people underestimate this, especially financially speaking. People don't allocate resources or budgets to this phase. But if you don't have the right support model, if you're not able to provide answers to questions or resolution to tickets or fix or bugs reported, and if clients and users realize that they're not getting support from that application, they don't want to use it, right? They're going to start looking for other applications, or they're going to start looking for other alternatives, and they're eventually going to lose interest on that application. So organizations have to make sure they have some sort of a support model. And this is also sometimes on the on-call program. So a lot of you may have heard of this on-call system in IT, where they're saying we need to have live support for this application available at all times. So if there's a downtime, or if something goes down, or if something is not working, or if something is broken, or if something needs immediate attention, we need to have an on-call support team. And, you know, they are not going to be working unless an issue comes up. And when that issue comes up, they have to be available. You know, and a lot of people are like, hey, that's too much. I'm not going to be available any time of the day or night. And then the company is going to be like, what if we pay you double? What if we pay you a time and a half, right? That's when they come up with all these incentives by saying the on-call team is going to be paid by the hour, or they have consultants that are going to be used when it's required, and they're going to pay per diem, right, whenever needed. Especially, you know, companies like Google, Facebook, Amazon, Microsoft, they always have these on-call teams that always have to be available. So like I actually have a friend of mine who does that for Google, and wherever we go, he brings a whole backpack with him. And I'm just like, dude, like we're just going out, and he's bringing this backpack, and he's like, yep, we don't know when the on-call support's going to happen. So he always has internet available. He has that external device that you can connect to your laptop, and it gives you internet. He's always on that. And he's like, yeah, I want to get paid more. I want that extra money. So I'm always available 24 hours a day. Anytime I get a call, I'm willing to take it because I want that pay, right? But again, for that, he worked really hard. He spent years mastering that subject and that application. And now he's that subject matter expert. So if anything breaks or if something happens, he's the first point of contact for them to reach and say, hey, can you help us out? And he's always like, yep, my billing starts now, right? Let's start working on it. So that's part of the maintenance where people always have to allocate some sort of budget for that at all times. All right, so sometimes people also ask this question, which is very popular, and they're like, well, so personality-wise, what kind of skills or characteristics should I have? Like, what's my eligibility criteria, some prereqs that I should have that would make me an efficient business analyst? Right, so I figured I'll have a slide on that, put up some points, talk about why all these things are so important. So can someone tell me why being able to communicate is a biggest criteria for a business analyst? Why is it important for us as an individual to have the ability to communicate well? So good communication skills is one of the top things I recommend a business analyst to have. So someone tell me, why is that? A lot of people are involved, right? It could be multiple stakeholders or even other people. So when you have a lot of people involved, we need to have the proper communication skills for it to go smoothly, for us to have some sort of a flow. Because if you're quiet, if you don't talk, if you don't participate or ask the right questions, guess what's going to happen? So why else is it important to be able to communicate? So the more we talk, the more we converse, keep in mind that's increasing the number of chances for stakeholders to open up. So the more information we can absorb, the more details we can put on the document, and the more clarity that developers are going to have. Always go with the assumption that we're going to be the first ones to be blamed when something doesn't work right. So the more information we put on our documents, the less assumptions people will make. As an example, if there's a question people have, let's assume the developers are in a different country. They're reading your document, they have a specific question, they don't see that information in your document, and it's their day and it's our night, the time zone's not matching. If they don't have that information, guess what they're going to do? The ideal approach for them is to reach out to you, right? They have to send you an email, call you, or whatever it takes to get that answer. But if they're in deadlines, or if they think that's going to stop, and that has a cascading effect, that meaning like if you don't have one small detail, it's going to affect the other things, what's going to happen? They're going to assume something. They're just going to be like, oh, they don't have it here, but you know what? I don't want this to start. So let's just assume that this is what they want. And they start making up stuff in the middle, here and there, here and there, here and there. So if you don't put enough details, what's going to happen is your documents are more abstract. It's more vague. And they're going to start assuming and filling all those gaps that your documentation has. And when they start making an assumption and it's not aligned with you or the stakeholder, guess what's going to happen? During the demo, during testing, that's when all these conflicts are going to come up. The stakeholder is going to be like, wait, what? This is not something I asked. How did this come up here? And you know what? The developer is not even going to say, well, I made it up. He's going to be like, well, it wasn't in the document, so we had to put something there. And guess who that blame goes to again? To the business analyst, right? So we have to ensure that we put enough details on that document, and we have to constantly follow with developers as often as possible and ask them questions and say, guys, do you have any questions? Do you see any gaps? If you have any concerns, let me know. I want to check as frequently as possible. Let's have a daily call. Let's have a weekly call. And anywhere there's gaps, let's fix those gaps. Let's make sure I am aware of what you're putting in there that's not in my document, because that's going to come up later at some point. It's not going to go away, right? So if you're not able to communicate, and if you can't get all this put together, then that's going to be an issue, because you don't want anyone making up stuff, right, that you're not aligned with. All right, good. Why is it important to be a good listener? Why do I care? I mean, let's say I have an MBA, I kind of understand what's going on, so I'll, start writing documents. Why should I be a good listener as a business analyst? So yeah, I would say the consolidation of all those responses is why we need to be a good listener, because keep in mind, this is not about what degree you have. This is not about a Google solution, right? We can't just Google this and say, hey, this is a problem, what's the solution, right? It's not something we can work offline. It's not something like, you go to a class, if you don't pay attention, you just read the textbook and go pass the exam. It's not one of those concepts. We're catering needs based on what stakeholders want. So if this is not available in textbooks or Google or online or somebody else, we need to make sure that we're aligned with that stakeholder. And the only way to do that is by spending time with them, listening to what they have to say. keep in mind, they're not writing stuff for you. They're not doing your documentation. They think they're the big bosses, and they are, right? So they're only going to verbally say stuff. I want this, I want this, I want this. And we can't be those chatterboxes during sessions like that. We need to be better listeners. We need to be asking the right questions, because this is the time we need to absorb all that information. Because when we go to the architects and present our proposals, we need to justify for everything that's on the document. We need to have answers. We need to rationalize ourselves on why certain requirements are being defined the way it is. Because again, you are answerable and accountable for everything on your requirement document when you're presenting it to your architect and developers. When they say, hey, why do we think this requirement is a requirement? Why can't we just skip this requirement and go to somewhere else? You need to have an answer to that. Even though you're not the stakeholder, even though you're not the ultimate owner of it, you're representing the stakeholder at that point. So that's why I say it needs to be justified to you. It needs to make sense to you as you write that, because you will be asked that question. So you need to say, well, the reason why we put this requirement is because this is the background, or this is the context to it, or this is the value it's adding, or this is the convenience it's adding. That is something we need to be able to answer for some of our requirements in the document. And I'm not saying if you can't answer, you get fired, but you don't want to be put in a spot where people are like, hey, why are you putting stuff on the paper if you don't know what it is, right? You don't want them to get there. Is it going to happen? Sure, it is possible, but you want to avoid that as much as possible, right? You want to cover your bases and reduce the opportunity for that to happen, because if it keeps happening for every other requirement, then it's clear that you haven't done your job right. So for that, all the source of truth for you is all coming from the stakeholders. And obviously, before you propose it to the architects, the stakeholder is looking at your document. He's going to give you a sign-off, but keep in mind, sometimes when they have less time, sometimes if you end up writing like 10, 15 pages, they might not read every word in that document, but they get an idea that you understand what they want, and they'll give you a sign-off. They're accountable for it, but they'll still give you a sign-off. But then if you can't answer why that's needed, you would have to go out to the stakeholder and say, hey, I couldn't answer some of these questions. Can you help me understand how this is adding value? And this way I can go back to the architects and say, this is the reason why. Or you can even have a combined session with the stakeholders and architects and say, well, this is why we're having all these things. And that will be one of the first interactions between stakeholders and architects. The architects, the developers, they're not always engaged with the stakeholders. For the most part, it's always the PA and sometimes the PM who's involved in these sessions. So you could be spending 3 months with the stakeholders trying to get all this information together, and then your architect is probably spending like a week with the stakeholder. So which is why we say you need to have a better rapport, you need to have a better understanding, you need to have a better relationship, because you're spending a lot more time. You're expecting them to give you what you need to justify for what you're asking. And this is also important for us to be a good listener, because we're creating our requirements from the stakeholder's perspective. We're not making up stuff. Let's not include our feedback and our conclusions into those proposals. You can't be biased in a way where you put that document only the way you understand it. You have to put it in a way where the stakeholder is asking for it. Right? So that's also another important thing, to draw that line between you doing analysis and interpreting that versus you combining your opinion into the solution, because that's not your job. The solution proposal should be part of the architect's job, and that he's going to depend on your details. Your details should depend on the questions you ask your stakeholders and the information they give you. So I hope you see the correlation from stakeholder to you, from you to architect, from architect to you, from you to stakeholder. Right? So you're kind of being a liaison between the two parties, and you want to make sure very little of your personal opinion is included into that solution. Doing analysis and interpreting is one thing, versus you opinionating into that document is another thing. And again, all these things require analytical skills. It might sound complicated, it might sound complex, but it's not, right? Because we're just saying, don't make it your personal project. Don't make it your opinion. You're about representing the stakeholder to the architect, and you're representing the information systems team to the stakeholder. So very little of your opinions needs to go into that document. So for that, you need to do some sort of analysis. You're always expected to wear that analytical hat, trying to distinguish. And one more thing, when you spend time with stakeholders, they can talk for hours. They talk the most, believe it or not, if they open up. But even in that, we have to be careful in what details do we need for the project versus what details can we omit for the project. So that's where the prioritization rule comes up. Because stakeholders want everything in the world, right? They basically want to buy all the Bloomingdale's stuff for Macy's prices. So it's our job to draw that line and say, okay, we'll get all the details into the document, but for your budget, we can only match so much. That's one. And second is all the extra details they're giving you that's not needed for the project also has to be kind of refined, right? So if it's not relevant at all, you skip those. If it's relevant but not a priority, you keep that, but you prioritize them lower than other requirements. So those are all some of the things we'll get into when you start writing your documents. And then writing skills. So actually this writing skills is kind of fading over time because initially writing skills was one of the top 5 requirements for a business analyst because they used to write these long, lengthy documents. So in Waterfall, they expect the business analyst to write a lot of the requirement gathering documents. The BRD is typically 30 to 80 pages per project in each organization when you're defining this document. And in the beginning, when IT was not as popular, when the degree was not as popular, maybe in the 70s or 80s, they were actually hiring English major, literature majors, history majors to become business analysts because they said the most primary responsibility of this role would be that this person would work with businesses, communicate well, understand it well, and keep writing documents for months. And because of that, they used to hire literature majors or history majors who were able to put documents together. But now that Waterfall is shifting slowly towards Agile, is changing this writing skill requirement. And Agile is saying, you know what? No, we're not expecting somebody to write 30 or 50 or 80 pages, but we're expecting someone to keep it short and sweet. Well, I wouldn't say sweet, but keep it short and precise, right? So be concise with the details, make it as accurate as possible, as relevant as possible, and then as much needed as possible. So when we write user stories and acceptance criteria as part of Agile, we're not concentrating on all the fancy details. We're not concentrating on the length of the story, but we're concentrating on the right details, right? So a user story should say what exactly do we need from a feature-wise in that requirement. Acceptance criteria is basically defining the success criteria. That can be converted to a test case, and we're saying this is how you would verify or test this requirement if you can, match these steps. So that's what acceptance criteria is. So for that, you don't need to be a lengthy writer. For that, you don't need to write pages. You're going to keep them short, but you need to have the right details on there. So that's part of Agile. That's part of Jira and all that stuff. Presentation capability, definitely another quality you must have because, again, here we're giving demos. We don't know at what phase what would require a demo. Sometimes in the early stages, we would have to demo our documents, right? We're documenting it to clients, prospective clients, information system teams, and so on. And sometimes we're giving a demo to support teams, right? Let's say you finish the whole cycle of SDLC and then you're in the maintenance phase. And in the maintenance phase, you're going to say, you know what? The project manager is going to come up to you and he's going to say, you know what? The billing rate for the business analyst is too high for support. If once in a while you get support issues and you have to resolve and you're billing like crazy numbers, it's not worth it for maintenance. We don't have that much money. So let's have like a on-call support team who can only bill for the hours they work. But for that, you need to have some sort of a KT, right? KT stands for knowledge transfer. So at that point, the business analyst would have to facilitate that knowledge transfer session where you're saying, you know what, guys, we'll give you a quick demo on how this application works. Here are some documents for supplement information. I'm going to give a quick overview on how this application works from the time of registration to the time of execution. This is how it works. This is the process flow. This is the ideal success scenario in the application. So if I do this, this happens. If I do that, that happens. If I fail, this happens. And they'll give a quick demo on the application. They might even create training guides, user manuals, or they might expect the support team to create these documents. But at some point, you're giving those end-to-end demos on how the application works, right? So, and if the support team can't resolve it, they'll come to you for help. So all that coordination is going to be there, and we need to be sure that we're able and we're comfortable to be able to present it wherever required. And then obviously being a team player is another important aspect. Like I said, a lot of times you're working with the project manager, right? So in the sessions they're facilitating, any concerns you have, you delegate that to them. Any additional people you need, you delegate that to the project manager. Any issues you have, or if you feel like things are not as productive, you talk to your project manager, right? So all these things is something the project manager has to assist you with. And also at the same time, project charter has to be submitted for the budget to be approved. So what project charter really is it defines a high-level scope, and it says, hey, this is the high-level topics we're going to cover. This is how we're going to build this in phases. And for each of these requirements, the architect will give you an estimate, and the project manager will translate that estimate into a cost. Right? So you're coordinating with a lot of people. For the architect to give you the cost updates, he's going to say, okay, you know what? I need so many hours. I need so many days. I need so many weeks. I need so many resources. And then the project manager is saying, okay, with average billing rate of this for this person, these many hours is the total cost. They'll get a final cost estimate, and they'll say, you know what? We need this much money for this much time and these many resources. So there's a lot of coordination involved there. And every project has to be approved, has to be funded, right, in order for you to have more people. So as you're doing your requirements sessions, as you're working on the detailed documents, you would have already identified the project charter. You would have created the project charter with the project manager's help. And the project manager is working on getting budget approved, support, resources, and all that stuff. And then you're working with your stakeholders to get more details so you can write better documents, you can create better stories, you can create better flow diagrams or wireframes and so on. Right? So everyone has their own responsibilities in a way or the other, but people will be reaching out to you in order for them to finish their work as well, right? For the architects to give you accurate estimates, they'll have questions and they'll say, hey, when you say you want to integrate this application with this platform, what is the value behind it? Or like, what do you want to integrate it with? Or how much information do you want to flow between the applications, right? So those are questions they'll ask you. And based on your answers, they'll give their estimates, right? And then project managers will have similar questions when they need details or better scope or more accuracy. They're coming to you and asking for information as well. So there's a lot of back and forth conversations and coordination needed between you, architects, developer leads, project managers, stakeholders, subject matter experts, right? And we had a couple of good questions here. We said, you know, if it's just a stakeholder in my workshop and I need more information, is it possible for me to get an SME? Is it possible for me to get someone from operations? Great questions, right? You can absolutely get that. Even though the project manager is facilitating all those things for you, you're the one initiating that because you need to be transparent about how you feel about this. If you think you're not getting enough help, ask for it. Because if you don't ask for it and just say, you know, I'll figure it out, and when the project fails, that figure it out will come and give you a slap on your face, right? So we don't want to be slacking in what we're doing. We want to get the right help whenever required and get the right guidance, bring it to their attention, make them aware of how you feel about the progress, right? Being transparent with stakeholders, being transparent with project manager is going to help you in your own ways because you need all their help for the project to proceed. So typically the way projects are launched is it's called a project kickoff meeting. And there's usually a project sponsor for every project, right? So this sponsor is either saying, hey, I want this project to succeed, or this person is saying, hey, I'm funding this project, so I want it to go well, right? So every project has its own sponsor, and the sponsor needs to do a kickoff meeting and say, we've hired a business analyst, we've hired a project manager, we're working with these stakeholders, let's get the dice rolling, let's get this project started, right? So when they do their kickoff meeting, that's one of the persons you can ask and say, hey, this is really great. I'm excited to join this project, but can you give me an idea of who these stakeholders are? Or can you tell me who can give me that list, because I want to make sure I have all the names up front as I start, so that I don't run into issues later on by missing a stakeholder, right? So you can either ask them to give you the names, or you can ask them on who the right person would be to give you those names. The way things work is, in a BRD, the intended audience is just the leadership teams or prospective clients. So they want to be reading stuff like, we are having these challenges and we want this to be addressed through an online shopping experience. We're going to make sure this value is added. We're going to make sure more customers are aware of this. We're going to implement marketing strategies. We're going to get more people. That's the explanation you're doing in a business requirement document, because you're basically justifying that this project is needed. We want the budget to be approved. We want to do an online shopping experience. Those are the things you're describing in that document. Versus in a functional requirement document, the intended audience is the IT team. To be honest, they don't even care why you're doing that project. They're going to be like, just tell me what you need. And when you tell them what you need, they're going to ask a few questions on why you need certain things, right? So those questions will come later, but they don't care about those details in your BRD. They're going to be like, you know what, you can save. For them, that's all BS, right? They don't care about context, background, overview, this, that. They're just going to be like, tell me what you need and I'll build it. And that's really how a developer works. That's their mentality. They're going to be like, well, tell me you need a site and I'll build it. Tell me you need an app and I'll build it. You're basically saving the details on the history, and you're just saying, we need an online shopping experience that has functionalities such as account registrations, sign up process, marketing letters, subscription, e-commerce shopping experience, add to cart, payment system. And you define each of these things and say, for account management, we're going to have different features. And one feature is sign up, another feature is login, another feature is forgot password, another feature is deactivate my account, right? So you're basically getting into the components and you're saying, we need to build all these things, and this is how each of these things works. So that's what functional requirements are, is that we're defining on what needs to be built. I think when you're defining requirements or acceptance criteria, it helps a lot when you have that testing background, because acceptance criteria is going to be converted to a test case at some point. So by keeping that acceptance criteria as accurate as possible, you're basically making your test case really, really strong in testing the right things. When your acceptance criteria is weak, your test case is weak, it's broad, it doesn't cover every single scenario, right? So having testing experience will make you define acceptance criteria better, but not necessarily a better business analyst. On the curriculum or on some of the characteristics, does anyone disagree with any of these characteristics? Does anyone have any other additional characteristics you want to talk about? So I would say analysis is underrepresented more than what it should be, because it's very, very crucial for you to be analytical when you write your documents. Because let's say you have 4 stakeholders, and those 4 stakeholders are going to give you, I don't know, 100 requirements altogether. But in those 100 requirements, we're not robots where we just convert those requirements into the documents. We have to analyze that requirement and say, okay, does this contribute towards the project? If it does, how do I define it? If the answer is no, then we're saying, well, this is kind of unnecessary for the project. If it's needed and low prioritized, you would still mention it. But if you think it has nothing to do with the project, you would omit it, right? And you would probably have another section where you're going to say, these are all things we discussed, but not relevant to the project, which is why I have not included into the document. And you would briefly show that to stakeholders. You can either do that before your demo session, or you can do it during the demo session, but you kind of need to give them time for them to read through it and say, okay, you omitted this, you omitted this, you omitted this, that's fine. But if you omit things and not tell them what you omitted in your document, they're going to be upset, right? You're basically hurting some of their ego. And they'll be like, oh, wow, you think you can cut me off like that, right? So you want to avoid that by still putting it somewhere and saying, I just didn't know how to include this. I just didn't think this would add value to the project. So I put it in a separate section, but it's again up to the stakeholder. It's their final call. to decide if they agree with you or if they want it back onto the document, right? So that's where it's important for us to analyze and say, well, these are all the things that contribute towards the project and these things do not. And then again, the different stakeholders will tell you different things, right? And if one affects the other, right? If one person says, no, I want, so let's say if one person says, you know what, I don't want the whole account registration process. I want people to go and add whatever they want to the cart and just make it like a guest shopping experience, right? Because some sites have that. Some sites require you create an account, add the cart, and purchase it. And some sites are going to say, we want to have both, where you can either shop from online or you can even check out as a guest, right? So those two things can be conflicting with different stakeholders. And again, you would have to analyze and say, you know what, both are saying these things. And I think it's reasonable to have both options available. I'll put it in the document, and during my demo, during my explanation, I'm going to say, we're going to have both options available. This way, both stakeholders are satisfied because we're going to have an account available where a person can check whatever transactions they've done in the past 3 years or whatever. And if you don't want to create an account, we still have a checkout as guest feature available. So that's where you would need to make your analysis and say, well, this makes sense to put it together, or this doesn't make sense and we can't have it. Like, for example, in the same example, if I was one of the stakeholder and I was being unreasonable, and I would say, you know what, I don't like any of the account management process, so get rid of all the registration sign-in process, let everyone be a guest checkout. Does that make sense to you? Let's actually hear your opinions on what you think about that, right? If we just have checkout as guest option and no ability to save my information or have my own account so I can see it in the future, what do you guys think? Do you think it's a good idea or a bad idea? So I said, when you're shopping online, right, typically you can have your own account, you can sign into your account, you can save your credit card information for future use. And if I frequently shop, I can just sign in with my info, add to the cart, everything is saved, check out, I have that ability. Alternatively, if I don't want to create an account, I can also check out as guest, enter all my from scratch, and check out as a guest. But if I was one of the stakeholders and I said, you know what, let's get rid of the whole account management process. Anyone who wants to shop online will only have checkout as a guest option and no account management at all. What do you guys think of that? Okay. So, I mean, so far, everyone has been on the same opinion. I think nobody has disagreed so far. I think everybody is saying it's important to have both options available, account management and checkout as guest. I haven't heard a single person yet saying, hey, let's not have account management at all and just do checkout as guest, right? So if you disagree, tell me now. And again, there's no right or wrong here. It all depends on how you really approach your answer. And everyone has given different opinions on what you think on why it's important to have both options available, right? So some people are saying, well, if I frequently use it, I kind of want everything saved in one account. I don't have to enter my credit card every time. I don't have to enter my address every time. Somebody else is saying, you know what? I want the whole rewards program. If I have my own account, I kind of want to get discounts, promotions, right? Offers. So that's why I want my account. Another person is saying it's kind of convenient to have your own account and just, you know, use it through your account versus checking out as a guest, right? But that's the thing. If one stakeholder said, let's have both options, another stakeholder said, I don't want account management and only check out as guest, this is where you need to be analytical, right? This is where you're thinking and you're saying, well, you know what? It kind of makes sense to have both. If he doesn't want account management, well, I'll try to give him an explanation on what the benefits are to have account management. Why is it important? How does it add value? How does it make the application or website better by having the account management component as well? Because this is kind of satisfying both stakeholders. By having both options, both are happy now. But if this one stakeholder says, I don't want account management, and if you're not doing analysis, if you're not being analytical, you'll just be like, okay, let's put account management separate and let's just check out as guest. Now what just happened? It's now complete, right? It's kind of not 100% up to satisfaction for customers because they'll be like, hey, I shop like every week here and I got to keep entering my information over and over, which kind of doesn't make sense, right? That's the kind of feedback you'll start getting. So this is where you start need to make that distinction between what's important, what's not. If two different people are saying two different things, is there an approach that can satisfy both their requirements? So this is all part of the analytical thinking. You're using incomplete information at this time, is what I would say, because you didn't cover all your bases. I said there's two stakeholders. One person is saying, let's have both options, and another stakeholder is saying, let's only have checkout as guest. And when I say we have to be analytical and say it makes sense to use both option approach because that satisfies both stakeholders, I haven't included any of my personal opinions in that because I'm saying from these two perspectives, this makes more sense and satisfies both requirements, which is why I think they should be a better idea. That's what I'm saying. And that's part of analysis. I'm not saying I think this is better, that is better, or this is not better. Right? And that's very frequently possible too. When you have multiple stakeholders, they'll say multiple things. And from within that, we're kind of analyzing and saying which makes more sense. Or at the same time, one stakeholder can say, let's have account management only. Another stakeholder will say, let's have checkout as guest only. And then you're saying, you know what? Using our analytical skills, we're saying, why not have both options? Because one is talking about account management, another is talking about checkout as guest. So if we keep both options available, we're fulfilling both requirements, right? So that's another approach as well. And again, I haven't added anything on my own. I have not created any new requirements. I'm just putting it together, refining it, filtering it, consolidating it, and just bringing a better output out of it.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is not typically a role in an Agile analytics team? Option A, Scrum Master. Option B, Product Owner. Option C, Project Manager. Option D, Development Team Member. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to master Agile Business Analytics? Our course is perfect for you. Learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you will explore Agile Business Analytics. It is like a guide for making data-driven decisions quickly and efficiently. We cover everything from the basics to advanced techniques. Our experts crafted this course to ensure you get top-notch knowledge. Your instructors are experienced pros, ready to help you learn and answer all your questions. And don't just take our word for it. Our students rave about the course. People just like you have found this course incredibly useful. Best part? It's affordable and offers great value. Ready to excel in Agile Business Analytics? Sign up now. For more info, visit ZaranTech's website.
I also wanted to talk about the BA blog. Now that you guys have access to the site, does anyone not have access to the training blog? Has everyone logged into the site? If you look for reference material on the blog, the textbook recommended for this site is called the BA blog, which stands for Business Analysis Body of Knowledge. So this is the book that IIBA, IIBA is the institution that has all the certifications for business analysis. So this textbook is recognized by the IIBA. It's not that the IIBA created this book. A bunch of practitioners came together, put a lot of concepts together, pretty broad, pretty generic, and created this the guidebook. And then this guidebook was recognized by the IIBA, and they said, we'll make the certification exams based on this textbook. So the interesting part about this book is that there's about 3 or 4 total certifications for business analysis, and each of them are at different levels. So starting with ECBA, going all the way to, I believe, CBAP is the last highest. All 4 certification exams rely on this textbook. So every question that's asked on these exams are based out of this textbook. So that's how generic the concepts are mentioned in this textbook, and then they're taught on different levels, right? So intro level is more like conceptual and intros, versus if you look at the CCBA or CBAP exams, they're much more detailed, and you basically have to infer some of these details and enhance the kind of details some of these concepts have. So this is the globally recognized standard textbook for practicing the business analysis, doesn't matter what industry or what domain, but this book is probably the best shot for the exams. And the primary purpose of this book is to define the profession of business analysis and provide a set of commonly accepted practices when you practice as a business analyst. Now, we're talking about describing different business analysis areas, the different tasks involved, the underlying competencies that's required for business analysts, the different techniques we use, and the kind of perspectives we need to take as we approach as a business analyst. The practitioners in this textbook also discuss and define the skills that's required, that's necessary to be an efficient business analyst. When you start reading this book, you'll also see that practitioners might have employed different competencies. The knowledge is pretty broad. The skills, the terminologies, and the attitudes we should be taking as a business analyst, all those are some of the things that the practitioners have added in this textbook as well. And you've got to keep in mind that business analysis is a pretty broad profession. It's not where we're saying in this company, this role is going to be defined as a business analyst. We're saying business analysis is a set of all these tasks, skills, and knowledge combined, and these are some of the activities we do. So the case study is an example of how we apply some of the skills we learn in this class into an actual project. But it can also be the benefit or the advantage of that is that you can transfer those skills, you can transfer that knowledge onto other domains, into other projects as well when we work as business analysts in different domains. And you got to consider the fact that business analysts could differ a little bit in finance versus pharmacy versus healthcare versus retail versus e-commerce, right? So the focus is different on each of those domains. So that's why what we're going to do is the first case study we're going to do is going to cover the insurance domain and a mobile app. So a combination of a mobile app and insurance domain is going to give us an idea of how generic a case study or a business analyst project is going to be like, but there's a lot to learn and there's a lot to apply into that case study. Versus a second case study can be something related more to like the legal aspect, more to the finance aspect, more to how we're interpreting the details. Another case study can concentrate on how to build a website, which is similar to like retail and e-commerce. So those three case studies will kind of give you a broader spectrum, a better idea on how to build these case studies, on how to document these case studies. What kind of questions should we be asking as we document these requirements into BRDs, FRDs, user stories, and whatnot. All right, so please definitely consider reading this textbook because this guide is really a common framework that consolidates the various perspectives, describing the different business analysis tasks, right, and how we're supposed to properly analyze a change, which is probably one of the most important aspects, right? Because you always have to keep in mind that we as business analysts are enablers of a change in an organization. So we are that driving factor that can allow the product team, the management team, the leadership team to go through a change in an organization. Or sometimes even just evaluate the necessity of that change. A lot of times people think they need it, but as we get into discussions, it could be possible that there might be no solution there, or it might really not be a problem, or it can be fixed in other ways rather than starting a whole new project. So those are some of the things we have to analyze and I think categorize. Last time somebody asked, well, how do we know what questions to ask? Or, how do we know, meaning like what, I think in eligibility topic, somebody said, when we say we are supposed to use our analysis, what are we actually analyzing here? Because whatever the stakeholders are saying is actually being translated into documents. So what technically are we analyzing, right? So we talked about that and we said we're basically not robots that's just translating information from one source to a destination. but we're processing that information, right? And we're not just translating it, we're interpreting that. We're understanding what the pain points are, what the gaps are, what the challenges are of stakeholders. And then we analyze and put a document together and say, here's where we're identifying all the problems in the current state are. This is how the current state works today. This is the desired future state where we want to be. And here is the gap analysis, meaning all the requirements we need to cover those gaps or to reach that desired state. And that becomes your requirements. But those, even within those requirements, we're not giving actual solutions, but we're saying this is what they're looking for. This is the kind of thing they're looking for, versus us saying, hey, build a website, hey, build a mobile app, right? So that's the difference between stating the facts and the desired state versus actually giving a solution proposal. So we'll see how those things vary in case studies as well. So when someone specifically says, for example, case one, I've already said that it's going to be a mobile app. So when someone specifically says I need a mobile app, then we're not going to question that and say, well, I mean, we still can, right? So we still should explore other options, not in a way where we're questioning the stakeholders, but we're just saying, okay, since you're saying it's a mobile app, I'm just curious to see if we've explored other options. Like, have we done phone support? Have we done web support? Have we done in-person support? If we've explored all those options, which are probably cheaper than building a mobile app, and it's not been effective and this is the only solution, then let's do this. But if we haven't explored other options, can we consider trying other options? Again, because we as analysts, we're not saying, hey, don't do this, do that. We're just saying, if not a mobile app, have we tried using a website, which might be cheaper to build, which might be more efficient for people to use, versus building a mobile app? And then the stakeholder will be like, no, you know what? We've already explored those options. Here's what we did. I'll give you a quick summary. That didn't work out. So let's do the app like I wanted, right? So we want the stakeholders to come to that point, but we're not trying to question their judgment. We're not saying we don't agree with this. We're just saying, let's make sure we have explored all options before we get to this mobile app. Because once the mobile app is decided and once the project kicks off, at that point, you can go back and be like, hey, why are we doing the mobile app, right? It'll be too late to ask that question. So this is where your analytical thoughts should keep happening. This is where your skills should be showing. And in a way, you're also showing interest of the stakeholders by saying, hey, I'm very enthusiastic about this idea. I'm encouraging this to happen, but I also want to make sure we've explored other options. And that way the stakeholder is going to be like, wow, this person's thinking for me. This person's making sure we're doing the right thing. And that kind of increases their confidence as well, working with you. So as we perform the various tasks as part of this process, now these tasks could vary in form, order, importance, right? So different initiatives, different stakeholders can have different priorities. So those are some of the things we would also have to address as we start working on categorizing on what's needed here. Yeah, the link to this electronic version is mentioned on the training site. So yes, definitely a lot of the concepts are in there. There's nothing that we're covering that's not from this. But then also the book is a lot more detailed. So it's not like a one-to-one match from slides to the book, but you can definitely relate as you read. Okay, so let's talk about the different knowledge areas that's covered by this textbook. So the knowledge areas mentioned here describe the practice of business analysis applied in the boundaries of a project. Now, whether it's the beginning of a project or if we're in the middle of the project, again, keep in mind that when we get hired as business analysts, one of two things could happen. Either the project is starting brand new and we need that business analyst as a liaison between stakeholders and developers, where we're starting from scratch, we're putting all requirements from the beginning, we're building these documents and then giving it to developers to build. So that's the initiative, that's the start of our project, versus a project can already be existing. Software is out there that people are using, developers are building, continuing to build, testing, and the cycle's going on. So when it's in the middle of the project like that, where the software is already built, we as business analysts are mostly helping with the maintenance aspect, with the enhancements, improvements, upgrades, right? So where a continuous integration is happening for these applications in terms of support, in terms of updates, right? So what's happening to our iPhones these days? Platform of Androids or iPhones already exists out there. But what's happening now are improvements and upgrades where every couple of months or every couple of weeks, these software providers are basically building newer versions of the operating systems and pushing it out on our phones, right? So something like that is a project that has already started, and we're just helping with the changes, with the improvements, with the upgrades. If it's a brand new phone, a brand new operating system, then that would be from scratch. So and they have their own pros and cons, right? So if it's from a brand new start of a project, you'll learn the most. Since you're building it from the foundation, since you're spending hours, days, weeks, months into building those documents, you learn the most out of projects like that. But then also the downside of that is you don't have enough supplement information for you to get started. So that's where you might be struggling to build the documents, but once that's initiated and kicked off, then you'll be the most knowledgeable person on that project. Versus a project that already exists and you join as a business analyst for all like improvements, maintenance, and upgrades, you already have a lot of documentation in place. A lot of things exist out there. You can easily learn the software because it's already live and working and functional. But the only thing is you might not be as knowledgeable as others because other people could be using it for like months or years more than you. So it's difficult to master when the application is intense. I still wouldn't say it's impossible. Most of the projects I've joined is where applications were already live and people were using it and they just needed a business analyst to help balance between stakeholders and developers. So when that happened, I've joined teams and people are already talking about the application. They're like, oh, let's upgrade this functionality. And they start talking about the details and I'm lost, right? Because I don't know how the application works. So what would I have to do? I would have to learn how the application works. They also have like a non-production environment for each application. So there are the lower environments where people, use that as an experiment to push changes, to test changes. So we would have to use those versions to learn how the application works. So you would create an account, use it, push some buttons, make some changes, and understand how the flow of that application works. So that would be that style of learning in an existing project versus in a new project, you're defining the workflows, you're defining the requirements, you're defining the UI, you're defining the wireframes. So those are some of the things you'll do in a new project. So here, if you look at the breakdown, we're looking at how these three different knowledge areas support the delivery of business value. On the left side, you see the before, in the middle, you see the during, and on the right side, you see the after. So starting with the business analysis, planning, and monitoring. I mean, the name is pretty self-explanatory in this case. So by planning and monitoring, what does that mean for a business analyst? What does that mean for a project? So this is where the project kind of gets kicked off. This is where stakeholders are brainstorming. We could have different workshops. We could have different sessions where we're asking stakeholders to talk to us. We're telling them, hey, tell me what's going on. Tell me what your challenges are. Where are some of the gaps you see? What's hindering your business to create more revenue? And based on all those things, we'll start documenting some of these requirements. So we as business analysts start organizing these requirements as stakeholders are giving more and more information. We start putting them together. We start organizing these things. We also could be working with the project managers here to coordinate, to facilitate some of these different sessions, right? So for example, let's say you have your first requirement session and it went too fast, right? So we would have to update the project manager and say, hey, can we have additional sessions, or can we do like one session every couple of days with the stakeholders? So we stretch it out. We give more time for them to think and for us to document so that we can be more progressive versus one full day, right? So this is where you would coordinate with your project managers and have all these requirement sessions, either through workshops, either through conference calls, either through in-person sessions, However, the organization is structured, right? Because it's not always possible to do it in person. If you and the stakeholders are available at the same site, yes, definitely encourage the project manager to make it in person, because nothing is more effective than in-person sessions. But however, with organizations becoming globalized today, we're in different states, we're in different countries, we're in different continents. And if we're not close to the stakeholder, meaning if we're not in the same site as the stakeholders, then you start using all these tools like Zoom, Skype, GoToWebinar, and all these collaborative tools online to bring us together to start discussing what requirements or what the stakeholders actually want. So all those things are happening in this planning and monitoring phase, where we work with stakeholders, we start putting things together. Again, we might not be organizing it just yet, we're just documenting everything that's being discussed. So this is more like a data gathering session where we're just putting information on paper, and then we'll have time to analyze it, process it, refine it, and document it. So that's what happens in the planning and monitoring phase. Moving on to the next one, when we say elicitation and collaboration. So this word elicitation might be used a lot even in job descriptions for business analysts. And elicitation is basically a process of inferring the details, right? So as stakeholders are giving us information, based on that information, we're writing a lot of stuff. And one detail could lead to another detail, could lead to another requirement. So that whole process is called the elicitation. So elicitation and collaboration is a phase where now we're analyzing it, refining it, and processing all the information we've gathered from the planning and monitoring session. So activities are done here where we're putting the final state of our document together, right? Where we can present it to our stakeholders, where we can present it to our information systems teams, and we're going to be saying, hey, based on the last few weeks that we've been working with the stakeholders, here's the proposal I've come up with, right? So this is the kind of problems we're facing in our organization today, and the desired future state is looking in a way where we're trying to build a directory, we're trying to build a website, or we're trying to build a platform where this information is available, or where it's interactive in a way where blah 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 can happen, right? So that's where you're kind of starting to present and get feedback from both stakeholders and the technology teams. So all that's happening in the elicitation and collaboration. So the first part of elicitation is where you're doing things on your own, right? Where you're refining and documenting in a way where you can present it. And collaboration is where you work with the stakeholder, you get his feedback, right? So he or she can say, okay, this is right, this is wrong, this is missing, this is extra. And then the technology teams will also give you a similar feedback. Now the feedback is pretty different compared to both sides, because again, keep in mind, you're the liaison, you're balancing between stakeholders on one side and technology team on the other side. So for the most part, if you think about it, when you present a proposal to stakeholders, their feedback is mostly going to be around what's good in your documents, if you've put all requirements together, if it makes sense for them, if it's a complete picture of what's required, right? So those are the things that they focus on. But when you go to technology teams, they'll start saying, oh, we can't build this, oh, we can't build that, we need license for this, oh, we need databases for this, we need people for this, right? So the kind of feedback they give you is kind of different, because they start talking about what's possible, what's not possible, what are they capable of, or what are they not capable of, right? So they talk about that capacity, and then stakeholders will talk about the actual content in your documents. And also technology teams can start asking you questions as well and say like, hey, why are we doing this? Or like, what's the value here? Or can you explain to me the context? What brought the situation for you to propose this, right? So those are all the questions they're kind of asking, because they're new to this whole thing. When you're presenting a proposal and you're saying, hey, this is the problem we're facing and this is the solution we're requesting, they might not have the full picture that you have, because you get to spend time with stakeholders for weeks, for months sometimes, but they don't have all that context. So a lot of times they're relying on you to give that context, to give that background. And again, this is going to happen in all our case studies. When I give you a topic and I say, this is the project, this is what we're going to work on, you have to make sure you have enough information to put it into your documents and say, you know what, this is the context, this is the background, this is what brought us to a situation where we're proposing a desired future state because these are all the problems we're facing. And this is the kind of desired state we expect it to be. And we kind of need your help to fill those gaps. Like, so those are the things you should always constantly be thinking. From that perspective, you should be asking us questions so you can fill in details. And like I mentioned before, we're going to cover both waterfall methodology and agile methodology. So when we do waterfall, we're expected to write long, lengthy documents. So I'll give you a template for the business requirement document, but you're still expected to write a lot. So we're adding a lot of details. We're writing a bunch of pages, but for that, keep in mind, you also need enough content. And again, this is not available on Google. You can't just Google it and say, okay, you know, I just need some details to add here, because that just becomes BS at that point. So we need to make sure we get enough information from the stakeholders through different forms. We'll also cover that on what are the different ways of getting details from stakeholders. But the whole purpose of that is for you to put a decent proposal, and every proposal needs enough details if you want to present it. So I hope the planning and monitoring makes sense. I hope how that leads to elicitation and collaboration makes sense. And at that collaboration point, your documents are ready and you're willing to present, get feedback, refine, and just go through the same cycle again till both sides reach that point of satisfaction, right? So till stakeholders say, okay, this makes sense. I think this is the kind of future state I was looking for. Your document covers that. You have my approval. I'm signing off, right? And then technology teams should be saying the same thing. They should be like, yeah, I understand the vision here. I understand what is that you're looking for. And in terms of capacity, in terms of capability, I think we have a picture, we have an idea of how we can build it. So your requirements make sense to us, and we're willing to start our design and development phases, right? So you need to get that sign off from both sides to make sure we're all on the same page. Because keep in mind, ultimately, a lot of times business analysts are accountable to translate information from stakeholders to technology teams. And if technology teams don't understand it right, it's our job as business analysts to make sure everyone's on the same page. And sometimes, people have even asked these questions before where they say, hey, like, do you expect the business analyst to be technical? Like, should we know how things work? Should we know programming languages? Should we know how database works? Would I be a bad business analyst if I don't know these things, right? So we've heard these questions multiple times in the last couple of sessions, through the demo, through the intro session. And the short answer to that is no. The long answer is it helps. The more you know it, the better it'll help. But it's not necessary for you to be a successful business analyst. Always remember that the purpose of business analysts is to translate the information that stakeholders are going through, right? To put a proposal out of all the information they're giving and work with the technology teams to deliver that. Stakeholders could be working with developers directly, but there's no coordination in that. There's no organization in that. Sometimes developers don't have time. Sometimes stakeholders don't have time. And it's been chaotic when they work with each other directly. That's really why the whole purpose and the role of business analysts was introduced, is to dedicate themselves to be that liaison between both sides. So it's not that we need to be like technical experts. It's not that we have to be architects to put these documents together, but it's some of the qualities we've described in the last class, where we need to be a good listener. We need to be attentive to detail. We need to be analytical. We need to gain their faith and their confidence for them to open up and talk about all the problems that they're facing in their organizations, to give us enough information so we can put it into documents and then say, based on what I understand, these are the problems. This is the outcome. This should be the future state. You're helping both stakeholder and developers be on the same page. So you are that enabler of change who's allowing both sides to be balanced. And at all times, at all phases of the project, you're balancing both sides. So you need to be a friend of both sides, and either side, if there's politics going on or if there's a dislike going on, it's always going to affect our performance, our role, our deliverables as well, right? Because if people don't cooperate, then it's going to be challenging. So we need to be a friend of everyone in every project in these organizations. So that now that we understand planning, monitoring, elicitation, collaboration, let's also talk about requirement lifecycle management. What is this lifecycle management? Why is it important, and so on? So business analysts manage and maintain requirements and design information from the inception of the project all the way to the maintenance or the end state of the project. So we need to make sure our requirements are understood by everyone. We need to make sure our requirements are covered in all of the phases. Keep in mind, all these things we're discussing for our roles as business analysts is in the first phase of requirement analysis phase. After the requirement analysis phase, there's also other phases like the design phase where architects are building design solutions. There's also development phase where programmers are actually like coding and building the stuff. There's also a QA phase where testers are translating your requirements into test cases. They could either do it manually or through automation. They're testing each case to execute everything that's been built where it's compared to your requirements and they give you results. So in every phase, different people are doing different things, but we as business analysts always have to make sure our requirements are being covered in the design phase, meaning every requirement should be able to correspond to some sort of design component, or every requirement should be covered in development in one way or the other. And in testing, every requirement that we've documented should be tested in one form or the other. So the purpose of that is that no design, development, or testing phases should skip any of our requirements. Every requirement of ours should be correspondent to something else. So for that, we also have something called the RTM. RTM is a very popular acronym mentioned in job descriptions. So it stands for Requirement Traceability Matrix. And what this traceability matrix does is on one side, you have all your requirements put together, and we're sending that to all teams, and we're saying, okay, now that we have a sign-off, please make sure you build your design documents, your development documents, your testing documents, but also make sure that when I send you this requirement traceability matrix, the RTM, every requirement of mine should correspond to one of your design components, one of your development components, and one of your test cases. And this way, one, we make sure that all requirements are being covered in all those phases. And two, it's also a good reference for us, right? So in the middle of a project, if a stakeholder comes and says, hey, you know how we asked for this one feature or functionality where we can verify our tracking number? How is this being designed? Or how is this being tested? Or how is this being built? We might not have the answer, right? Because we're saying, I don't know, the design knows. Hey, I don't know, the developer knows. I don't know, the tester knows, right? So that'll always be our answers because we're not doing their documentation. But now that you have this traceability matrix, you can, and again, keep in mind, stakeholders are only talking to business analysts. They are not talking to architects. They don't talk to developers. Only once in a while when needed, when they request time to clarify some of the details, we might put them together, but for the most part, the only friend that the stakeholder has in that project is you. So he'll only be working with the business analysts. So when they ask you questions like that, again, if we say, I don't know, that person's going to be like, oh, so you basically don't care. You don't want to answer my question. Okay, that's fine. I'll show you when you ask me a question and show you how much interest or how much I care about you, right? So we don't want to give them that chance. So instead, what we should do is rather than saying, I don't know, you figure it out, we would be like, I'm not sure, but we have a traceability matrix, so why don't we look through it and see if we can find a match, right? So then you would just open this traceability matrix document and say, okay, you know what, my 25th or 27th requirement was talking about tracking a delivery number, right? And then that we can see what is corresponding to that and say, oh, so you know what, they're explaining this in the design phase by saying this is what they're going to do. And the stakeholder might want to read that. If it makes sense, you'll be like, okay, great, thank you so much. I really appreciate all the things you're doing for me. Or they can say, okay, so this kind of makes sense, but I'm not really convinced, or I don't have a full picture on this. Why don't we set up a call with the design team and have them explain how they're doing this? Because I'm just curious if they're doing it the right way, or I'm just curious if it's going to be an efficient way of tracking, or you know what, it might be right, but I just have a few questions on how that functionality is going to work, right? So that's when we set up a call and we clarify that. Or same thing can happen in development, and the stakeholder could be like, hey, I read the design part of that requirement, but I'm not sure how they're building it, so I have a few questions, can we coordinate? Right, so you or the project manager, you're helping the stakeholder by saying, okay, let's have a session, let's bring the teams together and talk about how they're building it, ask you questions, let's get them clarified. This way we're all going to be on the same page on how it's being built. It's just, again, similar thing with testing. So that's really the purpose of traceability matrix, is one, to make sure it's covered in all the design, development, and testing phases. And two, is also it's a very good exercise for backtracking. Anytime people have questions, or you know what, sometimes it's not just a stakeholder, a tester can have a question, right? A QA person can come up to you and say, hey, you know, I have this requirement, I translated that to my test case, and I know how I'm going to test it, but I'm also curious to find out how it's being designed or how it's being developed, because based on that, my test case could change, right? So different people could have different kinds of questions, and we can't always remember everything 100%. So this is where your traceability matrix document would help for us to backtrack, for us to match, and for us to find what's corresponding to each of your requirements in the various phases for reference purposes. And BA is just like that magnet in a project where everyone comes to you and asks you questions. Anything content related, everyone relies on the business analyst. Anything timeline, budget, or deliverable related will go to project managers. So they have their own, focuses, they have their own priorities, and the way we approach a business analyst versus a PM could depend on the kind of question we have. But anytime talking about the scope and the content, features, functionalities, requirements, we always rely on the business analyst. So one of the things I've also mentioned in training is that the purpose of us getting hired as business analysts, the goal shouldn't just be to get hired as a business analyst, but the goal should also be for us to be retained there, right? Retention is very important, and the only way you can maintain that retention is by creating value from yourself in the project. In a way where I've said to people, you know what, create so much value in your project where people are going to be like, you know what, this is the go-to person for anything related to this project. So if you master the application, if you master the project information, and people realize that you have answers to most questions and you can be that go-to person they can rely on, nobody wants to get rid of you at that point, right? So it's not just about doing a lot of work and getting all the tasks completed. It's also about being that knowledgeable person, understanding how your application works end to end, so that whether it's a developer, a design architect, a tester, a stakeholder, a prospective client, doesn't matter who it is, if they realize and understand that you are a valuable asset where you know so much information, they don't want you to go. They'll do everything to retain you, to keep you there for as long as possible, right? So that's one of the ways, that's one of the techniques for you to maintain that retention. And traceability matrix is one of the ways to maintain that, because always make sure you know where your requirements are being translated into design, where it's being translated into development, and same thing with testing as well. But instead, if you give answers like, oh, I don't know, I don't know, probably got to ask somebody else, you'll never be that go-to person, right? You'll never be that likable person, and people will not be like, oh, go to this person. If someone says your name next time, they'll be like, yeah, I don't know if that person knows, because I've asked them a couple of times and they've always said, I don't know, right? So you don't want to create that image. Instead, you have to, even if you don't have an answer, you should be like, you know what, give me an hour, I'll get back to you with an answer, right? That should be your attitude, where you give people that confidence to say you care, you're interested, you're enthusiastic to learn, and you're willing to master the application. So that was always been my philosophy of increasing the probability of being retained for as long as possible. I know it's worked on a lot of people, and that's, again, just a suggestion. All right, so, and as part of the requirement lifecycle management, we're also establishing meaningful relationships between the different phases, right? So from requirements into design, development, and testing, we need to make sure that people know the value of it, people understand the significance of that, and they should actually be contributing to it as well as things keep changing. Well, changes is kind of sensitive in waterfall. We'll talk about how we deal with changes in waterfall, but the purpose of lifecycle management is to make sure that our requirements are constantly being monitored and correspondent to all of the phases. All right, so moving on to strategy analysis. So strategy analysis is basically where we, it's similar to the elicitation and collaboration phase, but this is happening during the project now. So we have all the requirements in place when strategy analysis is happening. So we collaborate with stakeholders, right? So similar to like the elicitation and collaboration part, we collaborate with stakeholders and we identify not just the requirements at this point, but also the need of that strategic need or that tactical business need, right? How do we enable the organization to go through that change? How do we align those strategies for the change with high-level requirements, low-level requirements, and how does that align to the project and the product vision, right? So those are all part of strategy analysis, which should go into your document without giving the actual solution itself, but we're connecting all the dots here from current state to future state, and we're kind of saying how we align to the vision or to the mission of the project and the organization. All right, so the requirement analysis and design phase. So this is also happening during the project, and this is basically to structure your requirements. You're gonna have a ton of requirements, and especially when you have multiple sessions with stakeholders, you're spending days and weeks and months, and you have hundreds of requirements documented together. So you also have to find a way on how you can organize this, right? So part of that elicitation will also require you to spend some time by yourself, with yourself, for yourself, where you're able to structure some of these requirements, you're able to organize these requirements in a way where, in a presentable way, where you can demo it, where you can present it, and you're saying, hey, here's what I've come up with, or technology team, here's what the stakeholder and I have come up with, let's do it this way. And again, that could happen during elicitation, after elicitation. It could really happen either during or after, but the purpose and the point of that is to make sure that any dependables or any prerequisites are all identified, and it's structured in a way where the flow is, good in the project. It can relate to a process workflow eventually. So it'll take time, right? It'll take time for you to go through all hundreds of requirements and organize and put it in a way where it kind of makes sense, right? You can't just put a list of 100 requirements in an Excel document and send it and say, here's what we need to build, right? So you have to refine that and put it in a flow where it starts making sense piece by piece. And we're also going to be doing other things, right? So other requirement models, we're going to be building wireframes and process flow diagrams. And the reason why we need all those supplement documents is for you to enhance your requirements, for your requirements to be more evident, to be more clear, to understand it better. You need all the supplement documents like building wireframes. And what does building wireframes do? It kind of gives you an overview of what the UI would look like. We're kind of giving an architect or a stakeholder an idea where now that you've organized all your requirements together, we're saying, so this is what it would typically look like. And a lot of times what happens is when we look at a visual, we start getting questions and thoughts and ideas that we never thought of when we looked at a long, lengthy document, right? So even if you write a 50-page document and you translate that to a wireframe where you put all the boxes and diagrams and a drawing together, we might have different set of details coming out. We might have a different set of questions coming out, right? And that's similar to like how we say a picture is worth 1,000 words. It's almost like that. because a lot of people want to see it. And then they'll be like, oh, what about this? Oh, this doesn't make sense. Oh, this actually makes a lot more sense, right? It could be good, bad, but it's definitely a different perspective to just reading a bunch of pages together. So that's the reason why we add all the supplement documents like business process flow diagrams, wireframes, or anything, any other architect diagrams as well, to help you understand the requirements better. And it's not just for us, it's for the entire team, right? It's for stakeholders, for developers. And we want to do that as much as possible because this is where people are, the thinking gets accelerated with all these documents, and all sorts of people will have all sorts of questions for you. And that's going to help you more because this is the time we resolve those things. We don't want people to, just be like, oh, I can't really read all this 20 pages, but I don't know, delayed either, so let me just sign off on it, right? And they'll sign off on it and start development, and next thing you know, they're going to be like, oh, what about this? What about this? We didn't even cover this. Oh, this is incorrect, right? All that stuff is going to come out, which is going to lose time, which is going to frustrate us, which is going to make things a lot worse for us. So that becomes another challenge for us. And we want to make sure that those get addressed as early as possible to avoid any delays in the project. And then the last one, the solution evaluation phase, is basically saying we're assessing the performance of and value delivered by the solution. After all these phases, after all these documents together, we're basically saying we want to make sure that stakeholders agree with the entire scope and nothing is missing. And then also at the same time, we make sure that the architects and the design teams have evaluated a solution model, right? They should have an idea of the design on how it's going to match to the requirements. And we also want to make sure that now they've agreed on a solution, now that they have an idea of implementing a solution, we also want to make sure any constraints, any barriers that the technology teams will face or the organization will face get addressed here. And a lot of times it could be as basic as people saying, hey, this requires a platform like Salesforce, and implementing with Salesforce requires extra skills, and we don't have those skills on our team. So now the project manager has to coordinate with the architects and say, okay, you have one of two options. If you say you're willing to learn Salesforce, we can hire a Salesforce architect into the team, and he can train our existing team and make sure we implement Salesforce. Or you have to think of another way of replacing Salesforce that has a similar capacity in something else. Maybe you can build something in-house that works like Salesforce, right? Or, sometimes developers or architects will say, yeah, this needs Salesforce, and we may or may not know, but we'll figure that out with time. We're willing to take the accountability of learning and implementing it, but it also needs a bunch of licenses, and it's per person, which might cost you X amount of dollars per month. Now, the project manager has to make a decision based on that, so he's going to work with the stakeholder and say, and keep in mind, in these discussions, a lot of times, stakeholders are not involved. So if they're not involved, the project manager has to work with them separately. But if they are involved, maybe they can just discuss it right there. So the stakeholders can work with the project managers and decide if it makes sense to increase the funding so that we can allocate that budget for licenses for a bunch of resources, or they'll be like, no, we're constrained budget-wise. It's a financial constraint and we really can't change that fact. So maybe we need to find another solution. So at that point, we're going to ask the architect to look for other alternates so they can find a cheaper solution than using Salesforce, yet not compromising on the quality of the deliverable. You don't have to understand 100% of this right now, because each of these topics gets broken down to like smaller topics and smaller sections. And when we talk about that, when we give examples on that, and then even when you practice this into a case study, all this is going to come out at that point. So it's okay if it doesn't make 100% sense. Try to read the book. So we're basically saying, like when we do the solution evaluation phase, we're also making sure that the technology team understands and they agree that they have a solution model that can work to meet our requirements or to meet our documents. So Salesforce was just an example. We can, take another example and say, for example, if they'll say, yeah, we understand the design model, we have an idea on how we're going to implement this. As an example, maybe we would need Java, or maybe we would need C++ as our technology to implement the solution. And then the project manager will ask them a question and say, okay, does your team have the Java or the C++ skills? Or do you want us to hire someone who can train your team? Or do you want us to hire a Java architect? Right? So those are the questions that's going to come up. And it's important for those barriers or for those constraints to get resolved, because we don't want any blockers later on. And if they don't tell us, we can ask a generic question at the very end. If they're giving us a sign-off, we can ask a simple question at the end and say, hey, do you guys have everything you need to implement the solution in terms of technology, in terms of licenses, in terms of software downloads, right? Because you might need different softwares to download. You might integrate with different components, technology-wise speaking. So if certain things, like, let's take a basic example. We're not going to use Microsoft Office for developers, but let's say for business analysts, I'm basically asking you guys a question for the case study project, if you have everything you need. And what that means is you're going to write the document in Microsoft Office Word. So the question that translates to is, do you have Microsoft Office Word installed on your computer for you to be able to write that document? And if you don't, can you figure out a way to make it work? Because I don't want you coming back a week later and saying, oh, I didn't have Microsoft Office Word. That's something you should have identified before you're committing to the project. So similarly, just make that into a bigger scale, larger scale. We're asking them the same question, and we're saying, before you start your work, do you know what's needed for you to do your work? And do you have all those things? If you don't, let's ask for it now. And it's really important to get those addressed as early as possible, because in bigger organizations, project managers have to go through different approvals. Even if a stakeholder says, yes, let's do it, you may have to submit, of course, not you, the project manager would have to submit the budget proposal, the budget evaluation report. It has to go to HR, it might have to go to legal, might have to go to the finance committee, and then the stakeholder has to approve it. That might take a few days, sometimes even a couple of weeks for it to get approved. So the earlier you address those things, the more chances are that you'll be on time. But if they bring it up much later, and then you're just waiting for a few weeks just for that to get approved, you're losing time on your deliverable. So then that's going to affect your project status, then you're not going to deliver on time, and then somebody's going to get fired at that point, right? So that's what I was trying to say in the solution evaluation phase. So I think before we work with the architect at this point, when we get hired, there's a whole onboarding process. So onboarding process is two parts. One is everything access related. So they'll make sure you have access to the building, to the location, to the office, to the floor. You have your laptop, you have your devices, internet connection, VPN, all that. Second part of onboarding is you get up to speed on where the project is. And as part of that, the project manager will sit and spend time with you and say, you know what, this is the architect, this is the developer, this is the tester. Here's our location where we store all the documents. I want you to go through these documents. Let's have a sync up every couple of days. When you have questions, maybe just, let's have a daily sync up at 4 o'clock in the evening, end of the day. And then you tell me how your day went and what do you understand, what didn't you understand, so I can give you better support. So at that point, you can always express to the project managers and say, yeah, I've been reading these documents. I kind of was hoping someone can give me a demo on this, or I was hoping someone can give me access to like a lower environment of the application so I can play around and experiment the different buttons and functionalities this application has, right? So that's all part of the training process where you sit with the PM, and usually they give you a couple of weeks, right? No one's going to make you start working on the first day expecting you to know everything, because this is not something that's internet or certification course based. This is like their in-house application. So give you a couple of days, a couple of weeks, depending on the project intents. And then you figure out in that time, and you can always say, like, if you only have 3 days granted and they expect you to start working on the 4th day, you can always say that, hey, I think I need another couple of days, but in those couple of days, I need people to sit with me and show me a few things. Can you make it happen, right? So again, you're mostly going to be coordinating only with the PM directly to get more help until you get comfortable. We can't go and speak to the architect and say, hey, let's spend some time together and talk about the different things. And if you do that, make sure your project manager is aware, because you don't want them to feel like you're going behind the project manager trying to coordinate things. It's got to happen at some point, because that's really the job. But I wouldn't say it'll happen on the first day or the first week, right? So you'll be introduced, you'll definitely be introduced to the stakeholder within the first week. You'll be introduced to the architect and developers within the first week. And they'll probably start adding you to different emails. They'll start asking you to join different calls. But at the same time, they're expecting you to do some reading, for you to do some exploring. So you learn on your own, because you got to keep in mind, everyone has their own jobs as well. So people can't all dedicate their time, sit with you and say, okay, this is what we're doing. So that whole process of spoon feeding is very, very limited in corporate settings. Maybe in smaller organizations, they might have more time, but they really don't, they're not in a position where they can all sit and spend time with you. So they also want to see your effort. How much are you trying to be self-sufficient? How much are you learning by yourself? Because you know what, in one way or the other, there should be a way for you to learn by yourself first and then ask questions, rather than saying, you know, before I go through documents, why don't you explain to me what this application is, right? So they don't want that approach, because they're saying, we're all doing our jobs, you do your job, go through the documents, go through the application, explore the application, and then if you have questions, come up to us. So that shows more interest. That's really the right way of approaching. Especially like in finance organizations, they don't waste time. They put you in everywhere possible, but they didn't expect me to do anything within the first couple of weeks, right? Because they said, you know, just trying to get a hang of it and figure it out. At one point, I was just like, if nobody is coming and talking to me, if no one cares what I'm doing or what I'm not doing, I could basically waste time. I could basically go on a 3-hour lunch, is what I was thinking. But then I'm also accountable for myself 2 weeks later, because 2 weeks later, if I come back to them and say, I don't know a thing that's going on here, they'll be like, you know what? You just wasted 2 weeks of ours. You didn't even ask a question in those 2 weeks. I don't know if this is going to work out, right? So what they rather expect is, okay, we'll leave you by yourself for 2 weeks. You find ways on learning this. So what I did was I went through all their documents. Honestly, a lot of it might not even make sense on day one, right? Because it's still new to you. And then what I would do is I would request access for lower environments within those applications, like a test environment. I would create my own account. So like when I was working on those finance projects, I was doing different transactions. Again, this was a test environment, so it didn't make a difference to customers. So I created my own portfolio. I started adding transactions. I started removing things. I started moving things around, and then I generated a portfolio. I was looking at how like content management was working in these applications, and then I was checking out the permissions. Right? So I used to make a permission matrix and say, these are the different roles I see, and each role leads to different things. So if you want to see like reports, you might need a producer role. If you want to test something, you might need a QA role. Or, you know, if you need like a admin role, you need to be added as an admin. So I would create like the permission matrix, not necessarily documents that I would submit to the company, but I would make my own notes and say, this is what I understand. And I would rather write or type or document it somewhere than just keep it in my mind, because there's so much to absorb that it's easy to forget. So I would work on my own documentation in a way, and then wherever I had questions, I would just like put a Q or just like make it highlighted red. And when someone would come back to me 1 or 2 days later and say, hey, how's everything going? Like, do you have any questions? I would just attack them and be like, yeah, I have like 27 questions for you. So in a way, you have to do things on your own to show them interest, that you're working on it, you're trying to learn, you have a lot of questions, and nobody's going to be frustrated when you're new, because that's bound to happen for you to ask questions. And if you don't ask questions, that's a problem, right? They'll be like, how is this possible? This person's new here and they don't have any questions? Like something is wrong here, right? So most people are not frustrated when a new person asks a question, right? Again, this is all one-on-one. You don't want to go into a meeting and be like, hey, what is this permission, right? that's going to frustrate people because that's kind of like spoiling other people's time. You don't want to do that. You don't want to affect the performance of those meetings, but you can certainly work with your project managers and say, like, I was able to learn this much. There's a lot of stuff about database here. Can I work with somebody? Like, can I get like 15 minutes with a database person, or can I get like a daily half an hour with somebody from the team who can guide me on what to read, what not to read, answer some of these questions, right? So then the PM will go find someone to sit with you one day or the other, right? So I would say more than 70% initiative should come from you to learn, to ask questions, to find ways to meet other people. But I wouldn't just go start meeting random people and be like, hey, let's have a meeting, right? Because you're not there yet. We said, analysis can really be like different examples, all the way from when we talked about the case study one example, when I say, hey, let's build a mobile app, you're not just saying, okay, let's build a mobile app and I'll start taking notes. We're also asking questions, right? We're saying, okay, if we've decided to build a mobile app, have we explored other options, right? Have we explored doing support over the phone? Have we built a website? Have we done in-person support? Have we explored other channels that could cost us less, that could be less time consuming than building a mobile app from scratch, right? So we said we're not questioning the judgment of a stakeholder, but we're just asking them general questions to make sure all our bases are covered before we all conclude and say this app is the final solution, right? So that's just one example of us doing analysis. And there's going to be different situations as well. But here's the thing, analysis should basically be in a way where we're not just copy pasting info from stakeholders to paper. It also has to make sense to us. We also have to be convinced, like, are we convinced that this makes sense to build a mobile app? If we're not, let's ask questions. And again, ask these questions in a way where it's subtle, where you're not, being sarcastic, or you're not giving them any ideas that you don't question their judgment, but in a way you're just saying, like, have we done all of the things? And a lot of times they could just be like, oh, wow, you know what? I didn't even think about that. Why don't we use that approach first and try it out? Or that could be phase one of the project and my requirements could be phase two of the project, right? So a lot of times we're just like giving like eye-opening ideas to stakeholders during this phase. All right, starting with the definition, I think I would hope so. At least more than half should start making sense now that we define. This definition is coming directly from the BA textbook, so it should definitely start making sense at this point. But if it doesn't, please ask. Let's try to get it resolved now. So when we say what is business analysis, we're saying business analysis, again, this is from the BA directly, is the set of tasks, knowledge, tools, and techniques required to identify business needs and determine solutions to business problems. So again, if you think about it, when we started describing what the role was, we said always identify the current state and the desired future state. What does the current state include? Well, current state includes the background, the context, right, of what the whole purpose of the project is, what's happening today, how is the current process done today? Even if it's done manually, even if everyone does it inefficiently, let's define that process and say this is how things are being done today. And as part of that, it's kind of creating inefficiencies. Here are some of the challenges. Here are some of the gaps. And this is kind of affecting business revenue or the business growth in some way or the other. And then you would go to determining solution proposals, right? Where you're saying, based on what the stakeholder is telling me, this is the desired future state. This is where we want to be. This is where our end state should look like. And once you define the current state and desired future state, then everything in between will start getting filled through your requirements. But for the most part, it's important that those two things need to be identified first. That is like the primary thing that any document should have first, and then you get into the details. But if this doesn't make sense, if this is not clear to people, then we should not be proceeding. And just by these two different topics, people will have 100 questions, right? So they'll start asking questions sometimes on why things are inefficient. Let's talk about the challenges. Let's verify that this is what the current process is, right? Could be as basic as that. And then they'll also be like, well, let's really make sure that this end state is a real solution. What kind of value is this end state adding to the project? So once we have that in place, then we can start all our requirement gathering sessions to put all the documentation together. Now, if you look at these 4 different examples, these are just like different use cases on when and how you can get hired as a business analyst. So starting with the first one, we're basically saying this is a large-scale project where we don't have anything in place, or we're kind of starting from scratch. Even if it's not scratch, even if it's 10%, 20% done, it's almost as good as scratch. So we don't have anything. We're building the basic foundation for the application. We're scratch. We don't have any requirements in place yet. So we're going to be like, sitting with stakeholders, trying to identify what are we trying to build in the first place, right? Or what are we trying to solve in the first place? And all that begins from scratch. So that will be maybe case 2 or case study 3. But in your case study 1, we're going to have some information already in place. But if you don't have anything, that would be an example. The second bullet talks about development of 1 or more software components. So this is where we maybe have like a beta version of an application. We already have like the basic functionality working, and now we're just trying to add more components and make it bigger and bigger. So sometimes it could just be like minor UI stuff, and sometimes it could be major. So 2 and 3 is very similar, where 2 talks about just adding new software components, versus number 3 talks about adding and even existing and modifying existing components as well. So this is where your refinement happens. This is where you can edit as well and just say, you know what, we've gotten a lot of feedback on this component. This is buggy, or this needs to be fixed. So let's get into the code of an existing component and fix it, right? So 2 and 3 is kind of similar, but 2 is focused more on like smaller components, and 3 is more like a level beyond components, where it's actually an upgrade to the application, or it's like something brand new to the application, and so on. And the last example talks about creating changes to the organization from a business process perspective. So this is not exactly 100% business analyst role, but it's more like a process analyst role. A lot of organizations need help with refining their business processes, where they want to say either increase the efficiency within the existing flow, or reduce the number of people involved within the same flow to save money. So that's really analyzing the whole process flow, where we either want more results, more efficiency within the existing workflow cycle, or we want to reduce the cost by eliminating a few things and still making that workflow cycle work within the same timelines. So what happens there is you would add a few improvements, or where you would automate a few things, or where you would transfer some of the skills to other components, and then just like slowly eliminate few resources, saving the cost of the project. So that's more of a process oriented. And so some of the things I do want to verify from the business analysis section on the top here is, I'll read out a few statements, and I want to see if it makes sense to you. If it doesn't, please ask me, and let's just like go over it one more time. Business analysis is the practice of enabling change in an enterprise by defining the needs and recommending the solutions that deliver value to stakeholders, right? So again, this is from the textbook as well. So we're saying we're the enablers of change. We're trying to define the needs, which is the current state, and we're recommending solutions, which is the future state, that deliver value to stakeholders, meaning it adds some sort of value to the organization, and we need to see the organization improve on that, right? So that ROI needs to happen. After spending 6 months and 7 resources or 100 resources, you want to make sure something has improved and not just lying there. Business analysis enables an enterprise to articulate needs and the rationale for change, and to design and describe solutions that can deliver value, right? Again, similarly, we're basically saying we should be able to articulate needs and challenges to identify that current state, and also justify why we need that desired future state. Business analysis is performed on a variety of initiatives within an enterprise. Initiatives can vary the initiatives may be strategic, tactical, or operational, right? So strategic is building new things, tactical is changing a few things on like existing tactics, and then operational could just be like continuous integration. So existing projects need to go through a maintenance phase. Business analysis can be used to understand the current state, to define the future state, and to determine activities required to move from current state to desired future state. So all that is, again, the translation of these bullets. All right, so moving on to who a business analyst is. So we said a business analyst is a person who identifies the business needs of the customer and stakeholders. Now, these customer and stakeholders could be internal, could be external. So what does that mean? How can you have an external stakeholder? Well, it depends on the organization. So if you're working in a financial institution, if you're working for an insurance product, if you're working in any of the banking sectors, you're most likely building internal applications, right? So whatever application development is happening in those organizations, the intended audience for those organizations is that organization itself, right? Like different teams within the same company or your own team that could be using the application. It could vary all internally. But if it's for a company like, even like as basic as Microsoft Office, right? The Microsoft Office has both internal and external customers and stakeholders, right? There's a lot of internal projects going on that use all Microsoft softwares, but then they also have thousands or millions of clients who are basically all external, and they work with all these external clients, right? Same thing with AWS. AWS is huge in terms of their cloud implementing solutions. But AWS is not making money. Well, by the way, Amazon.com is has one of the biggest losses within the Amazon company. It's a very popular online shopping tool for consumers, for customers. But if you look at their financial reports every quarter, Amazon.com has the biggest loss in their organization. And we're not talking millions, I'm talking billions. How are they making money? Well, a lot of their money, 10-folds, 20-folds, 100-folds, is being made on their cloud solutions, right? So AWS is a very, very popular cloud platform, and they're making billions of dollars every year through their cloud implementing solutions. But that money is not coming from their internal projects. They have a lot of internal projects. They're building a lot of new tools. They're expanding their Amazon AWS platform. The AWS console they have is amazing. It has so many tools on there that there's sky's the limit on how much development we can do using all their tools. But these tools are also being pushed outside, right? Where they're reaching out to companies and they're saying, hey, if you want to convert your physical storage to cloud solutions, use our solutions. We'll give you a 6-month trial. We'll give you a 3-month trial. We'll give you a 1-year trial. They say that and basically trap all these customers. Not in a bad way. I mean, that's really their business model. People will be like, oh yeah, it's free for 6 months. Let me do it. And once you do it, you want to get out of it, right? And that's how you start subscribing to it. You do a monthly subscription. And I've worked for clients that pay thousands of dollars per month to AWS. Thousands, not hundreds. So when they start building all these cloud solutions, now AWS have all these relationship managers, customer success managers who work with each of these clients, and AWS works with several thousands or even millions of institutions where they provide software solutions. So each of those clients can be a stakeholder to them, is an external client and a stakeholder where they're saying, you know what, I want to use your software, but I want it to be modified to my requirements. So that's where these relationship managers connect one of their AWS engineers to the stakeholder, and they'll say, okay, let's talk about things, where to modify, how can we make things different, or how do we cater your needs, custom needs to our tools, right? And then they start modifying, they take a version out of it, they create a new platform, and they modify all those versions only catered and custom to that stakeholder, right? So that's an example of how you can have an external stakeholder, an external customer, but then you also have a lot of development going on internally, because a lot of their projects also are managed internally. And I wouldn't be surprised if they make millions just from their internal projects, but most of their revenue is coming from outside, from the different clients that are implementing the AWS cloud solutions. So we want to make sure we understand what is their need, right? What is their problem? What is their challenge? What are they looking for as the end state? And based on that, we can recommend the solution. So we're responsible for discovering that, for synthesizing that, for analyzing that, on how that information can be translated from all these sources, right? And there could be a variety of sources. You could talk to a project manager, you can talk to a project sponsor, you can talk to a CEO, you can talk to an implementation partner, you can talk to a vendor, you can talk to different sources depending on how the organization is structured within that enterprise. And then you can use the different tools and processes and documentations to put all these things together. But the primary intent for us to determine that solution to business problem involves in us understanding, discovering what the need is, and synthesizing what's required and analyzing of how to define the future state. And again, keep in mind here, we're not giving the actual solution implementation unless otherwise specified. If a stakeholder says, let's build a mobile app, that's okay. But if the stakeholder says, you know what, we just want a platform where this information is available, that's all we're translating as well, right? We should not add our version or our flavor to it and say, oh, the customer wants a website. Well, the customer or stakeholder never said that they need a website. They're basically saying, I need a space. For example, let's talk about, I might have mentioned this in the demo. If it's a new company and they just hired a bunch of people, so far, they haven't had the need to store all the information anywhere for their employees to access their health records, insurance records, payroll documents, pay stubs, and all that stuff, right? So the current process was that these employees would send an email to HR would respond and say, here's your answer, or here's a document you've requested. But as the number of employees start increasing, managing all those things is going to be difficult, right? So feasibility, manageability also has to be modified based on business needs. So all of a sudden, if you went globalized and you have, you know, X number of employees compared to a small number, and HR and team can't manually answer all questions, HR could become your new stakeholder, and they're going to say, you know what, we have so much development within the organization. Why don't we, you know, initiate this as a new project? We have some funding available. We'll start this as a new project and have some of our internal developers, or even hire new developers, to build an HR platform for us. So they'll just say things like, hey, you know what, we want a platform where an employee of ours can access their payroll records or their address, or if they want to modify their bank account, or if they want to change direct deposit information, or where they can look at their insurance information, where they can modify their existing plans or enroll into new insurance plans, or even check out their benefits. So we just want to build an HR platform. Now, if that's all that the stakeholders said, it would be wrong if I said, hey, you know what, let's build a website as an HR platform where people can access all their benefits. Because that's wrong, because I added my own flavor to that at this point. The stakeholder never said they wanted a website. So we should be asking questions if we have the knowledge between a website and a non-website, or we should let the architect ask that question to the stakeholder and say, okay, so I understand you need a place where all this information can be stored and employees can access all their records. Now, do you want this information to be available within the organization, or do you want this information to be available everywhere outside the organization as well? And the HR will be like, you know what, we're a small company, we only have one location, we don't really do a lot of work from home, so let's keep it within the organization. So if that was their response, well, now our solution would say, well, at this point, based on this information, we're building an intranet application, meaning this can be accessible only when you're on the company's network. As soon as you go home, you're no longer allowed to access that info. And then you can ask another question. So again, this is where your analysis skills is coming out, because you're role-playing that, and you're like, okay, if I was an employee and I had to access my information, what would be my use cases? Well, one, I could be within a company. So if I'm sitting in the office, it's easy for me to access the information. What if I have to work from home one day and I still need access to this information? Well, the customer stakeholder never said anything. Okay, so let's ask that question and say, hey, in a use case where an employee is working from home, are they allowed to access the information? If yes, we'll need to find a solution. If no, then we can close that chapter. And for the most part, HR will be like, yeah, I mean, even if they're working from home, they should be able to access it. We don't want to restrict it to them. So this is where your architects will have to play a role and make sure from a security perspective, this is not vulnerable, right? So we're going to mention that in our documents, the architect and say, yes, this should be available for everyone within the network, in the office, on the corporate network. But if they work from home, we should also find a way for them to access that online. So then the stakeholder can say, well, in that case, from a security standpoint, I would still not do a website because website is vulnerable. Like anyone can really hack into it. It really, again, depends on the corporate firewall, but it's still vulnerable. So at this point, the architect can say, well, you know what, we'll design it in a way where it has an IP address and it's not a public website. It has an IP address, and we'll build a VPN network where this is a security platform to authenticate the user if they're outside the office, and then have them access this site. So I don't know if you guys have heard of VPN, right? VPN is really the virtual network where, again, companies have to integrate the software into their platforms. But the way it works is if you're outside the company's network and you're home, you launch the VPN, and the VPN is going to ask you for a few details, or sometimes it'll say verify your phone number or through text, right? And you'll get a text, and you'll get a code, you enter that code, and then you're authenticated. And nowadays, VPN is really advanced through all these integration apps like Duo. Duo is an app you can install on your phone, and then the company will give you a QR code once you get hired, and that app is basically running the QR code the whole time. And what that does is the Duo gets authenticated on your laptop, and they'll say, okay, you know what? Open your phone, open the Duo app. There's going to be a password regenerated every 30 seconds or every 60 seconds, and enter that password into the computer. And if it matches your phone, then you're authenticated and you're entering into the company network. That's really how the modern Duo networks are. So with that access, you can still access our HR platform, even if you're working from home, right? But again, it's their job to say all that. We're not saying, hey, build a VPN, hey, build a security system for them to do it. We're basically saying we need to find a way for an employee to access this HR platform, even when they're outside their network at their homes or somewhere else, right? That's the difference between what a BA should be doing and versus what an architect is doing. Because what happens is when we start getting into the solution implementation, we might not even know if that's the best possible solution. So it's not our judgment or not our call to say, hey, install a security VPN and just make this happen. You know what? These days, there's better solutions than VPNs. We can find other alternatives that maybe they're knowledgeable on. So let them decide, because they're the ones integrating that. They're the one designing it. So leave that solution implementation to them. And this is where a lot of organizations actually don't want to hire developers and architects who want to become business analysts. They don't want people like that. They're actually saying if it's better if you're non-technical, because we don't want you to step on the architect's toes, because you're going to start giving a lot of solutions in your documents, and the architect is going to be like, hey, what the hell? Why are you giving me solutions? Let me be the one deciding on what the solution should be. Just tell me what the need is, and I'll create a solution from there. So I really hope I'm making sense. I hope you see the difference between what I proposed versus what I could have said as a solution. So I want you to draw that line. I want you to draw that distinction between, so that you can distinguish between proposing a need and a possible solution determination versus giving an actual solution by saying do this or do that.
Hey there! Want to master Agile Business Analytics? Our course is perfect for you. Learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you will explore Agile Business Analytics. It is like a guide for making data-driven decisions quickly and efficiently. We cover everything from the basics to advanced techniques. Our experts crafted this course to ensure you get top-notch knowledge. Your instructors are experienced pros, ready to help you learn and answer all your questions. And don't just take our word for it. Our students rave about the course. People just like you have found this course incredibly useful. Best part? It's affordable and offers great value. Ready to excel in Agile Business Analytics? Sign up now. For more info, visit ZaranTech's website.
It makes it look like we're doing their job, So in your case, you're basically saying, hey, I know that this is a solution, but they don't want to do it because it's difficult. It's still sensitive because ultimately it's not your call. As a business analyst, part of your job does not involve suggesting solutions. Part of your job is to say, this is what we need. How we're going to do that is up to the architect. So if you know there's a solution, but you know the fact that they're avoiding it because of its complications or complexity, you still don't have a say in it. You can always bring it up and say, hey, like, wouldn't this solution possibly understand that this is a challenge in there, but can this not work?
Thank you.
And again, we have to put it in a way where we're not saying, oh, you know what, you're lazy. You're not doing this because you think it's too complicated or complex. You just don't want to work hard. You don't want to put it in that way, but instead you should put it in a way where you're saying, here's one of the solutions I could think of. I understand this is the challenge, but do you disagree that this is one of the solutions? Or do you think there's a better solution than this other than the complexity piece of it? You see that subtle difference? So it's really important for us as business analysts to be diplomatic. We don't want to be sarcastic. We don't want to be, even if it's the truth, we have to say it in a fine-tuned way. We don't want to hurt anyone because keep in mind, stakeholders will have a lot of ego. They're the ones giving you money. So anyone with money is bound to have that ego. So we don't want to question their judgment. We need to ask in a nicer way. Same thing with architects. Architects have power of making decisions. So we don't want to cross their lines either and say, you know what, you're not doing it right. This is the right way to do it. Because the day you do that, the entire technology team will become your enemy. And I'm really glad you brought that up because I have actually seen that happen where people who were a little technical, people who understood a lot of these concepts were including solutions in their documents and they were saying, do this, versus the architect was like, well, why are you telling me to do this? Because I have a better way to do it. And they're like, no, I think this works, right? And that creates conflicts, that creates confusion, that creates differences. And the architect no longer likes this business analyst because they're like, you're doing my job and you're not even doing it right. Whether that person is right or wrong, it doesn't matter. But the fact that you're doing the architect's job is going to create a difference there. And all developers are going to get the same feedback and they're going to be like, oh, this BA is so annoying. Let's not work with this person at all. Or, you know what? Let's not cooperate with this person. If they ask a question, we'll just answer, but we're not going to be like, we're not going to show sympathy. We're not going to be friendly, right? You don't want that situation either. So for that reasons, I always say, don't mention anything in your documents. If you have suggestions, bring it up during discussions and say, I was thinking of this way. Do you see any problems doing it this way? Or do you have any suggestions on why this would not be the right approach, right? Go that route instead. So ultimately, this analyst is responsible for eliciting actual needs of stakeholders. This would involve investigating, clarifying, right? If what you have on your documents matches what they were thinking or expecting. And that way, we want to make sure that we're on the same page to avoid any gaps or difference in opinions between us and them. So solution implementation is a result from information provided by BA and often includes software development. So we don't want that. And then we act as a liaison, right, which is coming up. So any questions on this slide or on some of these topics? So let's talk about some of the activities that we do as business analysts. One is understanding enterprise problems and goals. Does that make sense at this point, right? So we always, and again, when we say understanding problems, we're not talking about husband and wife issues at work. We're not talking about how people are frustrated with their kids. Those are not the problems we want to know. A lot of times stakeholders, when they open up, they'll start talking about these things and you can listen, right? Because you also want them to feel like you care about them. So we don't want to cut them off, but when we talk about problems, we should be focusing not just the organization problem, because the organizations can have a million problems, but from that project's perspective, what are the problems encountered by their teams, right? When the stakeholders saying we're being hindered from growing because of these things, well, we want to know what those things are. So we want to make sure we focus on those problems and what the goals from that should be. So always make sure you try to bring back any distractions back into focus, back into our topics, but we also don't want to cut them off because, we're all human after all, and we all have feelings. So conversations are okay. Talking about, the personal changes in our lives is okay, but you don't want to make that a topic in your workshops. If it's just you, the stakeholder, and the PM, fine. But if you're in a big gathering and you're a group and there's like 10 people, 20 people, you don't want to entertain those conversations. Don't want to cut them off, but we should probably say it in a nicer way and be like, oh my God, I really sympathize that. But anyway, let's bring it back, or, let's come back to our agenda. I just want to make sure we have enough time to cover our agenda, right? So you want to say it in a more diplomatic way where you're not hurting their feelings and you're also kind of not allowing people to get distracted easily. Analyzing the needs and solutions, right? Again, this is a big process, or even like the primary purpose of doing our analysis, of identifying the needs, the current process, and also defining what the future state should look like. Devising strategies, driving changes, facilitating stakeholder collaboration. So all these activities are ultimately part of our role because, again, we play a key role in aligning the design to deliver solutions, identify the needs and challenges, define the future state, and put it all together. We're the ones connecting the dots through all these activities so that we achieve our goal, so that we reach that end state successfully. Now, I also want to make sure that as you apply for jobs, not every company is going to call this role a business analyst. There's similar roles that people like switch around, that people like interchange depending on the need. But I want you to be aware of all the possibilities of how roles can be defined for business analysts in the various organizations. So the most popular role is obviously the business analyst, but technically the business analyst was really known as the business systems analyst. You'll see it's either called the BSA or the business systems analyst, or sometimes even the systems analyst. So this will break down actually to 3 types of business analysts, and we'll talk about that. I'm sure it's in the upcoming slide. We talk about how it's an enterprise business analyst, functional business analyst, and so on. So we'll talk about that breakdown, but the business systems analyst, BSA, business analyst, all about the same. They just focus on different things. So when we say systems analyst, systems is basically saying that this person should be focused on the application itself. So for example, if AWS hires you as a systems analyst, they're basically saying, as a systems analyst, we expect you to master on how the AWS console works. Whether we're integrating new components into it, whether we're deploying it to various clients, or we're integrating it with other companies, you should master the subject of systems analyst. That's really the focus. You're mostly going to work on everything related to applications. You may not have this whole stakeholder business. You may not be working with stakeholders trying to do the BRD or trying to define new requirements. You're mostly doing integration work, existing improvements, and so on the application related. Versus a business systems analyst is a consolidation of a business and a systems analyst. So when we say just business analyst, they're mostly focused on being the liaison between stakeholders and technology teams, and your primary responsibility will be involving writing these documents, understanding what stakeholders have to say, and putting them in presentable formats. Right? Systems analyst is focusing on the application, and now a business systems analyst is combining everything. So, this is a broader way for companies to say, you know what, you're going to do whatever I ask you to. There could be times when we want you to work with stakeholders. There could be time when you work with systems, when you have to master the application and just work on the application side and work with just developers, right? But by us calling you a business systems analyst, now we have all our bases covered. We don't have to justify our roles, and you'll do whatever we have from a need perspective, right? So that's the most commonly used term, BSA, but systems analyst, business analyst also are all part of that BSA. Data analyst is another similar role. Now again, The focus of data analyst is a little different from a business analyst because we're not necessarily focusing on the requirements coming out of stakeholders, but we're still kind of working with stakeholders. We're still kind of working with management teams where our most driving focus and our driven factor is all related to data, right? So data models, getting data from a certain source, refining that data, putting that into like visuals in a presentable way where management can make decisions based on that data, right? So similar to what business intelligence is in these days, data analyst is similar to that aspect, similar to a business analyst, but more than requirements, we're focused on the actual data components itself, right? Like how data can be interpreted, how data models can help us make decisions, all those things. And back in the day, it was easier to get a data analyst role as long as you understood the general purpose. But now with business intelligence coming into play, the role still stays the same, but they've added a lot of technology tools, right? So all these, things like, Hadoop is one of the most popular example of that. Hive, like Spark, all these things are tools where it's heavily focused on the tool itself. Like, so similar thing in QA, just like how manual automation converted to automation, and now automation is all about mastering the QA tools like Cucumber, Selenium, and all these things. Similar things happening in the data analysis side, where they expect you to master a lot of these tools in the business intelligence field, and we're building data models, we're converting data from one to other. Again, a lot of times you just get raw data, and the raw data doesn't help you in any way. We have to convert that data to a way where it adds value, where it makes sense, or where it helps make a decision, and so on. So all that comes under the data analyst bucket. Management consultant is, data analyst is similar to business analyst, but the focus is completely different. Versus management consultant is very, very similar to a business analyst. It's just another term used by a lot of companies, especially companies like Accenture and even like the top 4. All these companies use management consultant as a very popular terminology, which is similar to a business analyst, but it has a couple of components in it. One, management consultants have to travel client to client. A lot of times you're not sticking to only one client. And two is it involves both business analysis and process flows, a lot of improvements, like flow improvements. It involves a lot of those other aspects as well that fine-tunes things, that refines things for an organization, not just from an IT perspective, but even on the workflow status. So if you look up jobs for management consultant, a lot of companies like Accenture or I'm not sure if Deloitte has it, but a lot of companies like Accenture actually use this term very commonly. And if you're one of those people who like to travel, who like to explore different places as part of your job, management consultant is definitely a good idea to stick to. So you can look up job descriptions of management consultant and see how they differ. And maybe, there are just probably things that I don't know either about management consultant job descriptions. So maybe if you bring it up, we can talk about some of those things. But a lot of data interpretation happens in management consulting. You work a lot closer, you work very closely with the management teams, with leadership teams who make a lot of decisions for the organizations. So management consultants are more around that, versus business analysts are completely shadowed by project managers. So if we want something more laid back and not very like upfront and not like customer facing and not where we always have to like dress ourselves and travel everywhere, business analyst is more suitable because it kind of just sticks to like internal stakeholder, external stakeholder, and technology teams just within that world, versus like management consultant you have to go beyond that world and explore other clients, other problems, other solutions, different workflow models, different onshore, offshore teams. Like those are all some of the other challenges management consultants face. Requirement engineer is also another similar role to business analyst. So Google uses this a lot. Maybe other technical firms also probably use a requirements engineer role. But this role is going to be obviously a little technical, not in a way where you need to know how search engine works or like how all their code works, but in a way where you're able to comfortably interact with Google engineers, right? Or any technical engineers. So the requirements engineer, again, is not working with stakeholders, because if you think about companies like Google or Facebook, they're not, models that we talk about. They don't fit into that generic models that we talk about, because these companies focus on innovation, and they expect that innovation. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of people suggesting and giving ideas from a product side, but for the most part, companies like Google and Facebook are innovating things on their own. Maybe Facebook does have a product team and a marketing team who are working on different new features and functionalities into Facebook. But if you look at an organization like Google, their own developers are innovating new things. Their own internal teams are giving ideas on how to make search more optimized, how to make their search more efficient, right? How to reduce the time needed for Google search results, or how to integrate Google search with other applications, or how to make it location based. I don't know if you guys ever know, like when you go to Google, they detect your location automatically through your internet service provider. And based on that, your currency is reflected to your original country. The prices are based on that country. So even if you're traveling and your ISP is not updated sometimes, it still might show your original country's currencies, right? There's a way you can modify the currencies. There's a way where you can change your location to another country and look up prices. A lot of times that happens. If you change your location to another country and try to book your flights, sometimes the prices are lower, right? So all these are part of like Google strategies. All these are part of how they make Google so complex, right? It's not just like a quick, straightforward thing that they use. They use all sorts of strategies for their search results and stuff. Enterprise analysts, process analysts, again, those things are also similar to business analysts, but they focus on separately and mostly dedicated towards that. So for example, enterprise analyst is mostly focused on like the process workflow of the organization. How do we optimize the flow in the organization? How do we make things more efficient in the organization? How can we reduce cost with the same deliverables and resources, or without the same resources, right? How do we get the same results with less cost? Or how do we get better results with the same resources? What can we do? What can we automate? What can we eliminate? Like, what are some blockers that's affecting the timeline, right? What is slowing things down? Let's identify those factors and work on those factors, right? So all that comes under process analyst, and then enterprise analysts will focus more towards management. And usually when you have an enterprise analyst, you'll also have a systems analyst on the other side. And enterprise analyst would have to work with the systems analyst. So the example I found out recently was the Department of Education of New York actually has these two different roles. They call one a functional business analyst, they call another one a non-functional business analyst, which is similar to an enterprise versus a systems analyst. So what they do is in Department of Education, they're saying, we need a dedicated functional, or we need a dedicated enterprise analyst to work only with our Board of Education, Department of Education's board. That's it. They only work with that board. They get all the requirements together. They work with the parents. They work with the students. They work with the board. They work with management. And everything is related to like English only. Everything is written in plain, straightforward language. And we have no idea about information technology. And then that person gathers all the information, puts their documents together, and then goes to this functional or systems analyst, and then they'll be like, hey, like these are some of the changes we want to come up with on our online sites or on our technology platforms. And then that systems analyst will then translate that and say, you know what, these are all some of our capabilities. We can leverage some of our capabilities for these requirements, but these requirements kind of sound new to me. So I'll work with my architects and technical teams to see how we can come up with this. So there's a lot of organizations like Department of Education of New York as an example, where they have two dedicated business analysts, one focused on the enterprise, another focused on the systems itself, right? So if you don't have financial constraints, if the company is very comfortable from a budget perspective, then they always keep these two roles distinct and separate, but any other organization that's trying to save their costs, trying to keep their costs low, is basically consolidating these two into one role, and they'll just call them BSA, and then they'll be like, you know what, I'll only have one role, one salary. I don't want to deal with two people, their benefits, their salaries, right? I want to keep things simpler. And that's really what's happening these days. A lot of the roles are merging from one to the other, and now the most popular or the easiest way to get jobs these days is when you're cross-functional. If you're able to have a combination of one and the other, you have a better chance of getting that job. So what does that mean for a BA? For example, BA QA is a great combination. BA PM is a great combination. BA Scrum Master is a great combination. And again, if you're coming from technical background, that works too. Be a programmer, be a developer, right? Be a DBA. All those are good combinations to have. Even if you don't call it in that role that I have BA plus this, if you at least say it in your interviews, if you at least put it on your resumes that you've done cross-functional roles where you're willing to go beyond just the BA role to do some of the stuff, companies want to hear that because they'll be like, hey, that's the kind of person I want to hire. That's the kind of person I need to keep the cost low. Because if I can convert 3 people to 2, that's a big saving. If I can convert 2 to 1, that's great. That's excellent saving, right? So they're always looking for ways to cut down their costs. And what you can do about that is always have a cross-functional experience, not necessarily just in the role or the title itself, but even just in responsibilities. If you say, I've done multiple things, I've done things in management, project management, or even like on the finance sector, if you say, I have knowledge of finance, I have done things in finance that I can transfer my knowledge from. Or same thing happens in healthcare. I've worked in healthcare. I have healthcare experience and I can translate that information here. All that are basically your bonus points for you to be considered even more compared to any other candidate. So anytime you have more than one skill or talent, anything cross-functional or beyond what they're asking for is always your bonus point. So make sure you put that information in your resumes. It's so important for your resume to talk about you, to speak about you as much as possible. Make it more detailed because a lot of these days, a lot of things, the way is they're doing a keyword count. They're doing a search between the job description and your resume. And the more details you put into your resume, the higher the chances are that you're going to have a better match count. The more number of words match between your resume and job description, the higher your probability is to get that job. So put as much details as possible because what happens is when you have less details on your resume, they're thinking you don't have enough experience. Unless you're a college grad, you should not keep your resume short. You need to keep them detailed because, again, even in interviews, people are looking for ways to start a conversation. And while we can have 1 or 2 ideas for icebreaker conversations, we can't always have random conversations in between. So we need to give interviewers an ability to look at your resume and be like, oh, wow, there's a bunch of things you've done. Talk to me about this. Talk to me about this, right? So that kind of gives them a better chance of communicating with you and making the conversation more fruitful, right? Otherwise, it's going to get awkward. It's going to be silent. And they're going to ask you such generic questions. If there's not enough details on your resume, let me tell you what happens then. If there's not enough description and details put on your resume, they'll start asking general questions like, oh, so tell me more about you. So tell me about what you like. And believe it or not, even though that sounds like an easy question, those are one of the hardest to answer in a way where you impress them. Because you could tell me for half an hour what you do, but if I'm not hearing what I want, I don't care, right? Versus on your resume itself, if you have a lot of details, they could just be like, oh, so tell me about this experience. You've taken a course here, you've done a bunch of case studies, so tell me what this was all about. And you have real content to talk about, right? So that makes the interview more productive. And even in your past experiences, even though they're not exactly related to BA, a lot of times what I recommend is think of it in a way where you want to describe it in the way they want to hear it. The interviewers or employers want to hear it. So you can tell them what you did, but then you can also make them relate to that by saying, this will be similar to how BAs would do it in these projects, or this is similar to how we create like requirement documents, right? So, every now and then just throw in some of the keywords and they're going to get attracted, and that's going to grab their attention, and they'll be like, oh yeah, so we're able to connect. That an interviewer should be able to connect to you from your conversation. If they don't, if you keep talking, if you keep lecturing about things and they don't have any interest in hearing that, they don't have the interest to pick you. Again, it's a very, very competitive labor market, and it's not easy to get jobs. And we need to make sure we do everything we can on the resume, on the interview skills, to give them an opportunity, to not give them an opportunity to say no to us, basically. Right? We need to grab their attention as much as possible. And then the last one on this is the product owner, the product manager. So this is more of an agile role. It's not coming from the traditional waterfall, but I've included that anyway because we're moving into the agile transformed world. And I want to make sure all my students are always aware and knowledgeable on both the old, the new, and the middle approach, which is a hybrid of waterfall and agile. So product owner is basically going to be a new role introduced in agile methodology, especially when we talk about the Scrum framework. This role is kind of replacing business analyst in a way, but it's a hybrid of project manager and business analyst as well. So what the product owner focuses is on, they would, similarly like a BA, they would work with stakeholders, they would get the requirements, they would gather information as much as possible, but now you do your own prioritization. You're not asking your stakeholders and say, hey, what's more important to you? So that's how much power the product owner now has. This person becomes the owner of that application, and they can make decisions and say, for me, this is important. I think that's less important. So let's deprioritize this. Let's escalate this to the topmost priority. So that's how much power the product owners have to make decisions, but with more power comes more responsibilities here. That also makes you accountable for the vision and for the goal of that product. What does that mean? What that means is similar to a BA, you'll work on gathering all the requirements, and then you'll work with your Scrum Masters and your development teams and say, these are the 7 requirements I want you to do in the next couple of weeks. That's fine. That's great. But 7 weeks later, the product sponsor, the organization, the management, they're all going to come to the PO. They're going to have a session with the product owner and say, let's talk about the ROI here, right? In business analysis and project management in Waterfall, we don't have that stress. We don't have any of the financial stress. But now as a product owner, they have that accountability. So 7 weeks later, a lot of people will be asking them questions like, okay, so you took these many weeks and this much money to build this much. So now let's talk about the ROI. How much value has this gained in the organization because of this? And your ROI doesn't always translate to tangible assets. It's not always about the money you're making or the income you're generating from that development, but you're also talking about like other improvements within the application or the organization. You could say, I had a lot more clients, my customers increased by this number, or doubled, or tripled, or exponential. The convenience factor was added from this increment. So basically, people are no longer frustrated. The complaints decreased by 60%. People are less frustrated. I have a lot of compliments coming in. So it could be those intangible assets too, where you're increasing the reputation, the likability, or you're getting compliments from people, and not necessarily dealing with the financials. So that's the benefit here in the ROI. It's not always related to the money, but you have to show that there was some sort of an improvement, some sort of a gain by making that change. So yes, they're like glorified business analysts with more power. They can make their decisions, but they're equally accountable. So what happens a year later, 2 years later, management is going to look at the application and they're going to say, you know what, this product owner has spent the last year and he spent like $200,000. And they came up with like 5 different milestones for the year. And they've talked about, different ROIs, like increasing the number of customers, reducing the frustration within existing customers, more number of compliments, better convenience for employees, or for customers. They're able to work better, they're able to work more efficiently. But I still feel like all this doesn't match up to spending 200,000, right? Because this is like how investors think of their ROI, right? When you put your money into real estate, you want to see, okay, so what kind of returns are we talking about? What's my ROI? Is it going to take a few years and then I profit? Am I going to make that money right away? Whatever principal I invested, will I make it right away? And then everything after that is just my net profit. Similarly, management is doing the same thing. They'll be like, this product owner borrowed $200,000 from us the last year. These are his accomplishments. While it's great, I don't disagree that those are not his accomplishments, but I still feel like that is not worth 200,000. So maybe, you know what, their vision is not strong. Let's fire him. Product owners are one of the most vulnerable jobs. They lose their jobs very, very quickly if they're not showing the worth to the money, because their job is always to make sure the money is being used the right way. Whatever money they're requesting is most likely going to get approved, but you also need to show the end results and say, what were the outcomes of that, and if that's worth the investment put into it. Does that make sense? So any questions on this slide? Does this make sense? All right, we can move on to the next topic. Now let's talk about some of these core elements. And all these core concepts are mentioned in the BA Book. Again, please make some time for it, read as much as possible on these things. So some of the most common core concepts as mentioned in your textbook. Now, regardless of the perspective you're taking, the industry you'll be working for, the methodology you'll be using, or even the level of the organization you're in, overall, business analysis have all these common elements in common across all projects that help you identify the need for a change. Because always keep in mind, we're helping them identify the need for a change. We are enabling them to go through that change. So when we say change, right, what is a change? Change is translating to a transformation, right? That should really be the purpose of a project. We're trying to transform something. We're trying to make a change happen. So the act of that transformation in response to a business need or in response to any need is this change that we're implementing. And the intention here of this change is to improve the performance of an enterprise or an organization, right? So we're trying to make sure that some value is added through this change. And then we talk about the need. So now change and need are kind of like, you know, interrelatable, interchangeable. So when we say a need, we're talking about the problems. We're talking about the challenges, right? So what are the problems that the organization is facing? Or sometimes, you know what, it doesn't always have to be a problem. It doesn't always have to be a challenge that's hindering their growth. Sometimes it can be a business opportunity, right? So for example, if we take this company Zoom, we're using the Zoom conference, right? If we take this Zoom as an example, they had a business opportunity because of this pandemic during COVID, right? So they never anticipated that their business is going to grow. But as soon as the pandemic started, they realized that this was their business opportunity to expand, to reach as many people as possible because they have an advantage here, right? People are locked in and things have been closed, right? Schools have been closed, businesses have been closed, more people are working from home, more people are learning from home, a lot of people are taking off, but there's an opportunity from a technology perspective, right? Because people still want to be connected to their friends, to their family, to their colleagues, to their schools, to their institutions. And while in-person is not possible, they were all looking for online opportunities. So if you look at some of the tactics that Zoom used, and by the way, their stock prices went up like crazy, and the CEO exponentially increased his value, and he became a billionaire in no time in California. But it was a business opportunity for them. It was not like the company was facing some challenges. It wasn't like they had a need and they had issues to figure out, but it was their business opportunity to expand, considering the fact that more people are staying home and they want to take advantage of the online presence to connect to other people. So they lowered their monthly subscription prices, and for a short period of time, they had a limit of 40 minutes only per session, and they extended that 40 minutes to unlimited for a short period of time, right? So they did all these tactics to increase their revenue, to increase the number of users downloading their application, to increase the number of users using their application for hours, right? So it's not just, you know, schools using Zoom to educate students or students using it to learn. It's not just work colleagues using Zoom to have online work meetings. Even in our personal lives, we've all started using Zoom to connect to friends and families, cousins and friends, just to be in touch, right? Especially like grandparents or family who's far away. A lot of people have been relying on Zoom to connect with friends and family online. It's a business opportunity, and they did everything possible to make that successful, right? So whether it was lowering prices, increasing the number of benefits to users, or even reaching out to more and more number of people. And they started doing their own improvements. A couple of integrations with virtual backgrounds was introduced. And then I think they also realized at some point they were vulnerable, right? So people said like Zoom could easily be hacked. And then they started this whole password process where they said if you're the host of the meeting, you can generate a password and you can integrate that password into the link of the meeting and send it out to your, you know, your clients or your customers or friends or whatever. And if they click on that, that opens it. And now an outsider or third-party person cannot open your room, cannot log into your room just from your meeting ID, right? So meeting ID was a vulnerable concept for Zoom because if you know the meeting ID, you can randomly enter their meeting anytime, right? So if you had a meeting with one client and you gave them the meeting ID, that meeting ID is not changing. So 3 days later, if that person wanted to stalk them, he could have joined as an anonymous person and got into your room, right? And you wouldn't even know if you have 50 plus people watching your presentation. So that's why what they started doing is they started including this whole encryption where you can include the password in your meeting link. And now the third-party person who attended one of your meetings weeks ago no longer has that password now, no longer has the generated link for him to get into your room. So that was their business opportunity they wanted to encash using technology, using the taking advantage of the situation. And their company has made billions of dollars, billions, not millions, just in the last few months. So when we say a need, always keep in mind that it doesn't always have to be a problem, a challenge, or a gap. It can also be a business opportunity that can be or needs to be addressed. And these needs can cause changes in the enterprises and motivate stakeholders to act, right? Because if you see a new opportunity and that's going to increase your revenue, they're the most motivated to initiate a project like that. Sometimes changes can cause needs and needs can create changes, right? So they're kind of interchangeable in that regard. And then when we talk about solution, so when we say what is a solution, it's a resolution to something, but it's not a one solution for all that can be applied for every single project. A solution here is a specific way of satisfying one or more needs in a particular context, right? And the solution would satisfy a need by resolving the problem that the stakeholders are facing, or even by enabling the stakeholders to take advantage of that business opportunity. That is a solution which satisfies the conditions of stakeholders' requirements and not just a one-stop solution for all. And when we say stakeholder, we've used this term a lot, right? So by now, at least somebody should have a question like, hey, what is a stakeholder? Or who is a stakeholder? Like, who's considered a stakeholder and who's not? So stakeholder is a group. Sometimes it can actually be multiple stakeholders. So that's why we said in the beginning of the projects, always identify your stakeholders. If you only have one, great. It makes things a lot simpler. But if you have multiple stakeholders, make sure you identify and get a list of them, right? It could be a group of stakeholders, right? So you can call it as one entity as a group or multiple individual stakeholders. But they all should have some involvement or at least some relationship with the change we're proposing here, right? So some sort of a dependency, some sort of a connection or relationship with the changes, with the needs, with the solutions we're proposing. So if there's no connection, if there's no relationship between that entity and the solution we're working on, then they're not considered a stakeholder. And stakeholders are not necessarily the people funding you. In a lot of organizations, they have only the project sponsors doing the funding. And like, for example, if it's an angel investor, a job of an angel investor is mostly just to fund you. That's it. They don't get involved in management unless they have to. They don't sit on a day-to-day basis, and they're not accountable or responsible to work on daily requirements. Angel investors are like passive partners where they just invest money into a company and they just want to get updates and they want information on their ROIs. That's all. Right? So similarly, there could be project sponsors who are, financially involved in the project, but they're not involved in any other way. So that project sponsor is different from a stakeholder. But stakeholders, anyone who's involved in the project and has some sort of a relationship. Sometimes it depends. If they're interested in the project and they're involved, they're considered a stakeholder. If they have an impact of making a decision on the project, then they're considered a stakeholder. If they have some sort of an influence over change in the organization or in the project, they're considered as stakeholders, right? So stakeholders can be grouped based on their relationship to the needs, changes, and solutions, financially and not financially sometimes. So as long as they have that interest, some sort of a vested interest in the project, in terms of being an SME, in terms of creating changes, in terms of enabling changes, in terms of facilitating changes or influencing changes, they're all considered stakeholders. And now we talk about probably one of the most important core concepts, value and context. So this value and context, if you understand these two sections right, like there's a lot of stuff to read in the textbook. If you read this and understand this well, you can also answer a lot of the questions in your business analyst interviews if you understand how value and context works. So when we say value, we're talking about what? We're talking about the worth. We're talking about the importance. We're talking about the usefulness of something to the stakeholder within that context. Could be positive, could be negative. But when we have to define that value, we're taking in the stakeholder's context and talking about what is it worth to him and the organization, what's the important to him and the organization, or what's the usefulness to him and the organization. So value doesn't always have to be plus or minus. Value doesn't always have to be a plus. It could be a plus or a minus, right? So it could be positive numbers, could be negative numbers. You can have a potential gain or return, right, financially, or you can have it in a negative way where you're taking loss, you're coming down, and so on. In addition to positive and negative value to the stakeholder, it can also be tangible or intangible. What does that mean? So when we say tangible or intangible, tangible is usually related to the financial aspect of it. So if you've made money, it's just a positive gain. It's just a tangible value. You've increased your revenue. But not every project or every stakeholder is necessarily looking for a financial value from the project. A lot of times organizations are doing this for their intangible values as well. Now, what are these intangible valuable assets here? Intangible value is measured indirectly, not necessarily from a monetary perspective. Intangible value has a motivational component to be a company's reputation, right? So doing that project has put you in alignment with other competitors, or doing that has made you like a positive figure in the industry, or doing that has just, boosted your employees' morale or their confidence or their motivation, right? So not every project, necessarily small or big, is related to a valuable financial gain, but it can also be some of these intangible values, such as company reputation, staying in the aligning with the competition against competitors, or sometimes just a morale factor as well, right? But now that we understand how value can be positive or negative, tangible or intangible, but that doesn't always mean it's the same value to everyone. So your value can also be absolute or relative. And what that means is, for some stakeholders, that solution is more valuable than to other stakeholders. right? So that's what relative value of the solution is, because not everyone is benefited the same way from solution implementation. For some, it's benefiting 60%, for some, it's benefiting 30%, for some, it's benefiting hardly, and for some, it could be benefiting 100%, right? So relative is really how it could be more to some people and less to other people, versus absolute would have said this is a solution that solves everyone's problems. As an example, right, I'll give the most, this comparison happens even in my house today. If they launch a new iPhone, that is an absolute or relative. Is that an absolute or relative value? The answer is really relative, because if you're an iPhone user, yes, you would consider that as a new value. You would consider that as a new upgrade, because you're saying, oh my God, a new iPhone has been released. It has better features, better battery, better camera, blah, blah, blah. But if there's another person using an Android, right? Is it the same value to that person of having a new iPhone launched? Probably not, because they care less, because, right? They're going to be like, Android is way better than iPhones. I don't have any intentions of getting into an iPhone, so I don't care, right? So that now just became a relative value. Just because Apple launched a new iPhone, it doesn't mean it's an absolute value to every single person. For some, it's less. And even within iPhone users, some it's more and for some it's less within iPhone users as well, right? Because now we're just like, you know what? It's just a commercial marketing thing at this point. They just launch a new phone every year, and the camera's upgraded, the battery's upgraded, and they're charging us $1,000 for the new phone, right? So for some, no longer is it an absolute value, because they're saying it's just become a commercial tactic now. It's become a marketing tactic to attract people. I have an iPhone that's a year old. I think it works perfectly fine. I don't need to upgrade, right? Now it just became a relative value. So similarly in projects, we have to understand some of these aspects as well, on what kind of value are they looking for as part of that solution, as part of their desired future state. And when you identify your stakeholders and when you look at the value, you can easily analyze and get an idea of what kind of value does it add up to each of the stakeholders. And then context is really talking about the circumstances and changing, right? Which has to be explained in the actual context. So the circumstances that influence or that are influenced by and provide, and that provides the understanding of what that change is. Because changes occur within a context, and that context is everything relative to the change. Now, that context could really be anything. Could be driven from the management's attitude, from the management's behavior, from their belief. Sometimes that context is just to stay in competition, right? A project might not even benefit them in any way internally, but just because all competitors are doing certain projects, they have to do that project to remain in that context, right? So that context would be to align in competition, right? To align with your competitors, you're doing certain things. Now, sometimes certain management can just think that, you know what, we need this. We need to make this happen. That could be the context of this project, right? What is the circumstance that's bringing the context into, that's leading the project to be initiated? Sometimes it could just be certain goals, right? So companies could just be like, you know what, now we're making money. We want to define certain goals. So we're still in the top 3, or we're still in the top 5, or we're still like the leading provider of services, or so on, right? Sometimes it could be based on those defined goals that's driving all these changes and projects. Sometimes it could be introducing new products, right? It could be getting rid of some of the old products, outdated products, introducing some of the newer products to get that kind of attention, right? So all that can also be considered as part of the context, which is leading for this transformation, for this change to happen, to fulfill either a business opportunity or a business need. All right. So when we do our analysis, these are all some of the things we should be thinking about, right? Because we're not just translating information from one source to a destination. We're putting all these things together. We're refining them using all these strategies and tactics, right? What value are we generating? What kind of value is it? What context is leading for this to happen, right? Who are the stakeholders involved? And is it an absolute or a relative value to these stakeholders, right? So all these things can be linked to one and another, and it's all part of your analysis as you get details from your stakeholders, as you put information into your documents, and as you present this to both sides, the stakeholders and to the technology teams. All right, so I hope that kind of gave you an idea of how each of these things are defined, how each of these can be interlinked, how they can be used during your analysis, during your documentation, and so on. And a lot of you were always asking questions, right? This has been like the most popular question that gets asked at least once a class. What kind of questions should I be asking as a business analyst, right? Like, what kind of analysis should I be doing? What kind of questions should I be asking to get better or to be able to do these things? So some of the most popular questions you can possibly ask, again, these are just high level, these are just generic, and want to get into the more details as well. But this is to get you started, right? What are the kind of changes we're doing? What are the needs we're trying to satisfy from this project? What are the solutions we're trying to propose or implement? Who are the different stakeholders? Identify them, categorize them, and get an idea of, and have them all involved. And what kind of value is the solution bringing, right? Is it positive, negative, tangible, intangible, absolute, relative? And then what kind of context is leading for this project to be happening, right? So within that context, is it certain goals that's led this project to? Or is it their attitude in competition? Is it just to make money? Or is it, just for internal peace within the organization, right? So identifying all those things, getting answers to all those kind of questions will help you do analysis better. And also it'll give you a very good context when you write these documents. Because remember, we're not just writing the document for technology teams, we're also trying to justify and explain that requirement documents. A lot of times, management can take a document and send it to the legal team. They can send it to the HR, and they're going to say, you know what? We need more budget. Here's a document justifying what this project is all about. So that document can fly to different corners of the company, and you want to make sure you have enough information to justify your proposal. You're not just saying the stakeholder is telling me to do this and I'm doing this. Because that's not professional, nor is it justifying anything for that matter, right? That doesn't justify to get more resources nor money just because the stakeholder said that. A stakeholder is also just one of the enablers of the organization. So what we should put it in a way where we're saying this project is going to benefit the organization in this way, in this way, in this way. These are some of the outcomes we're anticipating, and again, talk about the value and context on how you're benefiting from that project. Is it to the people? Is it to the company? Is it to the industry? Is it to the reputation? Is it to the revenue, right? All those things have to be included in your introduction, in your business requirement document, especially in the top few sections, because a lot of times clients just want to read the first few sections just to get an idea of what the project is all about. So if you start read there, if you don't have enough details there, if you don't have enough information there, then they'll probably be like, well, this is not justifying. I'm not convinced. And not everyone's going to read your entire 30, 40 pages. So the beginning, the context, the background, the justification, and all that plays a very big role when people are reading the document. So now let's talk about the role and responsibilities. So by now, I think it makes sense when we say business analyst is a liaison. If you're wondering, wait, what is a liaison? Why are we a liaison? We should clarify that now. So always keep this in mind. We as business analysts are a liaison, and we're acting as a bridge between stakeholders, customers on one side, and the project team, right, which includes the whole technology teams on the other side, right? So when we say a stakeholder on one side, we're talking about these stakeholders, people who are involved in the project through requirements, through finances, through interest, through SME, right? Through all these various people who are involved in the project. And they help us, they're going to help us understand the existing structure better. Again, remember, you're not just trying to define what your solution should be, but you're also trying to explain how the current process is done or what the current process is in place today. Even if it's manual, it's okay. Even if it's inefficient, it's okay. Document it. Try to understand how is it done today. And based on that, what are the results we're getting today? And that'll help us define the future state where we're saying there's a lot of value being added to the future state, and here are some of the benefits of that future state, right? That'll give us more clarity in the desired future state when you understand all the problems, challenges, gaps, and needs in today's current process. So both understanding today's current process and defining desired future state are both coming from the stakeholder. They're both coming from the clients, customers, stakeholders, sponsors, right? They're the ones giving you that info, and they should be your source. And on the other side, we have this whole project team, right? And this project team involves different roles. We're not just talking about architects, we're also talking about the various roles within the technology team. So we're talking about PMs, architects, developers, testers, analysts, DBAs, right? So all the various other roles within the project team as well. And what we're going to do with this project team is we're going to say, okay, based on our analysis, based on our understanding with customers, with stakeholders, this is what we've learned. These are some of the challenges they're facing today, and this is where they want to address. They're looking for something like this, blah, blah, blah. Or they're looking for a way where they can consolidate all this info, blah, 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 right? So that's where you're adding all those details. And then the solution team, the technology teams are designing the solutions based on the information you're providing. So they're going to say, okay, you know what, for this, we can build a simple application. For this, we can build a mobile app. Or for this, sometimes it could be as simple as if, for example, the product owners or management is not getting clarity on how many customers are getting onboarded, how many users are using the applications on a day-to-day basis, what kind of usage are they doing, what kind of functions and are being used the most versus the least, right? They sometimes just want little stats like that. And for that, it could be, the solution could be as simple as saying, you know what, we'll create this weekly reports where every Saturday morning, we're going to do like a batch update where we're going to consolidate all the users and break it down by average number of users per day, average number of users per week. And we're going to show what buttons were clicked the most. And then we're going to run a report on what their assets are or what kind of categorization are each of these users coming from, just to get an idea who uses our application the most, who uses our application the least, right? And that can lead to a lot of other decisions and improvements and upgrades to the application, where they can say, all right, it sounds like this group is using the application the most. Let's make sure that we still keep them in the high priority. Anything they request, we'll give it to them so that they don't get disappointed and stop using the application. And then this group is using the application the least. Well, let's focus on that. Let's see what that group actually wants, right? What can we do to improve their usage? What can we do to increase their number of users? And based on that, maybe we'll come up with 2 different projects and gather those requirements together and build the application in a way where the least used group can now be motivated to start using it more often. So identifying what people need, identifying what people want is all part of this process. So they're going to say, okay, you know what, we can just run a report every week and just send it out to you, send it out to management, and then management can make decisions based on that. So it could be as simple as that as well, and not necessarily building a whole application, because this report example that I gave you doesn't require any application. They basically just have to build some logic on the back end and maybe like create a new dashboard for reporting, or just send a new Excel file every Saturday or something, or once a week, that shows the breakdown and stats of users and usage and so on. But the key thing is, irrelevant to what that application is, what their project goals are, if we understand how this is done, meaning if we understand what's it like working with stakeholders, what's it like putting documents together, what's it like presenting it, what's it like justifying and putting the right context into our documents that makes sense as people read it, that experience is going to fulfill all these use cases, because projects will keep changing, people will keep changing, companies will keep changing. But if you understand the actual process itself on how this analysis is done, how this documentation is done, and what it's like to work with the various type of people, you've mastered the subject.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the purpose of a sprint in Agile Business Analytics? Option A, to complete all project requirements. Option B, to deliver a potentially shippable product increment. Option C, to plan for the entire project duration. Option D, to conduct final user acceptance testing. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comments section. Hey there! Want to master Agile Business Analytics? Our course is perfect for you. Learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you will explore Agile Business Analytics. It is like a guide for making data-driven decisions quickly and efficiently. We cover everything from the basics to advanced techniques. Our experts crafted this course to ensure you get top-notch knowledge. Your instructors are experienced pros, ready to help you learn and answer all your questions. And don't just take our word for it. Our students rave about the course. People just like you have found this course incredibly useful. Best part? It's affordable and offers great value. Ready to excel in Agile Business Analytics? Sign up now. For more info, visit ZaranTech's website.
I wanted to talk about roles and responsibilities. We discussed what the BA role was all about. We kind of briefed on how we're the liaison between stakeholders, sponsors, SMEs, and then on technology team on the other side. And we also went over the various terminologies that other organizations use to call a business analyst. So if there's any questions on those as well, we can definitely go over that. But I also want to make sure that we understand how the different roles work on technology teams. So on one side, we said, yes, we have stakeholders, SMEs, sponsors, or anyone who has some sort of a vested interest in the project, right? They're considered a stakeholder. In addition, we also have SMEs. A lot of times, these SMEs are like people from the operations teams who manage and supervise the day-to-day operations in their current process. So they have a lot of input. They have a lot of information they can share with you, which helps us as business analysts to get the details, to put enough details in our documents. So a lot of times we can always ask and say, hey, like, is there an SME here? Is there someone from like the ops who can give additional information so that I'll have more details on the current process, on how things are run today, so I have enough details to put into my BRD. And then on the other side, when we said technology team, I want to make sure everyone's aware of the various roles in the technology team. So on the tech side, let's start with the project manager. So we coordinate with the project managers, and then we also have other roles like engineers and developers. And usually developers are divided to two different categories. One is called the front end and one is called the back end. So the front end developers are people who work on the UI. So when we say UI is all like user interface that comes on our screen. So everything visible to us in terms of the application is considered front end and UI. So that uses technology like like JavaScript libraries, basic HTML, CSS, and then various JavaScript libraries like Node, React, Backbone, and these are all like most popular front-end technologies, all related to web development. So that's called the front end. And then we have the back end that controls the actions and the behavior of the application. So back-end programming languages are like C++, Java, Perl Gem, or any of the scripting languages pretty much, where you do coding, PHP, where you do coding and you explain or you kind of build the behavior on how the application should interact. Meaning, when someone clicks on a button on the screen, what should the backend be like, right? A lot of times we underestimate the actions that's going on behind the screens. When you click on a button on the front end of the UI, there's different activities that have to happen. It's making various calls to different things. It's fetching data sometimes, it's displaying data sometimes, and there's other things that's interacting and calling each other for that action to be successful, right? So all those backend actions are defined with the backend languages like Java, C++, PHP, Perl Gem, and all these things. Now, there's also something called a full stack developer, right? So the full stack has to be a versatile developer, both in backend and frontend. So those are the different types of roles, not that we need to know or be an expert in, but we need to have an idea of all these different terminologies: front-end, back-end, full stack, and so on. So we covered the project management, we covered full stack, back-end, front-end. There's also DBAs, right? So DBA stands for Database Administrator. And these guys are dedicated towards like database management. So whether that's creating new functions or maintaining the existing data in the database, helping with the fetch calls, go calls, and things like that related to extracting information from the database or saving information into the database and so on. Typically, they've had dedicated DBAs, at least till the last couple of years. Now what's happening is, as part of consolidating various roles, now they're expecting at least one developer to have the DBA experience. So they're going to be like a hybrid developer / DBA type. So they're expecting that role to be shared between developers and not be a dedicated role by itself. And then obviously we have testers, right, in technology teams. So these testers will closely work with the BAs and developers. So their first half of segment is to build test cases. And those test cases are basically a reflection of your user stories. So whatever acceptance criteria and user stories you're defining as a business analyst is going to be converted to test cases where they're saying, if this is the requirement, this is what I should be testing. And testing is basically comparing the expected versus actual results. So expected is everything the BA is saying, and actual is everything the developer is building. So that's what they compare. And then if both of them pass, the test case passed. If they don't match each other, then the test case failed. So QA will have, QA will play a big role for testing, and they'll closely work with both the BA and developers at some point. So yeah, that's just a quick overview of the project team, so you're aware of the various roles, right? Because in interviews, you shouldn't be like, oh, I wonder what QA is, or I wonder what roles comes into project teams or technology teams. I don't want you guys to be in that position. So I just wanted to make sure we cover the roles briefly. And we also have a slide coming up with the breakdowns of these roles. So we'll maybe talk about them. Actually, let me check if that is the case. Yeah, I do see the roles. Okay. All right, moving on. I also want to talk about domain. Domain is becoming a big popular topic for a lot of people when applying for jobs. A lot of times people are like, well, like, what are the different domains, or how important is it to have domain knowledge, and so on. While there's no one answer to all questions about domain, I figured let's quickly go over some of the things about domains and then see if we have any additional questions. Again, this is something that's very relevant to like applying for jobs, not necessarily for certifications, right? And that's the thing about this course. While we pull a lot of concepts from your textbooks, from the BA BOK, I've combined a lot of components from the real world scenario like this, like the different types of business analysts and things like that that you won't see in the textbook, but this is kind of basic information needed for a business analyst job. So a lot of times my slides may not help for the certification because the intent is really for people to be aware of the labor market, what the BA job is like, what the domains are like, which is going to help you during interview process and even during your jobs. I've had people message me like months later and they were like, hey, I got this job. I just wanted to thank you. Something just came up recently at our work and I just thought of our training class. And I was like, you know, that's really nice to hear and nice for people to acknowledge as well. So let's quickly talk about everything related to a domain. So when we say what is a domain or what what do we need to know about a domain refers to the business sector of the job you're applying to or the organization you're applying towards. And these could be various different sectors. The most popular one is, at least in the New York region, is the BFSI, which stands for banking, financial services, and insurance. So that's pretty much the major chunk of all like popular cities. And that's half of what BA jobs are, because it's pretty much that versus healthcare and telecom. So like that makes up for the most part of BA jobs. So starting with BFSI, banking is pretty much like all the financial institutions. Banking and financial services can be clubbed together pretty much. And then insurance is another segment, which is actually going to be similar to our case study one. So the domain for case study one is insurance. And I think for two, it's retail. And then for three, it's pretty much banking and financial services. So we kind of cover all three in some way or the other. But I just wanted to make sure if you ever come across BFSI as an acronym, just keep in mind that it stands for banking, financial services, and insurance. And there's other domains as well, like manufacturing. So manufacturing has more project management jobs than business analyst jobs, but some also have like process improvement and those type of jobs that's very closely associated with business analysis. And then we have healthcare, right? So healthcare is another very, very popular category for BA jobs. And what's happening is initially there was hardly any BA jobs within healthcare, but as technology started growing more and more into healthcare, they wanted to have someone dedicated towards the applications itself, where that person can work closely with all the medical and healthcare staff to understand how the application is working for these people. Where do these people need help? What are some of their suggestions and input, which gets converted to feedback and then into user stories? And that goes into development. And then eventually you'll launch like new updates or upgrades or improvements or enhancements from this feedback. So healthcare is also starting to have a lot more popular jobs for business analysis. But the only thing with healthcare is there's a lot of rules and codes that you may have to understand or be familiar with in your jobs. So people working in healthcare converting to business analysts is a great combination. But for a starter without healthcare or BA experience, jumping into a healthcare BA role can be a little tricky just because of the domain knowledge factor. So this is one of those areas where you need to know about certain regulations, about certain rules in healthcare that's applied and incorporated into the technology. Similar thing with banking and financial services as well. Insurance, not so much. It's pretty generic, at least when it comes to developing apps and desktop applications. But when it comes to banking and financial services, sometimes they expect you to learn some of the finance concepts. So for example, I worked almost 5 years in the BFS category, and at least 3 of those years, I didn't need any business knowledge experience, right? So it wasn't relevant for my projects because that's the kind of development we did. But then at some point, I was put into a fixed income project where we were building like derivatives and all these financial instruments into the applications. And that required me to know like some of the finance concepts, right? Because I wasn't aware of all like the instruments and the terminologies used for each of these instruments. So a lot of it didn't make sense to me. So when I reached out and I said, hey, like I'm kind of lost here, there's too much going on here, my team suggested that I study for CFA, right? And it's not easy for you to like randomly get suggested to study for CFA because it wasn't something that I was interested in, nor did I have prior background experience in finance. But I still did it because I figured it could help and they were paying for it. So I did CFA and I did level 1. I mean, there's 3 levels in total, but I did level 1 just so I understand all the basic concepts. And I didn't regret it later because I definitely learned a lot and I passed it. So I had a lot to learn from studying from that round 1. And so many concepts and so many even requirements started to make a lot more sense to me after I finished that stage. So some projects within the sector, some projects within the healthcare sector require you to understand how business works. And it all depends on how closely you work with the business and finance teams, because within finance, within banking, there's like backend teams that mostly does process related requirements or integration related requirements where you don't need to know the business knowledge. But in my case, in fixed income, I had to work with a lot of portfolio managers and traders directly. So I used to interact with them directly, even though they had a representative for all traders and portfolio managers because their schedule is unreliable. We still at some point interacted regularly with these portfolio managers and traders. So when they use all these concepts and terminologies and we don't understand it, they'll have no sympathy. They'll have no pity. They'll be like, hey, if you don't understand what I'm saying, just get out of here. That's really how they talk because they're on trading floor and they have a different attitude there. But learning CFA level 1 taught me a lot, and I was able to interact with more confidence, and I was a lot more comfortable interacting with them after learning that subject. So a lot of organizations will help you. They'll guide you and they'll say, okay, you know what? If you're not understanding some of these things, why don't you study for this? Sometimes they pay, sometimes they don't, but a lot of times they give you suggestions on how you can get better at it. So same thing with healthcare, same thing with finance. They tell you that you need to know certain things. You might need Series 7, Series 63. Only then will you understand some of these things. Yeah, that actually makes sense because I went through that as well. Same thing with healthcare. They might say, hey, like you might need a course in this, you might need training in this, just to understand some of these rules and regulations and so on. So like these two, and even a little bit of farm as well. So in the pharmacy sector, there's certain rules and regulations you also need to know similar to healthcare. So that also might be specific to certain things, but everything else is pretty generic otherwise. Especially with insurance, telecom, e-commerce, they don't expect you to know much about the business itself because it's pretty generic, right? If you think about telecom, there's a ton of jobs for business analysts in Verizon, T-Mobile. AT&T is less for some reason comparatively, but T-Mobile and Verizon has a lot of business analyst jobs. So that's something you can consider as well. And for that, like knowing telecom business is not a big deal at all. Like you can definitely learn on the internet about how telecom business works. And there's very few things that you need to know about the business sector of telecom to be successful in their IT division. So that's pretty easy. And then e-commerce as well. So retail and e-commerce doesn't need to have much knowledge of the business sector, but they might want you to be aware of what the concept of e-commerce is, right? Because everyone's becoming e-commerce, including all retail stores. So if you want to do some more research on it and understand better on what an e-commerce model is, information on this is available over the internet as well. So you can definitely read a little bit about what the telecom business is, what the e-commerce concept is, to give you a better understanding of their business models, but not complicated at all. So depending on your interest, depending on where you live, that's another big thing. That's the kind of research you should also do and say, okay, where do I live? Because if you think about it, if you go to the West Coast, pretty much like Washington and California, a lot of them are like startups or entrepreneur side, right? Where they expect you to know how like entrepreneurship works, how businesses work, how whether it's a small scale or a big scale startups, the focus is pretty much on innovation, on technology and things like that, which doesn't need much business knowledge. So most of generic and technical people are all on the West Coast, and very, very limited business knowledge is needed to survive there. When you come to Texas region, right? So Texas region has a lot of oil and gas companies. So a lot of the IT pretty much revolves around the oil and gas. And believe it or not, there's business analysis jobs in oil and gas as well. So that would be the focus. But then nowadays, actually, Texas is expanding a lot. It's getting globalized a lot. A lot of companies are moving their staff and their business models from East Coast to Texas for cost reasons. So there's a lot of new demand, a lot of new upcoming jobs in IT in the Texas region as well. So a little bit of Colorado, a little bit of Texas, Yeah, pretty much. I think those two states have most incoming IT jobs at this time, especially people who are moving. And it includes like all types. Like Google is huge in Colorado. And then in Texas, things like JP Morgan, American Airlines, Southwest, um, what else? I would say like those three are probably one of the biggest organizations that have huge IT demand in Texas now. So they also have a lot of new BA, QA, developer jobs coming up there. So that oil and gas concept is slowly fading with all these companies growing in the Texas area. Even the real estate is growing like crazy in Texas because of this, because the demand is increasing for jobs. More number of people are moving into Texas from other states and other countries. So as more people are coming into the state, the demand for real estate is growing and the prices are going up, and you know that kind of effect. And then if you come to East Coast, pretty much like Connecticut, New Jersey, New York, Massachusetts, all those regions have heavy concentration on the BFSI sector, right? Tons of insurance companies, and insurance companies are also growing like wildfire. Number of jobs, number of projects, the funding, they're all like massively growing for IT as well. So insurance is a big sector. Obviously, banking and finance is another big sector. So the reason why I'm saying all this is, depending on where you live, you want to do your research on what's around you and what domain has better prominence. Now, if you're trying to move to a place like New York, like Cali, like Texas, you know the concentration. But if you're not in some of those regions, just do some more research on what kind of companies exist out there. Because if we go to the South, like North Carolina, Atlanta, tons of jobs there as well now, like AT&T, and I think there was another company that recently moved there with tons of IT jobs now, around Maryland, DC as well. And there's a growing demand for IT jobs in those regions as well. So a lot of people are moving from other states into these places with all this new growth. So find out where you are, find out what's around you, and then based on that, you can kind of decide on what domains and business sectors you can read and understand and learn so that you can relate, or so that you can answer some of the questions during interviews as well. All right, so domain knowledge refers to the understanding of the business process and procedures, right? So how does that business work, right? What are some key concepts? Who does it interact with? What kind of competition do they have? What are the basic terminologies required to understand that business knowledge or to understand that sector? And stronghold on both front-end business concepts and relevant technology back-end process flow will make you a better candidate overall, because during interviews, when people realize that not only do you know how IT works, not only are you certified or trained in IT, but you also understand a lot of the business concepts, you've either studied it or experienced it or done some of these things, they get excited, right? Because they want to know, people are interested in learning the business concepts as well. So that's another thing you should work on. When people ask you if you know domains, obviously we shouldn't be lying, but we should also show the enthusiasm and say, like, I've been very interested in learning how insurance domain works or how the banking sector works. I've been reading a lot. I've been considering to get certified at some point in blah, 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 right? So like take advantage of that situation and show that you care, show that you have the enthusiasm to learn how their business models work, how their domains are. If you're interested really to get certified in some of those things related to their business domain, like all those things are something that people want to hear, because that way that keeps them more motivated, and then they'll be like, oh, this person might actually stick around for a longer term here if they're so interested in the business idea, in the business sectors, in the business concepts as well, in addition to their IT jobs, right? You want to show that kind of interest during interviews. Right. So, well, you could be asking me and say, okay, fine. You know what? I'm going to learn a lot about the domains, but how is that really going to help me? How is domain knowledge helpful to me? Well, as a business analyst, a lot of times you get to interact with the stakeholders, but within stakeholders, sometimes you could have somebody who is very like detailed about their domain, and then some people who are pretty generic, just talking about their requirements. So when you have the knowledge of that domain, just like what I said before, it increases your chances of interacting better with the stakeholders when you understand how the business works, how the domain works. So interacting with end users is extremely helpful when you're aware of the nature of the business. And it helps you comprehend both the extent of the business and the business needs, right? So you'll understand better, you can relate better, you can interact better, you can actually ask the right questions when you know how the business works, versus if someone is telling you certain things and you're just like, I don't know what the hell that is, that's going to keep you confused, right? So it starts creating some of those gaps as you don't understand some of these business concepts. So it just makes your interaction better. It gives a higher confidence to the stakeholders when you understand how their business works. So this is just one of those things that's not essential, that's not a necessity, but it's definitely a bonus points for you to have the knowledge and the understanding of their business domain. And when we say how important is it to have this business knowledge, a lot of entry-level positions might not require too much business knowledge experience. But if you're joining as like intermediate BAs, or if applications need expertise, like if those applications are dependent on the rules of the business, or they're dependent on some of the activities from the business directly, then you would certainly need the domain experience. But then if it's one of the applications that's just integrating, or that's just doing like some of the workflow models, then you might not need as much. Types of business analysts. This is something we briefly went over last time, right? So we talked about the different types of business analysts. So traditionally speaking, the way how the roles of business analysts evolved is that it started with the enterprise business analyst, and this person was focused more on the business process itself. They would work directly with the stakeholders, with the management, with the leadership, and they had regular and daily interaction with these people, talking about the organization, talking about their business process flows, talking about ways of improvement on how we can make more efficient workflows happen, or how can we reduce the cost with the same results. Like those are the focus and objectives of an enterprise business analyst. So the communication and interpersonal skills are the most important things required for this kind of analyst, because if they're working directly with the management and leadership teams, being able to articulate, speak, and listen is the most important thing for these kind of analysts. And usually enterprise business analysts don't even get into the applications. They'll just interact with the system analyst on the teams, but they hardly know anything about the applications or about the technology side. So very limited. Well, the requirement is that they don't really need to know much about technology. And to be honest, when business analyst roles evolved, they used to hire like English majors, history majors to work as business analysts, because that's really how these roles evolved. The focus of an enterprise business analyst was mostly like on documentation, working with the right teams, being able to present how their workflow models work, writing a lot of pages to justify certain proposals. With all those in mind, they said, you know what, if there's not enough people in IT, I'm talking about like, maybe like 2 decades ago, they said if there's not a lot of people graduating in IT degrees, let's hire like literature majors or history majors to write some of these documents for us. So, and it's funny because when I worked with some of these people during my finance experience, my managers were like history majors, natural science majors, and I'm just like, how are you even here, right? Like, how are you a director? How are you a manager working in IT if you did like a history major? And this is really how it started, because in the beginning, the focus was on communication, interpersonal skills, and writing pretty much. And now that's slowly changing to like more technology side. So that's enterprise business analysts. And then when we talk about functional business analysts, these analysts focus a lot on the actual functional process of the applications. What does that mean? We're talking about the different features and capabilities within the application. Like, what are the different functionalities in the application? Again, this is not technical either. We're just speaking from a system perspective on what the different functionalities exist in the application. And this would need regular interaction with stakeholders, business teams, and technology teams. So this is one of those liaison roles where you're balancing both sides. On one end of the project, you're working with stakeholders, you're spending a lot of time with them, you're trying to understand what kind of vision do they have for the application. And then on the other side, you have your technology teams waiting to hear from you, and they'll talk about what they can do or what they can't do. And that'll bring up things like constraints, limitations, blockers, and then you're going to address that with project managers or stakeholders and so on. So this is like the liaison we mostly talk about, and you need decent amount of technology. So like when we say this is the capability needed, that needs to make sense to you. When we say a functionality, that needs to make sense to you, right? So when we write the functional requirement document after the business requirement document, it'll make a lot more sense on how interpreting these requirements in English is versus how to interpret these requirements in terms of features and capabilities. And then the last one is the IT business analyst. So this is more like the system analyst, where the focus is more on the application itself, right? How does the application work? What does the application interact with? Where are the downstreams? Where are the upstreams of the application? Meaning, what data is coming into our application? What data are we pushing out of the application? And there's all these like batch jobs and uploads and downloads that happen on a regular basis, every few hours or once a day, where the data is moving from one application to the other. So all that kind of knowledge is required for system analysts, and they'll be able to speak about anything that's possible or not possible from that application's perspective. So they focus more on translating your functional specs into technical implementations. So similar to how we have BRDs and FRDs, they also have something called the design specs document and the tech spec document. So what those documents do is they convert your requirements into design components. And they'll say, in our design spec document, we're saying this requirement will be built in this way. So that's really where the architecture is happening without getting technical yet. They're basically giving instructions in the design specs by saying, using this technology, we're going to implement this, we're going to interpret this, we're going to integrate that, right? So they're basically explaining on how it should be done in the design document, which is probably one of the most important phases of projects as well, because that's really the brain of the project. And once the design specs is completed, the technical specs is just explaining on how it should be done, which is probably one of the easiest things to do compared to others, because technical specs document is just giving instructions to engineers by saying, using this, do this, using this, do this. In order for this to happen, let's do this, right? So it's basically the design specs is getting converted to like a task list or like task explanation on how it should be done. Let's see, they focus on translating functional specs to tech specs, and then the systems analyst should also have a good knowledge on process flow diagrams, requirement traceability matrix, right? Visio, and you use Visio to build these process flow diagrams and so on. So they should be able to explain some of these flow diagrams, some of the traceability things, where they say, okay, for this requirement, this is how we built it, this is how we're testing it. So again, everything related to the system is something the IT business analyst should know. And, you know, again, these are how the roles evolved. And now if you ask me what the labor market conditions are, how are the jobs today? What categories do these jobs fall under? And my answer would be, really depends on the organization. But when it comes to like state-based organization, right? Anything like that the state owns. By the way, there's a lot of state projects as well. So if you're someone who wants like long-term stability, better benefits package during job and even after job, like retirement phase, state projects are the best because they usually don't lay off. The salary is less, but the benefits package is great. So again, that has its own benefit versus other private corporate has a better pay and not that great benefits, and then long-term retirement and all that is very limited compared to state projects. So that's the difference, where you also have to make a decision. If you want less money and better stability and benefits, then you can go to the government projects. But if you want more money up front and you don't care much about the long-term stability and all that, you can go for private corporate. You know, we talked about like healthcare, BFSI, and so on. If it's things like telecom, e-commerce, retail, insurance, those are pretty straightforward because you can just read stuff online. Internet has tons of overviews of all these business sectors. But if it's something more specific like banking, financial services, or healthcare and pharmacy, then those things are not just like a Google search, they're more like certifications based. So that's a little more trickier. If you want to get certified in like CFA or Series 7, Series 63 and all that, that'll help you in finance. Similar things exist for healthcare and pharmacy. I'm not too aware of those certifications. Or if you're applying to a specific component within finance, you can always read up online on that specific topic. So it really all depends on what you're applying to. There's no one answer or one place where you can just go read everything and just be like, I know everything about domain at this point. And then the way these roles are applied, so I was saying, like, if it's state-based project, government projects honestly move very, very slow, right? They take tons of money, right? Tax paid dollars, and their projects are stable for that reason, because people don't stop paying taxes, and that's going to keep flowing. So they always have consistency in their budgets. They don't really do too many layoffs, but they're also like old school thinking, right? They're one of the least adaptable organizations, meaning like they'll be one of the last people to convert from waterfall to agile, because things move super slow there. They're not really advanced with technology, and everything is still old school in most government projects. Things are changing now, but they're still like the last in that category. So they still use the old school way of roles, of responsibilities, of activities. So if you look at like state projects, you still might see the word enterprise business analyst, because those people don't want to adapt to like the trending technology. So it's still continuing in the same way. There's a lot of state projects also doing agile transformation, but majority are still in the waterfall state. So you'll see this role a lot more common with most of the State Department projects. And then functional business analyst is the most popular one. They don't call it functional business analyst. They might just call it business systems analyst, which is a combination of these two, right? So at this point, they're expecting you to be able to balance both sides, from the stakeholder perspective of understanding and writing and documenting and presenting. And then on the other side of taking the system perspective, if it's an existing application, you should master the application. You need to know what the features and capabilities exist there. What are the integration points? What are the different systems that you're talking to, and what's possible, what's not possible? How do we put wireframes together? How do we put process flows together, right? So that's on the other side of the spectrum. So mostly private organizations, corporate organizations use a combo of these two roles. And again, some of them with that also have specific, like functional business analysts, systems business analysts, and so on. But this is more like government projects. This is more like private projects. All right, so quick check here, just to make sure people are not sleeping on me. So what would happen to requirements with problems? Meaning if requirements are weak, if requirements have gaps, if requirements are not efficient, if requirements are not complete, absolutely, we're missing the deadlines, right? So we're not going to be able to deliver on time. Now, a lot of the times, stakeholders they kind of forgive when we don't make it on time, when it's delayed by a little bit. But then there's some projects that are very, very critical on deadlines. So this is going to cause a major impact when projects fail to deliver on time. That has a business impact, and then the business will either say, you know what, screw you, I'm going to fire this project manager or something, right? So those kind of impacts come back when you don't deliver on time. Sometimes organizations lose contracts because they're not able to deliver on time. Sometimes people get fired because they can't deliver on time. So we said we could miss the timeline, we could lose time in fixing things, lose money by the time we fix these things. What else can happen to projects? Misguided, yes, meaning it's not aligned with the original requirements. And what does that happen? Like, what does that lead to? When it's misaligned according to the stakeholders' vision, what happens to the project at that point? Projects are unsuccessful and they can basically fail at this time, right? So if you miss the deadline, yes, that's a huge impact. You've lost time, money, and the deliverable itself on time. But somehow, if you still manage to deliver it on time, so the reason why I'm asking that is there could be situations where you know there's gaps in your where you might not know there's gaps in your requirements. And unknowingly, if there are gaps in your requirements, what happens to the project? If our analysis is weak and our requirements has gaps that we are not aware of, what would happen to the project? Yeah, but let's assume that even developers don't realize there's gaps. It's very possible, right? So when you don't realize there's gaps, meaning like there's a lot of situations where you don't know that there's missing pieces in your requirements, right? It's not like we're knowingly making it fail, but a lot of times there's things that we haven't covered in our requirements, which means it hasn't been designed, it hasn't been built, and it won't be tested. And then when we launch it, we realize that there's a lot of missing components based on what users are giving feedback, right? In that situation, we're basically saying, well, not us, but users are basically saying, well, this requirement doesn't align to our vision. So it's not a match, right? And at that point, it's failed, right? It's incomplete. If it's considered incomplete, it could lose value, it could lose reputation. And then the client can be like, you know what, we don't want to continue with you anymore. You could lose contracts, right? You could lose funding. And that could also lead to like layoffs or, you know, people getting fired. This is really how a lot of projects kind of die. And at some point they don't get additional funding because of their reputation. And then no longer the team has a demand there. So they have to start spreading those people across other teams, or they'll just be like, you all get a severance package, you can go home, right? So that's what really happens when projects have gaps, when projects have poor analysis done, or when we have like missing pieces in the puzzle. But let me also ask a follow-up question. What are some of the reasons on how or why that could happen? Like, why could it have been a poor analysis, or why could it have been like a poor requirement design? Okay, lack of knowledge and experience, right? And again, that lack of knowledge and experience is not always the BA, it could also be the project managers sometimes, right? If they don't have the right experience or right knowledge to execute the project, they could have done a poor job as well in coordinating it. That's possible. Same thing with architects, right? If architects are not experienced, they'll build a poor design. You know, Christy, that's a very sensitive subject. Let's say that does happen, but can you really blame them? It's almost like blaming parents, right? I mean, sometimes I guess you can point out and say, hey, mom and dad, you're wrong, but what do you think is usually going to happen when you do that? Yeah, no, they should have known better, but like, how would you address a situation like that? Assuming that stakeholders didn't read all your documents, assuming they didn't, you know, validate before giving a sign-off and they just gave a fake sign-off just to move things forward. How can you address something like that? Yeah, no, I mean, there's no right or wrong answer at this point. So we just have to brainstorm of, like, if you were the business analyst on your project, you wrote a document and you just realized your stakeholder signed off not even knowing what it is. What can you do? How can you fix things like that? Okay, so you're saying like pay more attention to bringing all teams together and do a brainstorm. Okay, that's an option. So, I mean, we kind of covered the answers already on this, right? So we're basically saying if stakeholders haven't done a good job, like proofreading and validating some of the scenarios we've described, we can do other ways of, you know, doing more meetings, more brainstorming, and we can probably create that transparency by having more discussions to kind of trigger them to get involved in these conversations. So that's definitely one of the ways. Bringing everyone together and taking sign-offs is also another thing, because if you know the stakeholder hasn't read it, but at least you would expect like the architects to have gone through it, they'll have a lot of the questions, right? So if we make sure that all teams are involved, if we make sure that we can have sign-offs with everyone combined, that can probably trigger more additional questions or more concerns from other teams other than stakeholders, because we're going to be biased. We can't see the mistakes we did in our documents, so we're technically counting on other people to give us feedback. Hey, this could be improved, this could be improved. So get more people involved is definitely another great solution here. Communication is honestly one of the biggest reasons why you could have poor requirements or poor analysis. Lack of experience is another reason why we would have done a bad job. And like I've said, a lot of times BAs are very vulnerable when projects fail. So a lot of times they just come back to the BA and they'll be like, hey, this is the person who started the document. Maybe that's not right, right? So when that happens, we can always say, hey, listen, we've done analysis, we've done review sessions, people have signed off on it. I have a stakeholder sign off, I have a architect sign off. So if you tell me that we have sign-offs on all these documents and then come back and tell me that my document is not right, there is a gap in all our coordination, right? So this is the diplomatic way of saying like, hey, it's not my fault, and neither should we say it's somebody else's fault, but we should say if we've reviewed it with the teams, if the teams have given us a sign-off and yet we're saying the documents are not right, there's a gap somewhere, right? So leave it to the air, right? Put it in the air and just be like, hey, it's someone else's fault, but we're not pointing to anybody at that point, right? So that just has to bring up more questions to the teams and say, oh yeah, this person's right. People have signed off on it. Can't really just blame the BA that they came up with poor analysis at that point. All right, let's move on to the next slide. All right, so if you look on the right side, so this is the different phases within the project. You start with the requirements. This is where you do planning and monitoring, elicitation and collaboration, right? So we're doing brainstorming sessions with stakeholders, we're gathering the data together, we're organizing that data together, we're putting it in a format where it's presentable, where we can demo it and say like, hey, based on all the conversations we've had with the stakeholders, here's a summary, here's a proposal of what's required, right? And then you go through a collaboration phase in within requirements. And the ultimate goal of that requirements is to output a deliverable like a BRD or like an FRD with a sign-off, right? We're trying to make sure the stakeholders, architects, and the business analysts are all on the same page saying this is where the requirements should be. Once you get a sign-off, you would then go into a design phase. So what happens in the design phase? The architects are converting your documents into design components. So the design spec is going to explain what kind of technology to use, what kind of algorithms to use, what kind of logic to implement, what licenses do we need, right? So all that information related to the systems and implementation will come into the design specs based on your requirement document. And once the design specs or tech specs is signed off on, or at least is agreed upon, then that goes to the build phase. Right? So in the implementation phase, your developers are following those guidelines, the design specs or the tech specs, and they're doing the actual coding. They're actually building the application at that point through coding. And once that build phase is completed, then it goes into the testing phase, where now they're verifying if the expected results from the business analyst is matching the actual results from the developers. If the BA and the developer match, meaning like if the writing in the document and the actual implementation through code are now matching each other, the test cases have passed, right? So that testing happens by a lot of people, right? So the QAs do the major part of their testing, but they also rely on the BA to do like UAT testing, which is right before the production launch. They also expect the stakeholder to do some testing before the production launch, right? But the primary audience for this verification phase is the QA team who does all the testing. And once that testing is successful and signed off on, then it goes to launch phase and it gets launched, it gets deployed on all, hundreds or thousands of systems, and then that goes to the maintenance cycle, right? Again, in the maintenance cycle, you could have a lot of feedback coming in too. So your organization has to decide if it's the BA that's going to help with the maintenance phase or if they have a dedicated production support teams to do that kind of support in the maintenance. So that's really a quick overview of the cycle or the different phases here. So I just want to make sure you guys understand that before we get to the challenges. Questions on that? Okay. All right, so what are some challenges we face as a business analyst? I think one of the biggest challenges that we face are changes. A lot of times changes keep happening. In one way or the other, somebody has something to change, right? So that change could be because of a new change in business model, right? So something could have changed to trigger that. New rules and regulations could have come up, like, you know, in finance, Dodd-Frank regulation is a big thing. And just launching that is going to change the whole direction of how IT projects are in the banking and finance sectors. So similar in healthcare, right? So actually in healthcare, a lot of times, even when the government changes on a state or on a local, state or federal level, healthcare regulations change as well. Policies change as well. And as policies change, that changes the direction on where healthcare is going towards. So any of those changes in the business side or in the domain of it can affect the IT project's direction as well, because your goals will change, your objectives will change at that point. A lot of times changes can happen in technology, right? So new technology could come or technology could get outdated. A lot of times you'll see certain products losing support, right? So they'll be like, oh, this product is no longer supported because it's outdated, right? Or due to budget constraints, we're no longer supporting Model 3 and below, right? So when that happens, when technology changes and your existing application gets outdated, you might want to consider starting a new project and replace the old technology with new technology, right? Otherwise, what happens is when something is broken or when something needs diagnosis and you realize that vendor is no longer supporting that version, now you're on hold, right? You don't want to wait till that moment when someone raises a concern and then you try to fix it and then you realize the vendor no longer supports the application and then you'll be like, damn, I'm screwed at this point, right? Because you would have to go back to the end user and say, I'm sorry, we no longer have support on this. What do you think is going to happen? They're going to go straight to the management. They're going to go straight to the stakeholders. And again, that's going to impact you, right? That's going to impact the project teams. And they'll be like, hey, when you know the support was ending for this product, why didn't you consider? Why didn't you bring it up and talk about what were we going to do about it, right? So like those kind of escalations will happen at that point. And typically most applications lifespan is 5 to 7 years. Could be less these days because technology is moving at a much higher rapid phase at this time. But typically 5 to 7 years is lifespan of an application. And after that, most likely you're either going to lose support or it's going to get outdated or a lot more developments could happen that will need an upgrade, right? So for the most part, every 5 years, every 7 years, there's some sort of cycle that repeats for every application. You might want to consider building a new application from scratch that's a lot more comprehensive, a lot more complex, or you can just upgrade within the existing technology by adapting to the latest versions. Changes can also be human, right? So like stakeholders could change their mind, sponsors could change their mind, and they could just be like, all of a sudden, this is a high priority. All of a sudden, something could become a low priority. So things can go up and down, new changes can keep coming in, and we'll see how that's addressed as well in waterfall versus agile. So in waterfall methodology, people don't appreciate changes once we're done past the requirement phase. So as soon as we finish the requirement phase, well, I think even in design phase, it's okay, but like this is the borderline where changes need to come in waterfall. Anything beyond this line with changes in software development lifecycle using waterfall is a major concern to the project timeline, because waterfall and SDLC is more like a cascading effect where one can't start till the other begins, to the other end, sorry. So the whole requirements phase has to end before design can begin. The whole design has to end before implementation can begin. And in situations like that, if we're in the middle of the project and all of a sudden we have a bunch of changes, we technically have to go back, refine this whole thing, update the whole thing, and then again go to design. update the whole design, and then come back to implementation, which can be very, very annoying because we're just living in the day and age where we change our minds like every other day at this point, right? So it's a huge impact in waterfall versus in agile. They're a lot more flexible with changes, right? It's all about inspect and adapt. So if you said one thing and then 3 weeks later you said another thing, agile has a way of fixing it, right? It might be delayed a little bit, but they can still make it happen. Versus waterfall, we're just like, all right, hold off everything right now. We're going to pause all development. We're going to go back to requirement and update those requirements. So that's the kind of downside that waterfall has when it comes to changes in the middle of the projects.
Hey there! Want to master Agile Business Analytics? Our course is perfect for you. Learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you will explore Agile Business Analytics. It is like a guide for making data-driven decisions quickly and efficiently. We cover everything from the basics to advanced techniques. Our experts crafted this course to ensure you get top-notch knowledge. Your instructors are experienced pros, ready to help you learn and answer all your questions. And don't just take our word for it. Our students rave about the course. People just like you have found this course incredibly useful. Best part? It's affordable and offers great value. Ready to excel in Agile Business Analytics? Sign up now. For more info, visit ZaranTech's website.
All right, let's also talk about some of the other responsibilities as business analysts. We facilitate transitions from current state to future state here, to a desired future state. Again, this is something that we do as part of our analysis phase. This is something we mention on our business requirement document. And again, it's a one-time process only. It's not a recurring thing because we're talking about current state, we're talking about future state. Current state just explains what we do today, and future state just describes what we want eventually, right? So that only needs to happen once in a project. We also can deal with a lot of data conversions, data migrations here. So if we're doing some of these like technology upgrades, then yes, we're going to do a lot of data migrations from one application to the other, from one source to the other. We'll talk about that at some point in the class as well, on what those data migration activities look like. Development of training material to help stakeholders adapt to the new system. Again, right, so if we're making major changes to the UI, to the way functionality works, we need to update some of the documentations to help end users, to help stakeholders, and so on. We're also responsible to present the training demos and like user guides, tutorials, and what the phase we do this usually for training demos is during verification. So as people are testing it, we're going to start working on some of the training documents where we're saying, well, here's a quick user guide, or here's a quick walkthrough process on how this new application works, right? So that's all the responsibilities of BS as well. Again, keep in mind, you're mastering the application. And if you want to master the application, the least you could do is write a user guide. And a lot of times when you're writing your user guides or training materials, you learn a lot during that process as well, because you have to go like one click to the other to be able to document that. And that process teaches you a lot too. There's been times when I was like, oh my God, I didn't even know this exists. And that all happened because I was documenting step by step. And then provide post-implementation support. Again, this comes during the maintenance phase. Once it's deployed, once all users have it in place, they might come back with a lot of questions, with a lot of feedback. So you're providing some of that support as well if the organization doesn't have like a production support team. Like huge financial institutions usually have dedicated production support teams, but if they don't, then the business analysts are kind of responsible for that. All right, so here is a translation of some of the things we talked about in terms of roles. This should give you a very good idea of the two sides of teams, right? On one side, we have the customer facing. On the other side, you have your project team facing. So on the customer side, we have project sponsors. They could be financial sponsors or just like an executive sponsor. You could have the various stakeholders. You have your SMEs, and sometimes you can have your product managers as well, as long as they're giving information related to the project, related to the context, and so on. So these are the different roles. Now, when we say sponsors, it could mean a couple of things. Sponsors are usually responsible for initiating the effort to define a business need or to develop a solution that meets that need. And they're usually the ones doing the kickoff. They're the ones doing the launch of the project. And they basically authorize the work to be performed. They're controlling the scope, they're controlling the budgets, and they're pretty much like that site kind of people who are not in the day-to-day activity, but all updates need to reach this person in terms of where we are, right? Because they're all concerned about ROIs as well. So 3 months later, 6 months later, they kind of want to know the project status. If things are slow, if things are delayed, if things are behind time, they want to get those updates. Or if things are moving quick, they want to see certain updates. Stakeholders, I think you should have a very good idea at this point who the stakeholders are, what defines them as stakeholders, and so on, right? We said they could be an individual, they could be a group of individuals, right? Could be all over the place, could be all in one place, but these people are people that we need to work with, that we as business analysts need to interact with. And they're usually our first source of information for requirements. They're the ones who are doing the sign-offs. They're also the ones, by the way, who are clarifying some of the questions we have later on. When people are building these projects, when people are developing your requirements and they have all these questions like, hey, you didn't mention to me what happens in this here, or I'm putting a new button here, but you didn't tell me what all should it do, right? Or any missing pieces in the build phase, when they come back to you for questions, you should be making sure that stakeholders are aware of those things. If you assume that you already know that and stakeholders confirm that during requirements and you just didn't mention it in the documents, then you can answer their questions. Or if you think it takes too long to wait for the stakeholders and you want to save time and keep moving, you can answer those questions. But eventually just make sure the stakeholders are aware that questions like blah, blah, blah came up and you answered blah, blah, blah. So they're aware and they're on the same page as you, because if you assume things and they're not aware of it, or they may not agree with it, or they're not aligned with it, they'll come back to you and just be like, hey, how did this happen, right? I never said this is how it should work, but why is this working this way? And the developer is going to be like, I don't know, the BA told me to do this. So you don't want that blame. So just make sure that stakeholders are aware of any clarifications that you're answering. A lot of times end users, customers are also someone who you can rely on when you're working on your requirements, because they could be using the products in the future, or if it's an existing project, they're the ones who are using it on a day-to-day basis. So they have that experience as well on suggesting on what works, what doesn't work. And it's kind of a moral obligation for customers to be involved at some point during the build or before the build and so on. SMEs is another big categories, right? Always try to identify if you can find an SME, because they will be your friend when it comes to details. So they can often be experts, sometimes in the business domain side, right? Which is also useful. When you're dealing with a certain project that relies heavily on like healthcare policies or on banking regulations, you might not have the bandwidth to go and learn those policies or to go get certified in some of those things and understand how their regulations work. So a lot of times you can rely on these SMEs instead to give you that information. So sometimes it could be domain related, sometimes it could just be like system related. And domain SMEs typically have that in-depth knowledge, right, of topics related to the business need or to the business scope. And these people can be various departments, could be marketing, could be legal, could be sales, could be finance, could be HR, could really be anyone depending on the organization. And then the systems SME or the technical SME is usually who can help with the implementation part, right? So he could have some sort of specialized knowledge regarding the implementation. They can talk about how a similar previous project experience was, where a component was defined, a component was developed and designed and tested, how that experience went, who to actually reach out to, like who would be the right person to validate some of those changes, like what does a change management look like? Because in a lot of organizations, there's change control, where you need to fill certain tickets, you need to fill certain forms, and you need to justify why your change is required and get proper approvals before you deploy that change, right? Again, something that project managers have to help with, but a lot of times we're, as business analysts, documenting those changes. So you want to check with SMEs or project managers on what their change control process looks like. And then you also have the product manager or like anyone from operations as well, who understands how day-to-day activities works and how does the maintenance work for a system typically, and how they can help give some of the details as well. Or sometimes what they also do is there could be a bunch of stakeholders and they can assign one stakeholder as the point of contact, right? So let's say, for example, the fixed income project experience that I was talking about, my stakeholders were basically all portfolio managers and traders on the trading floor. However, they said, you know what, your point of contact is this one person who's going to work with us on a daily basis. He's also just like one of us, but we do meetings internally. He takes all the notes and he's the one representing us. In a situation like that, my point of contact is only this one person who was assigned as a stakeholder. I didn't care about others. If others wanted to talk, they were welcome to talk, but I only dealt with this one stakeholder. And as I got updates, I would just publish it, CC all of their stakeholders, and just be like, hey, here's where we are. This is the update. If anyone has any questions or concerns, please let me know. Otherwise, I'll assume that you guys are all on board with this approach. That's how I used to manage it. But if they didn't assign that individual and say he would be your point of contact, then what I would do is I would just schedule. Well, I wouldn't schedule it. The project manager would schedule it. I would have the PM schedule like a requirement session once a week or once every couple of days and invite all the stakeholders. And this way, I'm covering all my bases. I'm saying, you know what, we're holding these requirement sessions every couple of days and we're inviting all stakeholders. It's up to the stakeholders to decide if they want to show up or not. And then based on the final summary findings from those sessions, I'm going to summarize that. I'm going to send it out as meeting minutes, or as if I end up putting it into a document, I'll attach that document and send it as a summary at the end of the week and say, hey, here are the stakeholders who joined these sessions. This is the summary. This is what I have so far. If anyone has questions or concerns, please let me know, right? So this way, what you're doing is you're doing your job by creating that transparency. You're CCing everybody. You're giving everyone an update. And it's really up to the stakeholders to decide how much they want to get involved or not. And then when they come back 3 months later or 6 months later, you can just be like, listen, I understand, but we've been holding all these sessions every week. We've been sending out summaries every week, and we did the best we could from the people who joined. So if you're saying there's more things that's needed here, if you're saying there's missing components that we didn't reach out to and ask about, well, we had the sessions. And I understand if you weren't able to join. So as long as you can justify and say we have additional time now to do those analysis and to fit those pieces, then I'm okay with that. And I'll send a summary to the whole group and say, here's the findings. And typically at that point, stakeholders will be like, okay, maybe you should not do that. All right, you know what? I'm okay. Just go ahead with whatever you have. That's typically what happens, because one stakeholder is going to feel like he doesn't want to obligate everybody else to affect their timeline because they missed some of the deadlines or they missed some of their components. So now again, not everything will go smoothly. Sometimes it could escalate. Sometimes it could go, downhill. Different situations could happen depending on people's behaviors and responses. But as our job, we need to make sure we put everyone on those email chains and we tell them, here's an update. These are the people who joined. This is what I have. We're moving on to the next phase very soon. And this way, they can't blame you later on. Okay, so moving on to the project team. So on this side, we said we have project manager if it's waterfall, Scrum master if it's agile, sometimes both, hybrid PM Scrum masters. And again, PMs are usually responsible for on the timeline mostly, right? So they're coordinating all the events. They're facilitating all the meetings. They're helping us meet the deadlines. They're ensuring that they've defined milestones, project objectives, identifying proper resources, making sure the scope is defined, making sure the budget is matching to the scope and estimates, creating a timeline, identifying when what's going to be delivered. who are the identified resources, what are those resources assigned to, what are the risks involved, right? So like if any of those phases or milestone has an associated risk, let's identify those, let's put that on the table as well. So all those things are something that project managers are working in parallel. As you do your requirements, as you do your own analysis and documentation, these are some of the things they're working on. They're working on people, they're working on timeline, they're working on budget. So they kind of have their own challenges in one way or the other. And then we talked about the technology team. So I hope that like makes sense to you when we say UI, that's mostly front end, back end is when we say like they're working on the actual system behaviors or defining how like functionality should work, what kind of calls should each button click or each option should do from system behavior perspective. Then full stack developers have a combination of both front end and back end. We have DBAs in teams, right? So anyone doing like database related work, right? So MySQL, all those things come under DBA. They expect BAs to have that knowledge sometimes. They expect developers to have that knowledge sometimes. And then some teams just have like dedicated DBAs as well. And again, for DBA, I think the two most common applications used today is either MySQL, right? So SQL is one of the most popular database tools, or Oracle. So it's pretty much between Oracle and SQL that most companies use. And in my experience, SQL is a lot more commonly used than Oracle, but it really, again, depends on the organization. And then we also have the QA teams, right? So QA really is quality assurance is basically testing, right? So you have manual testing, you have automation testing. There's also various other testings we haven't really touched upon yet, but there's a ton of other testings like performance testing, UAT testing, load testing, regression testing, all other forms of testing as well. Where, so for example, performance testing is very useful for like web applications or mobile applications, because they start defining what the duration is for each click, or each how long does it take for a page to load. What is the time when you click and wait for a function to happen, right? And they start defining benchmarks. They want to make sure that the actual results are meeting that benchmarks. Or when, you know, the traffic is very high on the site, how does that affect the performance? So they might have like a job that runs this performance report and sends an update every day. And then if you see performance is getting slower, the metrics are going down by the day, then you address that concern and you'll be like, hey, what's causing the performance to go down? Why are pages loading slower? Is it the kind of images and content we're uploading? Or is it the kind of traffic we're getting on the site? Is it more number of clicks? Or is it something else that's affecting the performance? Regression testing is basically the QA team does a full round of overview testing just to make sure that any new changes, any new functionalities built into the application is not affecting the old functionalities, the old components, or the old pages, right? So when you're uploading a new page on a website, you want to make sure all other pages are not affected by this. And sometimes it's possible, right? There's like certain cookies behind the pages. There are certain scripts that could break other scripts, or that could conflict with other scripts and end up breaking some of the UI components or some of the pages and so on. So the regression testing is to ensure that the existing site or application is still functional, nothing is broken because of any new changes introduced. And they also have like smoke testing. So smoke testing is similar to regression testing, where as soon as a new change is implemented, they just do a quick overview test just to make sure that all pages are still intact, no buttons are broken. And you might, when you're using some of the sites, sometimes you'll see like the image doesn't load, right? Or sometimes the icon is broken, or sometimes the button or, you know, the text is tilted, or the text comes out of a box, right? So those are all things that they identify in smoke testing to make sure that nothing else has been impacted from a UI perspective because of a new change, versus regression testing is checking for the functionality, and then smoke test is checking for the UI from any new changes introduced. So there's a ton of other testing activities as well that QA does. And again, we told you that there's also their own life cycle, right? Defect bug management. We talked about in the overview topics. similar to how we have our own software development lifecycle of all those different phases like requirements, designs, implementation, verification. Similarly, it's called STLC, which stands for Software Testing Lifecycle. So they have their own lifecycle going on in the background where they're defining new test cases, they're executing test cases where they're identifying bugs on existing applications, they're identifying bugs from new development compared to your requirement documents, and then they prioritize defect management. They kind of work with the stakeholders and say, hey, here's the latest status on where we are with defects. We have 100 defects and you tell us what's important, what's not. What can we ignore? If we can ignore it, we'll make it a low priority. If it's a high priority, if it's critical for us, let us know. And then we'll reach out to the PMs, we'll reach out to the BAs to coordinate fixing some of these things, right? So they have their own thing going on. PMs are doing their own thing. BAs are doing our own thing, right? With our documentation and so on. Everyone has responsibilities in their own buckets. And then after QAs, we're talking about application support. Again, this is usually evident in larger organizations, people who have a lot more money, people who can have dedicated resources just for production support, just for business as usual activities. They can have their application support teams who are meant just to help users. So if any user has an issue, they'll reach out to this dedicated person. This dedicated person might open tickets for them and they'll be like, all right, sure, we'll reach out to our tech teams. We don't want you contacting them directly because they're kind of busy. So I'll just create a ticket. I have a basic knowledge. The BA has given me a knowledge transfer. I'll try to diagnose the issue. Give me a day or so. And if I can't fix it, I'll reach out to the BA or to the PM or to the architect, whoever, who can help us resolve this issue, right? So bigger organizations who have like a lot more projects have dedicated support teams. But if you don't, then it just comes back to the BA. So, and the reason why I'm just going through all these things is so that you're aware of team structures. And if questions come up in interviews, when you get hired and you kind of want to know how project teams are structured, these are all the different roles that come up, that might come up. And for you, and it's really good and useful for you to have knowledge of the various roles that's out there in the project teams. And then in addition to these roles, we could also have other roles, right? Sometimes it could be like vendors who provide services or products to your organization. So a lot of times we may not develop all applications from scratch. We might work with a vendor, take their basic application and build upon that. So then support or any upgrades would have to be a coordinated effort between your engineering team and their vendor teams. So they can also be one of the key players on project teams. You can also have regulators. Nowadays, compliance is becoming a big thing. Audit is becoming another big thing, which is ensuring to make sure you're meeting the standard governance, which is making sure that you meet certain compliance, right? So all these legal regulations have become a big thing as well in a lot of these projects. So you could be working with like compliance officers, risk management teams, in other legal teams as well. So those are all the different kind of people on the project team side. Now, anyone have any questions between customer side, between project team side, right? All right, so I kind of want you guys to get involved at this time. Rather than me explaining what is what, I want you guys to take a shot. We've covered a lot of these things already. So I want to see if you guys can identify some of these activities. One, does this make sense when you read what this activity is? So each bullet is an activity by itself. Does it make sense what it is? Do we understand what it is? And once we understand what it is, tell me in what phase is it going to fit on the left side and who is going to be performing this activity. So who's going to perform this and where they're going to perform this. So everyone make a note of that. You have to make sure you identify all the current process and put that in the BRD. It's very important that existing flow needs to be incorporated into your requirements, because another thing about this is that we want to make sure that none of these activities or outputs of this current process is missed out when you automate that. So when the system do some of the things that we do manually, you don't want to miss out on any functionalities from the existing process when you do the system process, okay? So it's equally important to list it on the document, also ensure that your future state addresses all those as well. So again, also keep in mind, as is and to be are also popular acronyms used for this. Well, they're not really popular. They're not really acronyms. They're just like words used, as is and to be. So as is just basically says whatever the current process is defined as is, and to be is that future state you're designing basically. So the different documents, right? We're going to touch upon that as well in the upcoming slides. So BRD is an example, FRD is an example, wireframes, process flow diagrams, any data conversion, data migration. So all these are different examples of the documentation needed, because again, the more supplement information we have, the stronger it is for designing or development of our requirements. Next one, managing any requirement changes. This is like a generic thing. Again, typically the management of any requirement changes should happen between requirements and design. You don't want to do anything related to changes beyond design, because it gets a lot more complicated at that point, escalated at that point as well. But between these two phases, you can always go back and forth to make changes until you reach that point of satisfaction, I would say. Yeah, so some of the things like process flow diagrams and things like that is our documents that validate the requirements we're putting there, right? So that kind of has to make sense. They shouldn't be like, hey, your process flow is showing one thing and then your requirements is dealing with another thing. They have to be on the same page when it comes to those both documents. But then they're also translating your, I wouldn't say translate, it's really they're converting your process flow diagrams to technical process flows as well. So there's different UML diagrams, like activity diagram, state diagram, and the other flow diagrams pretty much that talks about like how system behavior is, how activity is, how user functionality is. So all those have to match each other as well. And those pretty much, again, have to align with your requirement document, validating some of the business rules you've mentioned in your requirement document and in your process flow diagrams. So, and this is done through test cases, right? So the QA is defining test cases based on your requirements, and then, pretty much what you said, they're expecting to match the expected versus actual, and they both have to like align. And if it doesn't, test cases fail, and then you would review it. And this needs to happen both on business level and on code level. So there's like different phases within testing. And we'll talk about those different stages when we come to the QA topic. So again, remember, defect management has its own life cycle. So we're trying to identify any bugs in the design, any bugs in the development, any gaps in the requirements. So this is all part of the ongoing life cycle. As we're testing different phases, we're identifying and reporting them. You could use Jira, you could use something else to manage these stories. But at the same time, you're also getting a lot of feedback from end users, from stakeholders. So there could be errors and bugs that we don't know that exist out there, right? So when customers and end users are reporting these things, we're also documenting that. And then we need to make sure that stakeholders are aware of these errors, of these bugs, and we should probably be asking for their prioritization on some of these defects as well. So as an example, right, you could have asked me a question at this point and be like, hey, like how could there be errors after having a dedicated team test these things? So if we had to give an example, you know, again, I almost sound like an Apple fanboy every time I give an example of iPhones, but if you think about the iPhone updates, they have extensive engineering teams to do testing, right? They test for months, they test for a very long time to make sure there's no bugs in the iOS upgrades or in the iOS platforms. Yet, when it comes to the users, there's tons of bugs that users regularly report, both for Android and iOS, where they say, hey, this is buggy, this application is buggy, or the battery is bad, or, you know, this is freezing some of the things, or this is like draining my battery, right? So there's all these bugs that users report on a daily basis. And the reason why they weren't identified back in testing is because testing is only testing one case, two cases, three cases, and they're just following a script. Versus when we use these phones on a daily basis, we're using it like 100 folds compared to what they're doing. And then as part of that daily activity process, we're identifying things that were never identified before, right? And when we report that, they actually take it seriously and they make sure that those things get fixed in the upcoming upgrades, right? So similar thing could happen with applications. We're basically just following certain scripts, we're following certain requirements, but there could be a lot of things that we may not have tested, or maybe after using certain things multiple times, that could stop working for some reason. Sometimes new changes could come in that affects existing functionality, right? All those things are possible to get validated only from end users because they keep using it on a daily basis. So any feedback coming from them also has to be prioritized, has to be documented somewhere, and checked with the stakeholders to see if it's important for us to prioritize that to get it fixed, or if it can just remain in our backlog and wait for the right time to get fixed. User acceptance testing is known as UAT. That's another popular acronym you'll see in job descriptions. So basically UAT is like the pre-production launch phase, where we're assuming that the QA has already tested it, they've given their sign-offs, and they're passing it on to the BA to take it a step forward. So what user acceptance testing is basically is that the business analyst and the stakeholder are both testing it from a user's perspective. Keep in mind, QA is basically just testing expected versus actual based on the user requirements you've given them. They've built test cases and they're just running their test cases. That's all really they're doing, is testing the functionality. Versus in our user acceptance testing, yes, we're also testing on a high level on what requirements we've defined, but we're also testing from a user's perspective to make sure that the vision has been met, the expectations have been met during this testing process, and stakeholders and business analysts have to make a decision if they're at a point of satisfaction to launch it or to deploy it. That sign-off basically tells you if that's going to go live or not. And it's a very, very popular acronym, so always keep that in mind. Analyzing and documenting change requests. Again, this change control process is different for various organizations, but changes that happen within requirements and design doesn't really have to go through a change control process because we're still like in the, I would say like draft version, right? Before we really get that signed off. So there's no obligations to go through a change control process. But anything beyond that, any changes introduced beyond design phase has to go through a change control process because that can affect the scope. And we want to make sure we assess the risk, we assess the impacts of implementing those changes. Should those changes even be approved is a question, right? So the change control process could vary from one organization to the other, but for the most part, we want someone approving these changes, like a stakeholder, like a sponsor, or like a project manager, or whoever they decide that person to be, to say, yeah, it makes sense to do this change. I know it's not easy, but we still have to do it. It's equally important, blah, blah, blah. And then they would just make sure that somebody is doing a risk assessment, impact analysis, just to make sure what it could impact, other requirements, other functionalities, and so on. And of course, timeline too. And then training manuals and demos. Again, this is pretty straightforward. We have to be heavily involved in this process, right? So during verification phase, there's a lot of pressure on the whole training aspect, because before we launch it, we want to make sure we do a knowledge transfer to like dedicated support teams, or we give as many demos as possible to like users, end users, customers, sponsors, stakeholders, product owners, right? Everybody pretty much who is involved in the project, who's going to be using the application. They all need to get a quick overview of how the application works before it goes live. And that training will continue even after go live. It's not that it's going to stop as soon as it goes live, but that ongoing training will be there till customers reach that point of that comfort where they're going to be like, okay, I kind of know how to use it. And this is where they'll also request like user guides or training manuals. Sometimes even video recordings are the best, where you can just do a video recording showing how the application works, what are the different upgrades, improvements, integrations, some of the navigations, right? All those can be like, you can record your screen as you're giving a demo and then like publish it out and just be like, guys, please use this as a reference, just go over this and make sure you understand everything on here. If you have any questions, reach out. If you see anything that's not on there, reach out, and we'll keep working on enhancing our training materials as well. So all those things are happening, and primarily it is dependent on the business analyst for these things. And it also depends who the intended audience is, like when I was in that fixed income project, they used to fly me to different states just to give demos, because we used to say, yeah, we'll just make a video recording and send it out. And then like traders over there or portfolio managers were like, no. They were kind of old school. So they were like, no, we don't want to watch any video. Like we want a person who can show us things. And if we have any questions, we want to be able to ask, right? We want it interactive. Don't send me a video and ask me to figure it out, because I'm not going to do that, right? Some people have that kind of attitude. So they were willing to pay travel, accommodation, everything just to get an in-person demo. Like, so I actually got to travel to different places because of that. But a lot of times it depends on the audience. If they're all over the world and you can do online demos, that's great. But sometimes people also expect like in-person presentations as well. All right, so let's also talk a little bit about requirement analysis here. So at this time, we understand how requirements work. We understand how important requirements are and what a big role it plays in these projects. So requirements are mostly focused on the need, while design is focused on the solution. So again, we have to draw a line between describing of what's needed and how it's going to be implemented. So based on the BA-BOK, this is the definition of a requirement. It's basically a condition or a capability needed by a stakeholder to solve a problem or achieve an objective, right? So again, it could either be a business need or a business opportunity, right? So you're either trying to accomplish something by taking advantage of an opportunity, or you have certain gaps and challenges that you want to fix and you want to like bridge that gap. It's a condition or capability that must be met by a system to satisfy a specification or a requirement, right? So you want that requirement to be fulfilled, and that requirement is usually, well, the source of truth for that is coming from the stakeholders and you're defining it. Each requirement could represent a solution component to achieve a larger objective, right? So sometimes it could be like smaller components that add up to a larger objective, or sometimes it could be like, you know, several requirements add up to one component. Classification of requirements is categorized to these three major categories. So one is business requirements. So when we say a business requirement, we're talking about a high-level statement that talks about what needs to be achieved here. What is the goal here? What do we want to accomplish? Which is defined in plain English, not very complicated, where again, this is all part of that BRD, right? Where we're trying to justify, we're giving a context, we're trying to give a proposal by identifying what the challenge is here, how it's hindering our business, and how we can encash the opportunity to make it better or to make it more efficient, right? So we're explaining why that project has been initiated. We're representing the organization as a whole, and keep in mind, multiple people will be reading this, so you want to focus and concentrate on a high level. You don't want to talk too much about the system here. You're only talking about the business needs here, the business challenges here. So what that means is we're talking about like the different goals, right? So make a few statement of goals there, define a few objectives here, and kind of explain what the outcome should be and why that change should be initiated and what value is that going to add to us, right? So more of a holistic view applying to whole of an organization, an enterprise, a business, or just the initiative itself. So that's all high-level stuff that goes into the business requirement document. Stakeholder requirements are basically the statements of the need of one or more stakeholders. Again, keep in mind you could have one stakeholder or a group of individual stakeholders. So we're basically describing the needs of these stakeholders. What is that they want, right? What is according to them, what do you think the system needs or what the project needs? And these needs of stakeholders must be met in order to achieve the requirements, because ultimately, again, it's coming from them. It's the sign-off is dependent on them. So the purpose of stakeholder requirements is really trying to bridge the gap between what the problem is, what the solution should look like, and everything that goes in between them. So the requirements analysis here involves all stakeholders to be involved, to describe what they need and how the solution should be built together. Right, and again, this stakeholder requirements is that gap analysis. Everything that they're saying is converting to requirements, because when we talk about business requirements, we're talking about mostly the current process, the justification, the context, the background. And then when we talk about solution requirements, we're trying to define and talk about what the desired future state should be. So everything in the middle that fulfills and covers that gap between current state and desired future state is coming from the stakeholders, right? So their statements are getting converted to requirements, and those requirements are intended to bridge that gap between current state and desired future state. All right, so the solution requirements are basically defined to functional requirements versus non-functional requirements. So in the functional requirements, so basically the solution requirements describe the features, the capabilities that the solution should have, or of a solution that meets these stakeholder requirements. And now we're talking in terms of functionality, features, capabilities, and not just a statement anymore, right? So we're thinking a little bit from a system perspective. It doesn't have to be technical, but we're just saying we need to have the ability to do this. We need to have the capability to do this. The system should be able to do this, right? Those are the things we're describing here in the solution requirements that meet the customer's objective, that meet the stakeholders' statements. And they provide the appropriate level of detail to allow for the development or for the implementation of that solution. And these solutions can be divided into functional requirements and non-functional requirements. So the functional requirements describe the behavior or the capability the system will be able to perform, or the application actions needed, or the kind of responses to the actions called upon. So anytime you think about features, functionalities, capabilities, think of it as functional requirements, because these things describe the capabilities that a solution must have in terms of the behavior that the solution will perform here. And then the non-functional requirements are basically quality or supplement requirements that support your functional requirements. They're not necessarily requirements that fulfill the stakeholders' requirements, but they are more like those quality requirements or service requirements that do not relate directly to the behavior of a functionality or what the stakeholder is saying, but it certainly describes or enhances or makes the functional requirements perform better, or that make the system overall more efficient through the non-functional requirements. So the most popular acronym for non-functional requirements is called NFR, which stands for non-functional requirements. So these are things like the speed of the system, the capacity, the performance, the security, the architecture, the system availability, or even the presentability of the UI. All these things come under non-functional requirements that just make the system perform better, be more efficient, and so on. And then there's also another type of requirements called the transition requirements. So transition requirements basically describe the capabilities that the solution must have and the conditions the solution must meet to facilitate that transition. So this is the current state, this is the future state, and this requirement in the middle is going to be that transition to make something happen, right? So we'll talk about an example as well on what a functional requirement is, what a NFR is, what a transition requirements are, and so on. But basically, transition requirements help us to move from current to future state. It's not necessarily always needed, but it just helps us to transition from the different states. Because sometimes business needs just identifies the challenges, the gaps we have today, versus a business goal could be not always achieving a future state because of the current state, but also taking advantage of a business opportunity. Sometimes there's things that are out there, right? Like we talked about how Zoom encashed the opportunity and expanded, right? So they did a lot of upgrades, enhancements, and changes to become successful. So they took advantage of the fact that people are home, people are remote, everyone's relying on an online collaboration tool, and they took that business opportunity and made it better for themselves. So it's not that they were lacking anything. It's not like they had issues going on, but they just took that as a business opportunity to expand, and they were very successful in that, right? So both business needs and business goals are part of the requirements, and they're not always the same thing. Yeah, so the functional requirements actually focus on actual capabilities. So if you say, I want the ability to register as a user on this site, I want the ability to reset my password on this site, I want the ability to add stuff to my cart and process payment and purchase an order, right? These are all functional requirements that talk about what features, capabilities should the system provide, versus the NFRs are basically saying, they're not necessarily things that stakeholders are suggesting, but these are things that's still required for the stability of the application to perform well. So we're defining that the speed of the application should follow this benchmark. The performance load should be certain benchmarks. Because when stakeholders are telling you, I want the site to have this, I want the site to have that, they don't care about the NFRs. They're not going to say, oh, this should be the speed, this should be the performance, because they don't know those metrics. So they won't talk about that, but then that doesn't mean we don't consider those things. Because for architects, in order for their systems to be stable, they're saying you need to define the basics of the application. Like, are you expecting the system should be available 24 hours, 7 days a week? Or do you just expect it to be available during business hours between whatever, 9 to 6 or 9 to 9? And then we can do maintenance upgrades like after those business hours, right? Or what kind of performance are you expecting? What kind of load are you expecting from like user traffic? Those are things that architects need for the application to be stable. So these things are mostly like to make it look nice, to make it perform well, to keep it more efficient, but not necessarily direct statements from stakeholders. But the thing is, usually the way it works is a company, if it's a brand new company, you may have to define it from the beginning, from scratch. But if a company already has existing applications, the NFRs are supposed to be standardized across all applications within an organization. So if a project is existing and they already have that documented, they'll make that a template and say, hey, follow this template. This is our organization's NFR template. And you need to make sure all applications comply with these basic requirements like speed, performance. Numbers could vary a little bit. Like if you're building sites, maybe the performance, the metrics, the load, speed could vary a little bit, but like infrastructure or like architecture or firewall requirements, like security, system availability, all those things are pretty standardized. So you can always request for them. I mean, it should always be available because this is like public information within the company for everyone to come across. So you can always leverage the existing template and just say, we're going to follow the same template. And then you can also ask the architects these questions during your review meetings and say, hey, like, I just want to review this NFRs. These are standardized by the organization. So I just want to make sure you agree with all these things. If we need to make changes anywhere, just let me know so I can make changes accordingly. So that's something you would cross-check with them.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which Agile framework is commonly used in business analytics projects? Option A, Waterfall. Option B, Scrum. Option C, Six Sigma. Option D, Prince 2. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comments section. Hey there! Want to master Agile Business Analytics? Our course is perfect for you. Learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you will explore Agile Business Analytics. It is like a guide for making data-driven decisions quickly and efficiently. We cover everything from the basics to advanced techniques. Our experts crafted this course to ensure you get top-notch knowledge. Your instructors are experienced pros, ready to help you learn and answer all your questions. And don't just take our word for it. Our students rave about the course. People just like you have found this course incredibly useful. Best part? It's affordable and offers great value. Ready to excel in Agile Business Analytics? Sign up now. For more info, visit ZaranTech's website.